your boy Young Love, I give him that thing. Pancho leg stand and punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Pancho leg stand and punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Banaban, walk on your leg, Kankaro, what I know watching, Oga leg, gear, power, leg, Panda with ya, Panchi America, Banya Dwal, Chingatongo Pandon, could you ever buy a checker, Papu Panda Jiro, what ya be Dwal venting. Stand and punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Banaban, Pancha leg stand and punchy America, Banyi Dwal, Banaban, walk on your leg, Kankaro, what I know watching, Oga leg, gear, power, leg, Panda with ya, punchy America, Banya Dwal, Bano, Chingatongo, Pandon, Kujera, Bayacheka.
Welcome to Lake State Media Show. It's a great day, great night tonight in USA. The road going to White House is gonna to be announced tonight. We counting down the election of what is happening in USA between Donald Trump or Joe Biden. Who is gonna win the election? And will the election be peaceful? All these things. For the sake of our viewers, we are going to stream live show what is happening in United States. My brother Abraham Madit, welcome to Lake State Media. How you going, man? Hello, Abraham. Do you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
How you doing, brother Isaac and brother God? Yeah, welcome.
Morning,
guys.
We just praying. We're praying for the peaceful election in U.S. history, without any violence, without any disagreement, to accept that democracy is where democracy comes from. That's where the Americans have been punishing other countries that we need democracy in your country. So we need to see also democracy in USA.
Yes, exactly. You know, okay, yes, you're right. You know, and this is the beauty part of it in America. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's all right. Yeah. It's a news time.
Yeah, let me put it down.
Closed in these following states: Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. There are 2 open Senate seats in Georgia. Lindsey Graham, the senior senator for the state of South Carolina, is up for re-election. His Democratic challenger, Jamie Harrison, has raised the most money for his campaign of any Senate candidate this year, some $57 million. So let's look at where we are now, Amy, as we wait for the Associated Press to let us know if they're gonna make these calls. We were just discussing Virginia. You were reminding me not so long ago it was a purple state.
Yeah, it was a red state.
It was even a red state.
Yes. You know, Mark Shields made this point earlier. We're going to get some clarity as the night goes on about what the new electoral college map looks like, if it at all does. And I remember so distinctly in 2008, Democrats early on in that election said, all you need to do, Democrats, win Ohio. John Kerry lost because he barely lost Ohio. And the Barack Obama campaign said, you know what? No, we think we have a different path. It's going to go through Virginia and Colorado and Nevada. And those states now have become, Nevada's still definitely in the battleground category, but Colorado
yes.
and Virginia,
how are you?
2008, very close becoming
hello, guys. Late night rally, the last night before the election in 2008, Barack Obama in Virginia,
suburban
Virginia, because that state was considered so key. So we will see shortly whether the AP is able or is prepared to make a call.
That's right.
In Virginia. These other states that where the polls are taking power look pretty, I don't want to ever use the word predictable because the voters are the ones who speak,
Right.
but these are states that have traditionally gone, look at Vermont, and it's pretty predictably blue,
Right.
Democratic, whereas South Carolina, Indiana, Kentucky, and Georgia, we'll wait and see.
Right. Georgia is going to be the fascinating one to wait for. And because it's been so competitive, so many votes have been cast there, we're probably going to have to wait the longest on Georgia.
And it's not just in the presidency.
That's right.
It's
Those Senate
two. It's
seats.
not one, but two Senate races in the state, because one of those, of course, is a special election. Johnny Isakson had been the senator, stepped down for health reasons.
That's right. And Judy, that's also a state that has, you have to win 50% of the vote or else it's a runoff in January. Both of those could end up going to a January runoff. So control the Senate, we might have to wait till January.
And we may sit in the studio till January. No, we're not going to do that.
We're
We're not going to do that. In fact, we have some races that the AP can call. And the first one is the state of Kentucky, the bluegrass state. AP is prepared to say at this hour, just as the polls close, that President Trump will be the winner. That is a hold for the president. He won Kentucky easily in 2016. The AP is declaring him the winner this year. And Vermont, another state where the polls have just closed, the Green Mountain state, Joe Biden. It's a pickup for Joe Biden. There are three electoral votes in Vermont, and from Kentucky, as we just saw, 8 electoral votes. So right now it's 8-3. Amy, I don't think that's anything definitive, but it's something on the board at this hour.
That's right.
Here's a look at one of the states Amy and I were just talking about, the Peach State, Georgia. It's simply too early. This is a state where the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign have fought very hard for President Trump to hold on to. For Joe Biden, it would be a major pickup for the Democrats if Joe Biden were to win. So we will see what happens. We're watching that one very closely. In Indiana, at this point, with early votes in, this is 8% of the expected vote in. You can see at this point, President Trump holding a strong lead, a 2-1 lead virtually in the state of Indiana over Joe Biden. Not a surprise. Indiana has gone reliably red. It's also, of course, the home state of Vice President Mike Pence, who is on the ballot again with the president this year. South Carolina, another state we're watching very closely because of that Senate race we discussed at this hour. The polls have closed, but it's interesting that the AP is not prepared to call that one. The Democrats have a strong Senate candidate in Jamie Harrison challenging Lindsey Graham. We'll see what effect, if any, that has on the presidential race. At this hour, at 4 or 5 minutes after 7 o'clock, no call. The state of Virginia, as Amy Walter was just telling us not so long ago, it was red and then purple. This is a state Hillary Clinton won in 2016. It is expected to stay blue, but we will watch it. Only 1% of the vote is in. Very small number of votes at this hour from the early vote. You can see the president has a small lead, but we know it's extremely early in the vote count in the state of Virginia, the Old Dominion.
Okay.
And if you add those, the electoral votes we were just discussing, it's so early in the evening, and that little tiny sliver on the left, the blue sliver, is Joe Biden's 3 electoral votes. His first 3 have come in from the state of Vermont. On the far right, the little sliver you see are the 8 electoral votes.
If you give Florida to Joe Biden, Biden goes, you see everything we calculate. Biden goes from 89% to 99%. You see states like Georgia become bluer. That would be potentially a Biden landslide, but Florida is a must-win state for Republicans.
And how about if Donald Trump wins Pennsylvania? What does that do to your forecast?
So I'm going to reset and then paint a much rosier picture for Trump. If you color Pennsylvania in red here, then Trump goes from pretty big underdog to actually a favorite here. That would be his path. He has to win Pennsylvania, win Florida, but that would make him about a 2-1 favorite
Yeah, it goes back to the map he had last time. We're much closer to the map he had last time. Nate, thanks very much. Let me bring in John Carl, our chief White House correspondent. We should prepare everybody for another possibility tonight. The shorthand has been called red mirages and blue mirages. And let's talk about the North first. Those states, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, where the early vote is not going to come in right away.
Yeah, so here's the big thing. Republicans tend to vote in person on election day. Democrats vote more heavily by mail or early vote. So the in-person vote is going to favor the Republicans. And what happens in those states, and by the way, they're going to count pretty slowly. Pennsylvania, be prepared to be patient. Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin are going to tend to count those in-person day of votes.
See a big lead for Donald Trump.
You could see a very big lead. That's your so-called red mirage, a very big lead for Donald Trump that gets whittled away as they count the mail-in votes.
And then on the flip side, the early vote comes in fast in Florida, Georgia, North Carolina.
Exactly the reverse. And by the way, there's been a lot of early vote and a lot of mail-in vote in all of those states, also Texas and Arizona. And in all of those states, you're likely to see that early vote, that mail-in vote get counted first. And, you know, it comes in and it's going to change overnight. But you might see a very big lead, for instance, for Joe Biden early in Florida that goes away as they go away through the day in vote. So blue mirage.
Going to be keeping an eye on that all night. Let's go to the campaigns right now. Mary Bruce with Joe Biden.
George, we have seen a bit of a shift here in tone from the Biden campaign. They have been very cautious all along. Tonight, they are exuding confidence. They say it is clear that they are winning. And that is because they feel that most of the early vote went to Joe Biden. They say that means when they pour over their data that Donald Trump is going to have to outperform tonight in many of the states that he won in 2016. In fact, they say that in several states, Trump will have to get 60% or more of the election day vote in order to pull this off. Now, Biden was asked a short while ago how he's feeling, what the outlook is. He says he never feels confident, but he says he does feel hopeful. He, of course, spent the day again in Pennsylvania. He has spent more time in that state than any other. He paid a visit today to his hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania. They certainly would like to win Pennsylvania. It would make things a whole lot easier for them. But as we have been discussing, they have many other pathways here. It is not a must win for them. One other thing here we're keeping a close eye on, and whether or not we may actually see Joe Biden here tonight. There was an expectation that he would be talking here at this drive-in rally here behind me tonight, no matter what. Now Joe Biden saying, we'll see, telling reporters just a short while ago, if there's something to talk about tonight, I'll talk about it. If not, he says he will wait for the votes to be counted and come out tomorrow.
Everyone has got to be patient. Cecilia Vega at the White House.
Confidence on this side, George, too. President Trump just moments ago tweeting that things are looking really good. He believes he will win more electoral college votes this year than he did 4 years ago. And he is banking this confidence on what he says is the turnout that he has seen at this blitz of swing state rallies that he's done all across the country. Publicly, aides say tonight is going to be a landslide. That's the public story, George. Privately, when you talk to aides, people on the campaign, they can see they've got a very large uphill battle to climb tonight, and it is all going to depend on election day turnout. Voters who showed up to the polls today. The aides are increasingly concerned about what they are seeing in Pennsylvania, a state that they know they need to win. Behind the scenes, we're hearing from sources that President Trump in recent days has really been ramping up these conspiracy theories about fraud, about an election being stolen from him. His lawyers, we know they're preparing for a potential legal fight if this race ends up being a really close one. Here's what's going to happen tonight. We know that the White House has invited some hundreds of people to show up for this an event indoors here at the White House. The White House has the campaign has 2 war rooms set up inside the White House as well. But as far as that event goes, George, we're talking about people wearing masks, people social distance, people taking tests. But nonetheless, we saw what happened at a recent event not too long ago. It became a super spreader event here. So we will see what happens with this event tonight. As for President Trump, he said he will not declare victory until there is a victory to declare.
Cecilia Vega, thanks very much. The vote's starting to come in from President Trump's now home state of Florida. Most of the polls close there at 7 o'clock. They don't all close until 8 o'clock. But there you see, with about 20% of the expected vote in, Donald Trump leading Joe Biden 51-48. I want to go to our Ballot Watch headquarters right now. Pierre Thomas, our senior justice correspondent, is there. We know that the Homeland Security, FBI, were on alert in the days preceding the election and all day long for any possible intimidation at the polls, any possible violence.
George, and we actually saw some intimidation in play today. The FBI is investigating the fact that robocalls went out to voters in about 6 states, to include Ohio and Michigan. In those calls, they told voters, stay at home and be safe, basically telling them not to go to the polls. So the FBI is investigating, and we know that's what they're concerned about tonight and in the days coming. If there's not a quick result known, if we don't know who the president is for a couple of days, they expect and anticipate that we will see foreign nations and others try to stoke disinformation and chaos and undermine the democracy.
But to be clear, the process pretty orderly today, Pierre.
The process was orderly, and a lot of law enforcement officials I spoke to today were very thankful. They did not see any sort of violence. It seemed like people were able to vote easily and without any problems. Again, that is the concern going forward, just disinformation about whatever the results will be.
Let's bring in our chief legal analyst, Dan Abrams. Dan Abrams, just walk through with people what would constitute illegal voter intimidation at the polls.
Well, look, under federal law, that would involve coercion, threats, harassment, and that can mean a wide range of things. It can range from anything like
Abraham, you can bring in
CNN
if it is ready,
to much more subtle things like a poll watcher who's not really supposed to interact with voters, asking questions about their eligibility, stating false things about voting.
Okay, CNN
levels of
CNN will be down.
But I do think it is important to point out that
let me
pretty calm day. I mean, we were all talking about
because it's
these
very clear now there are a lot of
pictures
differences in different media.
that didn't occur. And I think we should be able to take at least a deep breath to be able to say, okay,
the CNN is more
because you got a request here.
Counting goes, what the results are, etc. There has not been massive systemic voter intimidation. I'm sure we're going to continue to hear more isolated examples, as we do in every election, of issues that come up at the polls.
Kate Shaw, biggest issue with counting the ballots going forward?
Yeah, can you read that? It's not easy. In Kikabat, America, media, divided.
Very tenacious, very independent woman, driven, passionate, grit, perseverance. She marched, she wrote, she demanded, she was proud to pass on legacy of civic mindedness to her descendants. I'm very proud to carry on her story. Her story.
Okay, Isaac, while the CNN is on commercial, we can just stop and let the people coming in.
Okay. That's right, Abraham. We know America is well known is a diehard of democracy. That is what they've been fighting other countries, throwing other leaders, different nations because of democracy. And now the world is looking to American election of this year is a bit tricky, and also is very concerning and alarming between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. Donald Trump is saying if he loses, he will sue the electoral committee and all these things. He got his lawyers on the ground, and the supporters of Trump also might react badly. He will never accept the defeat as a democratic election. And if Joe also loses, might say that there might be a backup from like what has happened between Hillary Clinton and Trump last time. We have been accusing Russia has influenced the votes, and that is rigged. That has happened online. All these things are there. So I don't know. They don't have a sympathy or the heart of the democracy. When you hear each of them, they are talking with knowing, accusing each other. They might be doing some games. So, brother, I don't know what is going to happen to American tomorrow when they woke up.
Yeah, that's a good question, Isaac. As you know, America is a land of a Democrat. As you mentioned, people are by the rule, so people are nobody above the law in America. So whatever come out, any result come out during election, both sides can accept it. And this election is different than any other election that America did in the past. But as you can see right now in CNN is report that Joe Biden is having 11 delegates and 0 for, Trump have 11 and Joe Biden have 0. But our people need to understand this. To win the presidency, you have to have 270 electoral college vote, so that you will become the next president. And this is what's going on right now in America. So those candidates they are looking into that 270. That's the magic number. So it will be a long night. Okay, CNN is back. Let her listening in. So let me put on the volume for a second.
We're back in the CNN Election Center, standing by for the next wave of poll closings. Right now, let's check in on the fight for the critically important
volume
electoral
is good.
votes. Right now, Trump has 11 electoral votes. Indiana, Biden so far has 0. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. We have a key race alert right now. Take a look at this, see what's going on. In Florida right now, 35, more than a third of the vote is now, the estimated vote is now in. Biden has a lead of nearly 100,000 right now, 50.7% to Trump's 48.4%. 35% of the estimated vote, once again, is in. 29 electoral votes. Look at Georgia right now, very early. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by almost 32,000 votes, 61.8% to 37% in Georgia. 16 electoral votes at stake. In New Hampshire, less than 1%, very, very early right now, but Biden is ahead by about 2,300 votes, 72.2% to 27.8% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. In Vermont, also very, very early. Biden is ahead only by about 610 votes. Less than 1% of the estimated vote is in, 62.7% to 37.3%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look at Virginia. 13 electoral votes, very, very early. Trump is ahead of Biden by about 3,000 votes, 69% to 30% for Biden, very early in Virginia. Also very early in South Carolina. Trump is ahead there by almost 700 votes, 63.3% to 36.7%. And Trump is also ahead in Kentucky, but 15% of the estimated vote in Kentucky is now in. Trump is ahead by about 35,000 votes, 54.1% to 44.3% from Biden. Let's go over to John King over at the Magic Wall. Let's take a look at the big picture first, and then I want to focus in on Florida.
The big picture is the question of the night. Can Joe Biden flip states that were Donald Trump states in 2016? Can Joe Biden flip them? Well, that would be a flip. Again, it's early. That would be a flip. Again, it's early. President right now leading in Virginia, but it's a very early count. If the president could pull off that would be a dramatic story. We expect Joe Biden to win Virginia. It's very early and light in the vote. But these would be 2 big ones right there. New Hampshire and Vermont, we expect to stay. Kentucky and Indiana. South Carolina is closer than we thought. But at the moment, very early, everybody needs to be careful about this. But at the moment, this is what Joe Biden wants to do. He flips these states here. We know we might have to wait. Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. If they're close, we might have to wait, especially on Pennsylvania. That could be a day or 3. However, if Joe Biden wins that, he'll rest comfortably waiting for that. So let's take a look at Florida as we go through it. Again, this one is always a roller coaster. So what you see now doesn't mean the lead won't change. When you were here last time, Wolf, it changed as we were speaking. But right now, Joe Biden at 50%, Donald Trump at 49 when you round up, 62,394 difference in a giant state where both candidates got more than 4.5 million votes last time. So we're going to be at this a while. But if you're the Biden campaign, you're looking at this map, number one, you're winning Hillsborough County, which is Tampa. You like that. You're winning Pinellas County, which is St. Pete. You like that. That's where you want to be. This is how you finish. You finish your race in Florida across the I-4 corridor. You get started, if you're a Democrat, by winning down here. And if you're Joe Biden, and we'll say this, as we're early in the count, this is somewhat concerning. But it could be the quirks of 2020. Donald Trump thinks he can do better down here with Cubans, with other Latino votes, especially Latino men. We'll see if that's the case. The Democrats were worried about African Americans in Miami-Dade County. We'll see if that's the case. 84% in right now, 54 to 45. If you go back in time, this was a much bigger win for Hillary Clinton, right? 64% if you round up to 34%. So this was something to watch. The Democrats, this is their basket where they need to run it up. So we'll see. And if you don't run it up here, you need to offset it somewhere else. That's one of the trade-offs in this campaign. We know Trump may perform better among African Americans, especially among Latino men. Joe Biden's performing better with white, blue-collar workers and with senior citizens. So we're going to go through the trade-offs throughout the night. But this right now, if you come back to 2020, Joe Biden would like that to be a little higher. We're at 84% right now. We believe most of this is election day voting, today voting here. So we're waiting for early vote as well. That might help Joe Biden. If Democrats disproportionately banked early in Miami-Dade, we'll see as we go through. You move up to Broward, this is more what Joe Biden wants it to look like. But again, you see that at 16% right there, 75%. You go back to the comparison, 66%. So he's overperforming at the moment Hillary Clinton by percentage here.
Trump just
as we
took the
go
lead
through.
in Florida. If
Right,
we go
so, you pull
statewide.
back, so you pull back out. And again, this is going to be a roller coaster by 28,000 votes, right? And so this is what we're going to do. And what's happening? This is again, trademark for this president. Look at the smaller counties, right? You see all that filling in red? Not a lot of people live here. You look at it, it's 184 to 83 there. You come over here, 584 to 207. You think at home, well, that's only a few votes. When you have 10, 15, 20 counties, and you're doing that, 200 here, 20 there, 1,000 there. That's how Donald Trump gets his math in a lot of states with these smaller counties like this. Interesting, though.
John, 41% of the estimated vote in Florida is now in. Look at how close it is.
Florida's close. That is not breaking news. That part is not breaking news. But it's incredible because, just as you were here last time it flipped, you were here this time it flipped. We expect Florida to flip. So you're looking at key things. Number one, for the president, that Collier County is coming in for Trump. That's a good thing for the president. That's what he needs. The southwest part of the state tends to be more conservative, 77%. But look how low we are here. So we got a long way to go here. We're just a couple hundred votes, 300 votes and some change there. So see if that holds up for the president right here. But you pull up right here. But I just want to come up here. This would be a huge deal. This would be a huge deal. Duval County is Jacksonville, up here in the top part of the state. President tends to win once you get out of the urban areas. But this is, again, one of the fast changing areas all across America. But it's the Sun Belt states like Florida. You have the city and the suburbs around it, 75%. You see Joe Biden at 54%, president at 45% if you round up. This was a Trump win, just barely. But Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs 4 years ago. He's expected to lose the suburbs this time. By how much could determine who wins the presidency tonight. So if you watch Duval County right here, it's the 7th largest county in Florida. That edge for Joe Biden, we always think about down here is critical for the Democrats, up here critical for the Republicans.
Let's not forget, John, in the
up to 67,000.
The central time zone, they're not going to close until the top of the hour.
Right.
The eastern time zone in Florida, they've closed.
Right. And so again, if you look across, just watch across here. They're still voting out by Pensacola and then the Panhandle. So let me just go back and show you, just to remind you, all these smaller counties, you're going to see a lot of red, right? That is the key for the president. Again, they're not very populist, but when you add up one, then another, then another, then another, you get the votes to offset some of this. It takes time, which is why Florida sometimes roller coasters through the night. But look at,
I see Palm Beach County is now in.
Look at this. That's 2020. That's 2016. Listen, you do see this though. Palm Beach County is in right now. But look, this is 91 to 28. Yeah. We have a long way to go in Palm Beach. But this is the quirks of the map. When you're watching at home, you see this county red. If you're a Democrat, you panic. This is why we need to visit it.
Go back to Miami
remind you that we're very early in this count here. And so let me take the lines away so you're not distracted. But if that stays blue, that's a big deal for Democrats. If that stays blue, it's a big deal for Democrats. You come back down to Miami-Dade. Again, if you're in the Biden campaign, you want it to be better than that, right? Doesn't mean it's game over, but it means if you're not getting it here, you better make it up somewhere else. And we'll watch the rest of this vote come in. Again, if there's a lot of early votes to come in, these numbers could change dramatically.
Because 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did a lot better in Miami-Dade County.
She did 64%. And again, part of it's the percentage. That's one thing you look at. The other thing you look at, especially because we expect turnout to be up this year, sometimes that helps you. Sometimes that helps you more. 624. See, in Miami-Dade 4 years ago, the president got 334,000 if you round that up by that one. So you come back here, remember 624 and 333, and you see the president right now already has a significant 120,000 more votes out of Miami-Dade than he did 4 years ago. Now, is that just because turnout is up everywhere, or is he making inroads with the Democratic constituency in Miami-Dade? That is what we'll learn as we go deeper into the night. But if there's Joe Biden right now, if you're worried about anything in Florida, you're worried about that you're winning Miami-Dade, but not by the margins that you wanted. Still, though, 74,000 votes with a long way to go. And again, this is blue at the moment. I mean, red at the moment. We don't expect it to stay that way, but we'll see as we count them. And again, the key part for me, here we go. Orange County has filled in 700 votes and change there. So it doesn't matter. This has to be blue at the end of the night. If that stays red, Joe Biden's not going to win Florida. But it's very early on as we go through. And again, as you get real votes, 83% here. This could be critical here. Osceola County here, you come through 61%. Again, you're looking for math, especially if you're Joe Biden and you're not getting what you wanted out of Miami-Dade. You need to make up for it somewhere else. So you're looking here, 50,000, 85,000. 4 years ago. You come back in now. Joe Biden right now about the same, a little below where Hillary Clinton was. We're still waiting for some votes there. This is what we're going to have to do. Florida gets so competitive. You go county by county. You match up the math to 4 years ago. You see how much turnout is up this year compared to then, and you average it all out.
50% of the vote in Florida is now in. Trump is ahead by about 74,000 votes, 50.2% to 48.9%. Now he's up by 91,500 votes, 51%. Florida is very fast. The numbers are coming in quickly. Let's look at Georgia right now.
And so you move up, and you see Georgia. It's not often you see Georgia blue. And again, you see a lot of red, and yet Georgia is blue because right now Joe Biden is winning. And this one here, this is Fulton County where Atlanta is. We don't have any votes yet. But then you move here to Cobb County to the north. And again, this could be the story of the night. I emphasize could be because we're early. But you look at right here, only 27% of the vote in, 63 to 35 in Cobb County. This is the suburbs to the northwest of Atlanta. It used to be Republican country. Hillary Clinton won it last time, but just barely, right? 49 to 47. So this is what we're going to watch throughout the night, especially suburbs are growing. Suburbs are where the people are. Suburbs is where you get your math, especially if you're a Democrat. You know, Donald Trump's going to run it up in all these smaller rural counties. As you see, this is 2016. You come up to 2020, you're starting to see the same repeat of that, right? You see the president, that's not a huge margin there. We'll see how it goes. But in these small rural counties, the president tends to run it up. You move up here, let's just 83% in a county like that. And again, it's 3,000 plus, 4,000 plus votes when you're done, said and done. That's what Trump does, offset the urban areas and the close-in suburbs. So one of the tests tonight, let's drop down a little bit more to Henry County, 59% there, come back in time, 50%, 51% if you round up. So those are the things you're looking for, especially in these places where Joe Biden's performance in the suburbs is absolutely critical. He needs African-American turnout to be up in Atlanta, in Augusta, in Columbus, in Savannah. And he needs, when you get into the suburbs, and the Democrats do very well in the close-in suburbs, more and more increasingly in the Trump age, they've been moving out into the outer rings of the suburbs, out to the ex-urban areas. So you watch this play out here. You look 16,000 votes ahead there in the state of Georgia. Let's take a peek in South Carolina. The president winning quite handily here so far, but that's very preliminary in the vote. One of the things we'll watch throughout the night, are the president's margins about the same, or do they shrink even in the places he wins? Just want to peek one more time at Florida as we go here. Florida 2020. Welcome back to the roller coaster. Joe Biden has pulled ahead by 7,784 votes in the state of Florida. But again, 49.6, 49.5. We're early in the night. Florida is as close as it gets, which is pretty remarkable. Let's just take a closer look at what we're seeing here. Palm Beach turned blue. We thought it would, and a big vote dump to get it blue. That's why the state changed, right? We had just a few hundred votes in Palm Beach a few moments ago, and the president was leading. Right now, Wolf, the Florida vote coming in as Joe Biden would like it, as we wish, but we will keep counting.
We certainly will. Florida's emerging as a major fight that's going on right now. We're coming up on another critical round of poll closings in the Biden-Trump presidential race just moments from now. That's when most polls will close in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. Together, those states account for 38 of the 270 electoral votes needed to win the White House. All right, we got a key race alert right now. Too early to call in these states, including in Ohio. Too early to call in Ohio. 18 electoral votes in Ohio. Too early to call. Too early to call in North Carolina as well. 15 electoral votes in North Carolina. Too early to call. West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in West Virginia right now. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now. It still remains the same. 11 Electoral College votes for Trump, Indiana. 0 so far for Biden. 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. All right, in Florida right now, let's start. 29 electoral votes. Donald Trump has a narrow lead right now with 59% of the estimated vote is in. Look at how close it is. Got a lead of about 25,000 votes, 49.7% to 49.4%. This is a must-win for Trump. He must win Florida. If Biden were to win Florida, it would be very difficult for Trump to get reelected. We're watching Florida so closely. In Virginia right now, very early, only 2% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by about 33,000 votes, 65.4% to 32.9%. In South Carolina, also very early. Trump is ahead 70.4% to 29.6%. In Kentucky, 18% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead by 75,000 votes, 58% to 40.5%. 3 more states right now. Let's take a look. Georgia. It looks like it's going to be a battle over there. Biden is ahead with 4%. of the estimated vote is in, about 16,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In New Hampshire, Biden is ahead there. Only 2% of the estimated vote is in. He's up by about 3,300 votes, 59.2% to 40.3%. And Biden is ahead in Vermont, but less than 1% of the vote is in. Only 610 vote lead, 62.7% to 37.3% in Vermont. Let's go back to John King. Florida and Georgia, two very critically important states, lots of electoral votes at stake. Let's look at Florida first.
Let's look at Florida first. It is red at the moment. It has gone back and forth several times in just the last 15 or 20 minutes, and that's what Florida does. The President of the United States right now, President Trump, it's his new adopted home state, 50% to 49.1%, a 1-point race in Florida is what makes it Florida, actually, an election night. 56,000, 57,000 votes if you round it up. If you're looking at the map, it looks like a traditional map. 1+ for the Democrats, Pinellas County here. One warning sign for Joe Biden as we watch this play out, and we've got a ways to go. Remember, 3.4 million votes, 3.4 million votes. 4.6 is what it took to win it 4 years ago. We think turnout is higher this year, so we're going to watch as this goes. But here, if you're looking for trouble signs in the Biden campaign, it is right here. In Miami-Dade, again, we have more votes. This is early in-person voting, predominantly, I'm told. People who showed up to vote in person early before Election Day. Joe Biden with a very narrow lead. You could say that's a 9-point lead, but narrow by comparison to where we are 4 years ago. That's nearly 30 points there. It's 28.
Biden just took the lead in Florida once again. It's moving very quickly back and forth.
Let's come back and see where it came from. Now by 134,000 votes. They are reporting very quickly in Florida. Congratulations to Florida. We hope it plays out.
65% of the vote is in.
Play it on the rest. So let's see what happened here. We got a big jump in Palm Beach County, 60% to 39%. Remember, a short time ago, the president was ahead there, but it was only a few hundred votes. So again, you're looking at 60% there, especially if Joe Biden is underperforming Miami-Dade, and we'll go back and check on it in a second. If he's underperforming there, you got to make it up somewhere else if you're going to win the state. And Hillary Clinton lost, right? So you look at Palm Beach County here, 60 to 40, 60 to 39. You come back here, it's a little bit better. She's at 57. So if you're Joe Biden and you're underperforming one place, you got to make it up somewhere else. We'll watch and see if that holds up. Let's just move south as we go. Broward County, 66. To me, what's more important is the 562 because we know turnout is up this year. We'll come back here, 66. So about the same there. The vote total is actually incredibly close to the same. If we come back to 4 years ago, he's a little bit above it there, but we got a little ways to go still. So turnout's up a little bit, which you adjust your math, and then you come down here. Again, in the Biden campaign, you think in a normal race, winning anyway, you say, 54-45, I'm doing great. No, the Democrats need to run it up more here. And you see Hillary Clinton with 64% when you round up last time, and she lost the state. Remember that. She lost the state, ran it up here. 624,000. You come back to 2020, Joe Biden running under that vote total here. Again, that happens. Elections change. Constituencies change. Donald Trump doing better perhaps with African Americans, with Latinos. It's a very complicated, diverse Latino community in Miami-Dade. So Joe Biden has to make it up somewhere else. You can make it up with senior citizens. You can make it up here in the growing suburbs across the I-4 corridor. And let's see the case. At the moment, Orange County, again, 700 votes and change. So this one doesn't count yet. No offense to the people who voted for the president there, but that doesn't count yet. We're not high enough up in the vote count to understand that. But we are up high here, though. Hillsborough County, which is Tampa, and the growing suburbs around it. Pinellas County is St. Pete and the suburbs here as you move over. This went red 4 years ago as President Trump carried Florida. It is staying blue at the moment. Narrow, though. Look at that, 50.3 to 48.4. But again, in a state that often goes a point or two, sometimes within a point, right, little margins matter. Donald Trump carried it just barely by a point 4 years ago. At the moment, Joe Biden carrying it just barely by a point. That's how you win a state as close as Florida, in on the margins like that. And if you come over here, 55-43, so 12 points almost.
If we go statewide,
12 points on here. Hold on, I just want to check this one. That's 7 right there. You want to go statewide now? We'll see if it changes again as we pull it out.
Show us where each candidate is overperforming and underperforming.
All right, so we can go back and look at this. We can match this up to 4 years ago. Where is Trump underperforming, right? So where's the president underperforming? He's underperforming so far in these two counties. They're blue. That means the Democrats are winning in those counties, but the president's vote in these counties is below where it was. You see the Trump vote here by more than 5 points from where he was 4 years ago. And again, it's one county. It's not a lot of people, but in a state that is so close, that could come down to several thousand votes. 2000, it was 537 votes. It's one of the things you look at. So you pull that out here. And so right now, this is, if you look at this, actually, we expect the president to underperform in the suburbs. At the moment, we're not seeing it in dramatic ways. We'll watch this as more votes come in. And so where is Biden underperforming? Where is Biden underperforming Clinton? And you see it right there. That's what we were just talking about. If you come back in here, this will slide over in a minute. Underperforming. This doesn't count yet because the vote is very preliminary. Let me just check on this one. Also very preliminary there. So this we're waiting on. Don't focus on
Where's
that.
Biden over?
But look at this here. You see this. This is right now a warning sign in the Biden campaign headquarters for that. And so then you want to look at where are they overperforming. So let's do Biden first. Let's turn this one off and bring this one up. And he's overperforming again. These are Republican counties. The red counties are voting Republican at the moment. But you see Joe Biden at 41% here. You go back to Hillary Clinton, he's only at 36%. There are some places, and again, this can matter if you get down to a race settled by a couple thousand, 5,000, 10,000 votes. It's performance like this that matters when you go through and match it up. There's not a lot of it, given how big Florida is. He's out. Let's see, he's outperforming Clinton here. Leon County is Tallahassee, but again, this is very preliminary. So let's not go to the bank on this. There's not many votes in there just yet. But it's one of the things you look at as we study it throughout.
Where's Trump overperforming?
Let's take a peek at that as well. We're in the neighborhood. Let's do it. Where's the president outperforming himself? Again, right now in Miami-Dade matters. These other places, the votes are very preliminary. Let's see if we have many votes in here. 37% here. That helps. It helps in these smaller places. Not a ton of votes, but it helps. Same thing, about 40% of the vote here. But again, this is where it matters right here. If you're looking at Florida right now, it's a roller coaster. We're going to go through this several times. Lead switches are not at all uncommon. But this is the number one county, number one basket of votes in the county, in the state. I mean, 13% of the statewide vote. Right now, it's blue for Joe Biden, but those numbers, if you're in the Trump campaign headquarters, that puts you in play, but you've got a lot more business to do.
Do we know Miami-Dade if those numbers are today voting or early voting?
I was told a few moments ago that most of this so far is in-person early voting. So we're still waiting for them to count mail-in votes. We're still waiting for more of today's turnout, election day turnout. This is in-person early voting. So far, we'll keep counting.
Here's a look at the key races as we count down to polls closing at 8 p.m. Eastern.
A great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
I had this idea of the perfect life.
Oh, yeah. Things are going quite tougher, huh?
So what do you guys think? So that's how the election going, yeah?
Yeah, it's growing that way. Yeah, this is very good analysis that the CNN commentators are doing. It's really showing and putting people on the track, comparing what has happened 4 years ago and what they're expecting today. They came back. Okay, let's listen to them.
To 49.1% is close in Florida. 29 electoral votes, 5% of the estimated vote. In Georgia is in. Biden is ahead there by 4,200 votes, 50.4% to 48.6%. Only 3% of the estimated vote in New Hampshire is in. Biden is ahead there by some 3,000 votes, 56.6% to 42.7%. In Virginia, 8% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead, 50.2% to 48.1%. He's up by almost 8,000 votes in Virginia. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. Lots of excitement going on. So far, we're seeing some blue in Florida and Georgia. And the question is that going to hold?
That is the question. Is it going to hold? You see red in Virginia. We don't expect that to hold, but we'll count the votes. They're early in all these places. We also see this. Donald Trump had an early lead in the popular vote. He still does, but Joe Biden is starting to close in on that as well. One of the questions tonight, that's not how we pick a president, but Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. And if Joe Biden can stretch that lead out, it should help him in the Electoral College. But we'll watch those numbers as well. But we go state by state. That's how we pick presidents. And Florida has 20.
Hello, Shaddai Medin. Can you hear us?
So
Welcome to
it is one of the
State
biggest
Media.
prizes on the map, and it is always a battleground state. And again, Biden on top right now, 50.6 to 48.4. In Florida, they call that a blowout. It's about a 1.5 points. But that's what it's. So we got a long way to go still. And again, three big parts of the state. Democrats need the votes here. This is where close elections are settled.
Hello, Shaddai. Can you hear us?
And again, you see some trouble signs for both candidates. So we're still going to watch the votes. We have 72% of the estimated vote. We'll watch as it plays out. Why do I say trouble signs for both candidates? Let me start up here in the northern part of the state, Duval County. Very close. Joe Biden on top, 52 to 47. If you round it, 5 points there. That's about shy of 40,000 votes there. But again, if you go back in time, President Trump carried this. Not by a lot, but in a state that is so close, the small margins in the big counties. This is the seventh largest of the 67 counties. So you're looking for the bigger counties where the votes are to see what the margins are. Let's just check over here, Leon County in Tallahassee. That's 2016. You come up here, Joe Biden, but very early. very early in a place. We expect him to win. The state capitol, government workers, unions, we expect him to win. So let's come down here again. This has been holding steady for a while. And again, this would be the biggest danger sign for the Biden campaign in their war room right now, and the most encouraging sign for the Trump campaign in its war room right now. Miami-Dade is the largest county in the state by population. You get about 13.5% of the vote, depending on how the turnout goes right there. And you see, 54-45. In most states, you'd think that's a good win, but not in the state of Florida because it's so complicated and big. The Democrats need a bigger margin here. Again, the Clinton comparison, 64%, 624,000 votes. She lost the state, remember. She ran it up in Miami-Dade. The Clinton campaign was happy with this. They thought they did a pretty good job there, but she lost the state. You see the 624,000 for Hillary Clinton. Joe Biden running below that total right now. We have more votes to come in, and we'll see, and we know turnout was up. Most of this, not all of it, most of this is people who voted in person early. So we're waiting for the election day vote. Republicans think that's where they do best. It's the Democratic area. Let's see. That's why the Democrats sent Barack Obama down here twice to try to turn people out to vote in the end. The former president tried to get African Americans and others to turn out. And so now you pull it out and you see the state is starting to fill in. And again, Florida doing a good job counting quickly. Let's just walk up the coast first. Broward County, this is what Biden needs to do here. Again, you want to run it up here. The president's going to win the smaller rural counties. So the Democrats need to run it up. It's the second largest county, just shy of 10% of the vote here. And then Palm Beach County. This is what the Democrats need to do and what Joe Biden is doing right now. Just for comparison, 60.2, 57% when you round up. So a little bit better here. Not as many people here, so it's hard to make up what you're missing in Miami-Dade, but you take everything you can get as you try to go through it. And then this is the key part of the state, the western part, southwestern part of the state, Naples and surrounding, critical for the president. These votes are starting to come in. 61, focus on the 61 or round it up to 62. And then remember the 120,000. You go back 4 years ago, 105,000 and 62. So the president's got about the same percentage and more people are voting. More people are voting in this election. Turnout there. Hillary Clinton gets 61,000 votes there. Joe Biden getting more votes, more votes because of the increased turnout this year, which is a good thing in every state. The more people who play, the better for our democracy. But so then you want to come up here, and again, Orlando. Earlier I said it didn't matter. This was red. It was early. We only had a couple hundred votes. Big chunk of votes has come in here. Joe Biden at 64, the president at 35, 341,000 votes. Let's go back and take a look again. So Joe Biden has already passed Hillary Clinton's vote total, 60% there, 64% there. That's how you win a close race in Florida. Doesn't mean it's enough, especially if you have to offset Miami-Dade. But the Orange County here, you think of it as Orlando. This is more and more by the day suburban, more and more Latino, more and more college educated, more and more complicated. And this has been very hard hit by the economy.
Look at this, 75% of the vote in Florida is now in, and Biden has a lead of 142,000 votes. Step back for a moment, John. Explain to our viewers why we're spending so much time looking at Florida. Yes,
let's say you won Arizona. Right? Joe Biden could win the presidency without winning Pennsylvania, without winning Michigan, without winning Wisconsin, without winning Georgia. All places where in these three, he leads. Here, he's certainly competitive. Some polls show him ahead, some polls show him a little behind. So that is why 29 matters. I mean, the only thing on the board tonight with more significance is potentially Texas. Democrats think they may have a chance in Texas. But if you take these 29 away from the president of the United States, mathematically, can I find a path to Trump victory? If you want to say that Trump's going to win California, or if you say Trump's going to win all three of these, so it doesn't absolute, but that's essential. We're trying to be conservative. We're trying to be cautious. Trying to be fair to the president. If the president of the United States loses Florida, his path to re-election is essentially gone.
And right now it's very close in Florida. 79% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 83,500 votes right now, 50% to 49.1%. More make or break states are on the line at the top of the hour when the last polls closed in the battlegrounds of Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania. Will we be able to make any projections in the hour ahead? We're going to find out very soon. Stay with us. Go ahead.
Okay, guys. Thank you for watching. While CNN on break. So for those of you who are watching, thank you for tuning in. So Leg State Media will cover the election in America for all night. For those of you who are watching, please turn. If you want to join the show, you can click the link and come on up. So this is how we can do. While the CNN on the commercial break, so we can talk. And what do you guys think about the election? How thing going on? And what do you think? Who are you supporting? You supporting Trump? You supporting Joe Biden? And then we can discuss. We can debate back and forth. And then when CNN back up, then we pull it up and then listen to him. So this is how we can do the show throughout the night. Agar, what do you think about so far?
Yeah, we will still be waiting for tonight because there's a lot of border still. So some people are ahead, and then nobody knows because this thing is unknown always. So I will not be judgeable, but I will not say also I can guess Trump will win or Joe Biden will win, but it's accordingly to the election how it is going. So we will still wait for it. But now Joe seems like he's ahead. But we will still wait because there's something called unbelievable.
Right.
It can happen anytime.
Yeah, you're right. It's too early. It's too early to call it.
Yeah, it's too early to tell.
Yeah, so
Agar is right. It's too early to tell. And also for we who are outside of America, sometimes American politics and how they conduct their elections are far different from other democratic countries, how they conduct their elections.
Yeah.
I was not knowing that our democracy here in Australia is different from how America conduct their elections.
Totally different, yeah.
Yes, we are different.
The time when President Donald Trump running with Hillary Clinton, this is where I got surprised and I began to open my eyes properly to see how did things happen. There's a popular vote and there's another vote that will take you to White House. Hillary has been winning, like what we are seeing now. Popular vote for Joe Biden is really a big margin that put him ahead of Donald Trump. But I cannot just go to conclusion at this moment. I have to reserve. But hopefully, what I know so far, Donald Trump, how he has controlled the epidemics, has made some of his supporters, he gave them a U-turn. So there are popular, I think they said it's a contesting areas that is going to lose. If he lose Michigan,
but that is yours.
What are the people talking? Funny people, focus on your country. Yeah. Hey,
Okay,
what
let me
is
answer that, my brother. You
what
know,
is happening in Africa or what happening in other places? These people, they are killing us because of democracy. They say that the country, I mean, the leader who is leading that country is not a democratic elected president. You must go and all this stuff. This is loud from America. And that's why we are looking seriously to see what is happening. Let's see.
Hang on. We have a breaking news. So Bowman has
once again needed to win the presidency. We're only moments away
Bowman
from the
is
biggest
instead
wave of
of
in the presidential race. We're
Bowman
coming
is
down to the
belong
top
to
of the hour, 8
Peter
p.m.
Kent
Eastern. That's
from
when the
Bowman.
last polling places close.
So
where is
Florida,
Joe Biden win Bowman.
Massachusetts, Mississippi,
State.
Hampshire, New Jersey, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. Together, those contests have 172 electoral votes. That's a huge chunk of the 270 needed to win. Florida, New Hampshire, and Pennsylvania are the key battlegrounds we're watching in the coming hour. Joe Biden posing a strong challenge to the president of Florida and Pennsylvania, states seen as crucial for Mr. Trump's re-election chances. Let's get a key race alert right now. And let's start off in Florida right now. Florida, look at this. It's very close in Florida. Joe Biden has 49.6%. Trump has 49.5%. Biden is ahead by 9,200 votes. 9,200 votes. In Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Ohio, 18% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a lead, an impressive lead of 347,000 right now, 64.8% 4% to 34.5%.
Keep an eye on Ohio.
18 electoral votes.
Ohio is the state that determines who the president of the United States. Whoever wins Ohio is the next president of the United States. So keep an eye on that state.
Let's take a look right now. We've got Georgia right now, 7% of the estimated voters.
Sleepy Joe is
We will do that, but then we will do that.
In Virginia, 13% of the estimated voters in. Trump is ahead by about 80,000 votes, 55.6% to 42.6%. Let's go back to John King at the magic wall. We're watching these states very closely, including Ohio right now, which clearly is a major battleground.
Right, it's really interesting to watch. Florida's still Biden. We'll get there in a minute, very close. The president's leading, the popular vote is shrinking. We'll see how that plays out. But let's start with battleground Ohio. This is a state, Joe Biden went there Monday morning, right? He went there and people said, "Whoa, do you really want to be doing that? Do you have a chance in Ohio?" Well, let's see. The middle part of the state where you see all these counties and you see nothing, and most of that is going to come in red. You just know that, right? So the Democrats need to run it up in the urban areas. It would be Cleveland, Columbus, Cincinnati, Akron, Toledo, Youngstown. But if you come here, this is interesting to see from this regard. If you get in 2020 here, Joe Biden right now, Mahoning County, Youngstown, blue collar. This is where the president goes and says, I'm on your side. I am your voice. Trade deals. Joe Biden getting 62%, about halfway in the count. So we'll see if it stays this way. But 62%, you go back in time, Hillary Clinton just barely won this. So this is one of the tests, right? Can Joe Biden, one of the things he says he can do is that unlike Hillary Clinton, he can win Trump voters. He can win blue collar, traditional Democrats who left the party to go for Donald Trump. We'll see if that holds up here as you come to 2020. That's a big deal. Even if Joe Biden loses in Ohio, that's a big deal when we move over to Pennsylvania. It's a big deal in Wisconsin. It's a big deal in Michigan. Ohio, and more Republican
I'm from
states
Michigan,
than any
guys.
of those three that I just mentioned. So you're looking up here, challenge number one for the Democrats. You want to win a state as competitive as Ohio that leans a little bit Republican. You got to run it up. Cuyahoga County, Cleveland, only about 40% of the vote in, a ways to go, 75 to 24. I'll go back and take a look. 66% for Hillary Clinton. That's a good sign. You have to see if it holds. If you're in the Biden war room, you're looking at that, and that's a good sign. An even better sign, or at least an even better add-on for Joe Biden, this is your base. This has to be your foundation, largest county in the state. It's about 11% of the vote when you're all done. But you move out here to the suburbs. This is the battle for the American presidency. Close races are decided in the suburbs. Lake County, Joe Biden ahead, 51 to 48. It's close, but you go back in time. This was Trump country 4 years ago. Donald Trump narrowly carried the suburbs in 2016. That's why he's president of the United States. That's why he's president of the United States. It's part of the coalition Trump put together in 2016 as he won Ohio rather comfortably. If Joe Biden can hold Lake County, hold the suburbs to the west of Cleveland, that's part of the building blocks. At least get you close. Now, as you see, as we go through this, some more of the middle of the state is filling in. These are smaller counties. There's not a lot of people here, but let's pop them out. This is where the president runs it up, right? He doubles your vote, essentially. And so the challenge for Biden, if that fills in, and we'll watch turnout, we'll see if the Trump voters come out in those places, is he has to, in all of the urban centers, Franklin County, that's a good number. It's not just Columbus. Huge suburbs around it. Columbus has been Democratic a long time. The suburbs used to be more Republican, so you get a more competitive county. You see that right? That's about half of the vote.
Dinka Victoria.
You come back.
Ohio got
61% for Hillary Clinton.
18 electoral college vote.
Those are the building blocks for Joe Biden. Win in the cities. A lot of that's the Democratic base. In Columbus, it's the capital of the state. It's unions. It's African Americans. It's turnout. But then when you get out here, away from it, you have to win the suburbs, and that has been the challenge. President Trump has lost the suburbs. Let's come down here to Hamilton County. Used to be a Republican county. It's becoming more of a more of a Democratic county. We have no votes there yet. You saw how Hillary Clinton carried it. It's also a House district in the Cincinnati suburbs as well.
If there is a question that USA, you should be answering
right now. Let's take a look.
Australia,
81% of the estimated vote is in only a 2,000 vote separation.
No idea what is happening in Iowa. It's one of the swing states.
Yeah, so let me answer that question very quick. Guys, Ohio is one of the states that whoever wins Ohio is the next president of the United States. It's a state that determines the presidency. So Ohio got 18 electoral college vote. So that's what I want to know. We want to let brother Dinka Victoria, so I answer your question. So Billy Luke, join the show, my brother. Okay, let's go back.
All right.
So far, the biggest warning sign. And again, every election is different. So you're not performing, if you're Joe Biden, you're not performing as well here as Hillary Clinton did, as well as Barack Obama did when he carried the state. That's not necessarily fatal. It's not good. And then you got to make it up somewhere else. If you're not getting it here, you got to get it somewhere else. 54 to 46, if you round them up. Again, you go back in time. This is the largest county in the state. There are more people here voting than anywhere in the state. Hillary Clinton thought she did the job here 4 years ago. 64%, 624,000 votes. Joe Biden right now, 560,000 votes, only 54%. So that's a problem. It's a warning sign in the Biden campaign. Not insurmountable.
Yep. Look at Billy. Look at Sunday John. You guys are right.
County. Miami-Dade's number one. This is number. Yeah, this is the second largest county. You're at 66 with 562,000 votes. You go back and look at it. So you're running ahead of Hillary Clinton if you're Joe Biden in the count. In the count, turnout is up this time. Turnout is up this time. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's enough, but you're running ahead there. And then you come up here to Palm Beach County.
The third largest.
Get it to come up. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 1, 2, and 3 are right there. 58 to 41. If you look at it there, 391,000 votes. Joe Biden, again, exceeding her total, and right now at the moment, exceeding her percentage. So that's a good thing there. So those 1, 2, and 3 are right here along the coast. And then you come up from here. Here's where you find number 4. That's Hillsborough. That's Tampa. It's Tampa and the suburbs around it. Again, I just said this in Ohio, and I'll say it again here. The suburbs decide close presidential elections. President Trump narrowly won them 4 years ago. He's been losing them since. Nancy Pelosi is speaker because of the suburban revolt against Donald Trump. The question is, does it continue from 2018 into 2020 in places like this? 53%. You see that's about, you see 300, 350, 52,000 votes, right? In a place like Florida, if you're not doing as well as you want in Miami-Dade, you got to run it up somewhere else. There's some votes there for you. Much closer. Well, 45, 42. And then you come over here. This 4 years ago, it's a big victory for Donald Trump to turn this county. Democrats got swamped in election day turnout. At the moment, they're holding this 91% in. Again, not by much, 49.6 to 49.0. The question, that's a little bit of math. 3,000 votes. You take everything you can in a state like this, you get the votes. So then you come up here, and now we're waiting, right? The Panhandle, this is the later time zone. We're waiting for votes out there. If you come through here, just want to show you, the president runs it up in these smaller counties. There's not a lot of people. But 6,000 votes to 2,000 votes, that's 4,000 votes in the bank to offset the Democratic advantages elsewhere. That's what the president did 4 years ago. It looks like he's doing it in some of these places again. The issue is, as you get to the more populated counties, let's see if we have much votes. Earlier, we didn't have many votes. We still don't. This is a plus for Joe Biden. We don't have many votes out of Leon County yet, but that's Tallahassee. And then you move over here, watching this all night to see if it switches. Duval County, again, sorry for the broken record, the suburbs, Jacksonville and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden at 51, the president at 47. If you go back in time, Donald Trump carries Florida 4 years ago narrowly, in part because he won the suburbs narrowly there. So, Wolf, as we watch this play out, I just want to come out to statewide and look. The president of the United States, 2,994 votes ahead in a state that has cast more than 9 million ballots.
Incredibly close in Florida right now. Voting is about to end in 16 states and the District of Columbia. The biggest round of poll closings tonight, a whopping 172 electoral votes are at stake in the next hour. We got some CNN projections right now. Let's start in Massachusetts. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Massachusetts, will win its 11 electoral votes. CNN projects Joe Biden will win the state of Maryland and win its 10 electoral votes. Another win for Biden in Maryland. Joe Biden will win his home state of Delaware with 3 electoral votes, a win in Delaware for Biden. And Joe Biden will win the District of Columbia, which has 3 electoral votes as well. Trump, we have a projection for Trump right now as well. Oklahoma, CNN projects that Donald Trump will win the state of Oklahoma with 7 electoral votes. That goes to Trump. Right now, we cannot make projections in these states. Take a look. Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maine, Mississippi, Missouri, and New Hampshire. Also, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, and Tennessee. We cannot make projections in those states. Let's take a look at the Electoral College count as it stands right now. Biden has 30 electoral college votes. Trump has 18. Remember, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Biden is leading in these states right now. In Ohio, that's a key battleground. 28% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead by almost 370,000 votes, 59.7% to 39.1%, 18 electoral votes. Biden is also ahead in Georgia right now. 10% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is up. It's very close by about 5,300 votes, 50% to 49% in Georgia. A tight battle underway. In New Hampshire right now, only 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead there by about 6,700 votes, 57.3% to 41.9% for electoral votes in New Hampshire. Trump is ahead in these two states. Let's take a look right now. Right now, Trump is ahead in Florida. 82% of the estimated vote in Florida is in, but he's ahead by about 11,000 votes. Look at how close it is in Florida right now, 49.6% to 49.4%. A tight battle in Florida underway right now. Trump is ahead in Virginia right now. 18% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 151,000 vote lead over Biden, 58% to 40.1%. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. We're looking at these states right now, but let's take a look at the big picture first, John. Give us a sense of what we're seeing.
Texas is blue. Look at that. Florida is blue. Look at that. South Carolina is blue. Look at that.
Oh, wow.
Georgia is blue. Ohio is blue. West Virginia is blue.
Wow.
Again, if you're a Democrat at home, pick up your phone.
I'm about to celebrate.
This is a map you love.
Two headed celebrate, guys.
That way. But we'll see how many do.
So two headed celebrate,
Democrats
guys.
think it's in play. West Virginia, I would be.
I can see you celebrating already. You are celebrating already.
Just cool down a little bit.
Places in states that have been red
Explain
for a
Texas
long
what's
time
going
ago.
on now.
Well, I don't think we're going to have a lot of vote there, and we don't. See, so that's why we have 700,000, 1.1 million votes. Joe Biden's ahead because of this, though. Again, I'm going to say this repeatedly throughout the night. This is part of the changing Texas. Dallas and the suburbs around it flipped a House seat there 2 years ago. 81%.
Texas is the hometown of
66%.
I want to just point out a lot of this vote in Texas is early voting, which we anticipated would
early
be.
vote. It's early vote. Yeah, a lot.
Yeah, the cowboy.
We're early. I mean, this is again a lot of early votes here. So,
yeah, and also, guys, to let you guys know, Texas is a Republican state.
Yeah, this is where George W. Bush come from, family.
Yes, so it's really hard. Democrat never win that state. So if we Democrat win that state, it will be a big blow, guys. All right, let's go ahead, guys. For those of you who are watching, thanks for watching. Share the video, and also if you want to join us, come on in. Click the link and come on in. So whenever we are CNN on commercial break. And then we start talking and discuss, okay? Come on up. So let me go back to CNN.
We know about what we're getting, but it makes for an interesting and somewhat unpredictable night. Now, that doesn't mean we won't be watching votes in Texas to see how competitive it is. Democrats do believe it will be a lot more competitive. Will it end the night blue? Stay with us. Brew some coffee.
Look at the popular vote.
And guys, let you guys know, right now, Electoral College vote is 10. Biden is 30 and President Trump is 18
million votes. 4 years ago, the expectation is that Joe Biden will win the popular vote this time, but we have to see, and we're going to watch it as it plays out. So let's come back to the states where we know. Florida, I want to just start here because it has been a seesaw back and forth all night long. Donald Trump ahead right now by 22,170 votes in a state where we're approaching 10 million votes cast. We're just shy of that. That is a tiny lead, 49.6 to 49.4. And if you're looking at it, we're still waiting. You're starting to see the Panhandle, Pensacola filling in here. It's Escambia County. This is the Panhandle. This is where President Trump gets his votes. We're going to watch this play out. 22,000 votes, Wolf. Florida, we're still counting, and some others as well.
All right, we have another projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Kentucky.
Yeah.
He'll win Kentucky with its 8 electoral votes. That's a win for Trump in Kentucky over Biden. This is where it stands right now. The race is 270. Biden has 30. Trump has 26. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are 5 battleground states right now where Biden is ahead. Let's start with Pennsylvania right now. Only less than 1% of the vote is in, but Biden is ahead by nearly 40,000 votes, 79.9% to 18.8% for Trump. In Texas right now, 10% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 226,000 votes, 58.7% to 40% for Trump. Let's go to Georgia right now. 10% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. only 453 vote lead for Biden over Trump, 49.5% to 49.5%. In Ohio, almost a third of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by 348,000 votes, 58.5% to 40.4% for Trump in Ohio. In New Hampshire, right now, 5% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by about 6,700 votes, 57.1% to 42.2% in New Hampshire right now. We got some more states right now. Trump is ahead in these states right now, beginning in Florida. 86% of the estimated vote is in. Trump is ahead by some 65,000 votes, 49.8% to 49.2%. Very, very close in Florida, 29 electoral votes. In Virginia, 1/4 of the vote is now in. Still ahead in the Commonwealth of Virginia by more than 250,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.3% in Virginia. All these races so significant. John King, you're looking at all this as closely as anyone is looking at it. What do you see?
I see some unpredictability. I see a lot of swings back and forth. And again, that's the nature of the night. We need to remind everybody, you had early mail-in voting, early in-person voting, and election day voting. 3 different challenges for every state, every county in America, and every election agency as they pull all this together. And some states are doing it. Some states are doing it different ways, even within the same state. So you see states that are blue, like a South Carolina. We're looking at it right now. It's only 5% of the statewide reporting. If it ends up that way, that's dramatic breaking news. We just don't expect it. We need you to be patient at home. We just need you to remember, different states are doing things in different ways. West Virginia is blue at the moment. Early votes, we know Democrats disproportionately wanted to vote early by mail. So when states are counting those first, you're going to see blue in some places that are traditionally red. It's okay. They're votes. They're real. They're real. They're just not complete. It's just not contextual. We just don't have everything. And so again, you see it in Texas here. It looks big and blue on the map. When you zoom in on the state, it's not much, right? We don't have much yet. Small county here, small county here. The most significant vote center here is Dallas. So Joe Biden is leading in the state of Texas right now because we have some votes out of Dallas. I just want to remind you the history here, though. That alone doesn't mean Joe Biden is not competitive in Texas tonight. We're going to be at this for a few hours, but one little blue spot there is not enough to overcome what usually happens in Texas, which is this. So strap in at home, brew extra coffee. We're going to have to go through all this as we do it. But we'll watch it. Those are real votes. Those are all real votes. Everything you see on this map are real votes. It's just we get them in different orders. And calmly walk through it. In the states where right now, about a third of the vote. That's significant. That means Joe Biden. We don't know if he's going to win Ohio, but we know he's competitive in Ohio. And we know that Donald Trump, right now, Joe Biden is ahead 57 to 42. We know that Donald Trump won Ohio pretty comfortably 4 years ago. So again, win or lose Ohio, there's a lesson in this that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton in these industrial states. And this would be a big one. No Republican has won the presidency in modern times without winning Ohio. So that Joe Biden is competitive here is a source of angst. Right?
26 now.
Now they know more about this, and they know that these small grays are going to fill in, but more of these small grays are going to fill in red. But more just in the last few minutes, and Joe Biden's still a lead. This is what I mean. This is what Donald Trump does in small town America. 78%, right? 62 to 1,600. Not a ton of votes, but if you do it here and here and here, and you start running it up, that's what happens, right? Especially in the ones where you're getting 70s and more. You come over here and you come over here. You're getting 68, 70%. You start to run up the votes. But Democrats, Joe Biden in the Biden campaign, number one, this is a must. Democrats always win Cuyahoga County, but look how much he's winning it by. About 4, again, we've been waiting for a while. We're at 42% here. And we'll see if it evens out. You have Cleveland, African-American turnout in the city, and then the suburbs around it. The encouraging part at this moment, and we'll see if it sticks, is not just that Cuyahoga County, Cleveland is blue, but that Lake County to the northeast is blue, suburban Cleveland right there, close, but still you're getting in the suburbs, and then you move over here to Lorain County as well. You go back in time here, you see Hillary Clinton carries this, but it's essentially a split, right? 47, a split there. Joe Biden right now on top by a more significant margin. These are the suburbs. There are more people. The 9th largest county. There's 88 in the state of Ohio. This is also encouraging to the Biden campaign when you come over here. Not just that you're winning. Democrats are supposed to win here. But again, with about half the vote counted, we'll see if it changes. Again, you get early votes. You get in-person voting. They come in different ways. Sometimes you get a big dump and it changes everything. But 62% right there, you come back pretty close split in this county. This is blue collar. Work with your hands. America, it used to be reliable Democratic votes. This is where Trump cut in deeply to the Democratic Party right here. So now you come out here, we're going to watch Ohio come back to 2020. It's a great race. This tells you, no matter how this ends, this tells you that this is a very different campaign than we had 4 years ago, and that Joe Biden is more competitive than Hillary Clinton. You see Michigan votes, you see Pennsylvania votes. That's it right there. Joe Biden can be president if he just changes what happened 4 years ago in the industrial Midwest, but it's everywhere. He's in play everywhere. Let's pull up the red down here. 117,000, I'm sorry, Trump vote lead right now, 50% to 49%. If you round up there, and we're starting to get the panhandle, right? So you come all the way to the west, Escambia County, Pensacola, 53, so 54 to 44. You go back in time, that's a little, Trump's underperforming a little bit there percentage-wise, 88,000 votes, 69,000 votes. So that could be significant. This is the most populous county here along the panhandle right here. You keep an eye on that. It's red for Trump as it should be. But remember, Joe Biden is underperforming in Miami-Dade, or at least he was. We'll check on it in a minute. If you're underperforming places, you need to do better elsewhere. Could be some votes there to be made up there. And you start moving across the panhandle. And again, this is what the president does in smaller counties. And this one's a medium-sized county. It's 30, it's in the middle of Florida. 67 counties in Florida. This one's 30th. You keep coming across. This is what the president does. And you rack up the votes here. And if you pull it out into context, there are a lot of them, right? So you come across here. This is Alabama. This is Georgia. This part of Florida votes like the South, except for the cities. Now, we were waiting earlier for Leon County. This is Tallahassee, the state capital, the suburbs around it. You see blue right here, 63% for Biden.
New York, not
60%,
yet.
You might say that's not a big deal. In a state as tight as Florida, those little margins, if you can perform, again, especially if you're struggling in one place, you have to overperform somewhere else. So you see, you're watching that play out there. Again, though, the president's still 112, 113,000 if you round them up. Earlier, I was talking about, this is 2016. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the 2016 map. This is Duval County here. It was red 4 years ago. It is blue right now. You come back up. I'm looking at the 2016 total, thinking it was this year's total, because that's the way it always is in Florida. It's that close. 10 million votes about to be cast. We're really close to 10 million votes, and 131,000 separates them right now. But Duval County is still blue for the Democrats, 51 to 47. That's the suburbs. Donald Trump makes it up in the rural areas. And then we're going to come across here. I just want to see where the margins are. One of the things you get at this point, Florida's returning so quickly, you're starting to figure out what's still out. Where can you find more votes? If you're going to make up 100,000, which is the lead right now, where can you get it? Or Orange County, growing, a lot of votes here, but about 93% of the estimate in. We'll see what the numbers are. We'll see what more votes come in. 383,000 here for Joe Biden right now, 329. So there's 50,000 votes. He's running ahead of Hillary Clinton, 50,000 plus from 4 years ago. The turnout's up everywhere, though. So the president's numbers are up, too. You're going county by county in the campaign war room. This is significant as you come across. Again, Hillsborough County, Tampa in the suburbs, Pinellas County, St. Pete and the suburbs along the coast. This was blue. I mean, this was red 4 years ago. Very close, 49.2, 49.5, 49.2, 2,000 votes. 2,000 votes there. 2,000 votes matter in a close state. And again, I want to do this again in reverse order this time. Palm Beach County, almost all counted. 56 for Joe Biden, come back in time. 56 for Hillary Clinton, so you're matching it up. Might not be good enough. Hillary Clinton lost the state. Come back to 2020. You come down here, 66%, second largest population center, second largest county in terms of people in Florida, 66. Come back in time, 66. You're essentially matching what happened 4 years ago. The vote count, 553, 562. Turnout's up a little bit, but you're essentially matching the percentages there. And then you move down here, and this is the trouble sign. Again, we're not done. We're not done counting in Florida. Joe Biden can make it up somewhere else. But 54% Miami-Dade, 579 to 486,000. If you look at it there, number one, this is your biggest county in Florida. This is where the most votes are. We'll wait for more. But Hillary Clinton won this in a landslide. She walked out of here, 624 to 333. Hillary Clinton built up a huge lead in Miami-Dade, and she still lost the state. So Joe Biden is they're looking at that in Biden campaign headquarters, wondering what's left. We'll see what else comes in. You can make it up. It's a big population center. A lot of votes can come in. You can change the math, but you're not going to get back to that percentage. Again, 63% there, 54% there. If Joe Biden loses Florida narrowly tonight, this will be why. But we're not done yet. We're not done counting yet. You come back out, although that lead now 163,000. Just in the course of this conversation, President Trump has stretched it out. He stretched it out as it starts to fill in here, and as we get more of the votes here. This is what he does. And again, this is the Trump coalition. These smaller places, not a ton of people live here, but the president's above 80% in these places. He racks it up. 163,000 Wolf, 574 votes, 10 million now. We are past 10 million votes in the state of Florida. remarkably close, 50.3 to 49 if you round that up.
89% of the estimated vote in Florida has already reported. We're standing by for the first results from Arkansas just minutes from now, as well as the second biggest round of poll closings right at the top of the hour. That's when a slew of battleground states are on the line: Arizona, Colorado, Minnesota, and Texas, as well as Michigan and Wisconsin. The next hour could go a long way toward deciding who ultimately wins the White House.
Now it's 30 to 26. Different scoreboard.
Brought to you by Noom. Noom is based in psychology for lasting health and weight loss results.
For a while.
Okay, what do you guys think so far?
Yeah, things are going well.
No, things are not going well. It's getting complicated.
Yeah, it's complicated, but it's still going well. That's how election is. It's going up and down until when we reach. There are some states that I'm really cautious. This is where we can start to be fearful or make some decision from there to talk. And they are not yet aired out. Let's wait for those swinging states.
That's right.
Yeah. What do you guys think about Florida?
Florida, it seems like Trump has won that one.
Yeah, you know, Florida is the hometown of Donald Trump. Our audience know. Secondly, too, Florida is mostly the governor of Florida is a Republican, and Florida mostly is always going toward the Republican. So, for those of you who are watching who are not living in America, so here are our state are divided. There are blue state and there are red state.
The red, yeah.
Those red states they mostly go to Republican. Blue states are Democrat. So, but there are swing state. That's what determines the election. Swing state they can go either Republican or Democrat. So those swing states, those swing states are the. We need to focus on those three. Okay, guys, let me come back up. We have projection here.
In Tennessee, here's where the race to 270 electoral votes stands right now. Trump is now on top. He has 37 electoral votes. Biden has 30 electoral votes. Remember, once again, 270 needed to win the White House. Let's get a key race alert, see where things stand in several of the critically important battleground states. In Ohio right now, 42% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead of Trump by some 312,000 votes. 55.3% to 43.5% for Trump in Ohio. In Pennsylvania, only 3% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden has a 143,000 vote lead over Trump, 82.2% to 60.9% in Pennsylvania. In Michigan right now, very, very early, less than 1% of the vote is in. Biden is ahead by some 10,000 votes, 58.9% to 39.7% in Michigan right now. Let's go back to John King at the Magic Wall. He's a busy guy tonight. Got a lot going on. You got to look at all these battleground states and give us a sense of the latest.
It's a lot of fun. Joe Biden leads in the popular vote. If you care about that at home, I know some people out there aren't fans of the Electoral College. We see 12 million, to 12.4 million there. North Carolina starting to come in. It's shaded blue right now. Again, one of those states Donald Trump has to win to recreate his path from 2016. He doesn't have to win them all, but North Carolina is a big one. You see 56 if you round up to 43 right now. About half of the vote says 55%. So what are you looking at here? Number one, you start here, Charlotte, Mecklenburg County. This is the biggest area of the state. And look at that number. Look at that number. About 84% of the estimated vote in. Again, on a night like this, sometimes that swings a little bit because we have mail-in, in-person early, and then election day votes. But to go back in time and look, everywhere we're looking here, right? Is Joe Biden overperforming Hillary Clinton in the cities and the suburbs around them? That's what's happening right here in Charlotte, the suburbs right now, biggest part of the state. 63% for Secretary Clinton 4 years ago, 69% if you round for Joe Biden. So that's a big building block to keeping North Carolina more competitive. Remember, Obama for 2008, record African-American turnout, back to Mitt Romney in 2012, to President Trump in 2016. You start in Mecklenburg, and then you come up here to Wake County. This is Raleigh, again, one of the fastest growing areas of the state. It's changing. It's diverse. There are new voters here. They tend to be college educated, younger voters as well. There's a lot of diversity, not Donald Trump's vote. The new vote here is not Donald Trump's vote. 65, 66%. If you round it up to 33%, again, it's the second largest county in the state. It's about 10% of the state's voting population, 58% for Secretary Clinton, 66% for Joe Biden. So overperforming here, you just move over. This is the research triangle. Again, college-educated voters, suburbs turned away from President Trump during his presidency, 82% right now in Durham County here. Look at that. That's a big number, 82%. You go back in time, 79%. So you think that's only a little bit on the margins in a close state. That's what matters. Because again, this is another one of these states, and we see this all across America. We're watching it play out in Florida. We're going to watch it play out in Georgia. We'll see it in Central Ohio. The president runs it up in the small town, 67% here. He had a rally here just the other day. This will be interesting to watch. There are Trump super counties, if you will, around the country. The president went to certain places to do his rallies because he knew he was losing in the early voting. And they were all designed to turn people out. So you want to watch this here. 67% Trump Clinton, right? Cobb County, let's come back here to go see where we are. It's about the same, right? Is that enough? 45,000 votes now and some change. 48,000 4 years ago. That could be a key test. We'll watch this play out. That's 75%. Let's watch. The president had a deliberate travel plan. He went to certain places where they knew that their voters are, where they thought they could turn, at least match 2016, hopefully exceed 2016. So let's watch this when we get closer to the final. He was there for just a rally the other night. You pull it back out. Again, if you're the Democrats, you got to run it up in the cities. Asheville, suburbs around it, 63% now, 55%, 56% if you round up 4 years ago. Those are the building blocks. Go to the places where your candidate did well 4 years ago, but grow and build, especially in places where the population is changing like it is in North Carolina. Let's pull back out again and just take a look. Just want to wander through all this. You come down to the coast here in Wilmington. Not as big. It's the nine of 100 counties in terms of the population, but you're down along the coast here. This is where you find Republicans in the suburbs, right? 52% to 47% is where we have it right now. Donald Trump carried this county with 50%. Again, it's 3 or 4 point swing. You think that's not a huge deal. It is when you're 55,000 votes for the president 4 years ago, 52,000 votes now in a very close state. 2,000 or 3,000 votes could matter. The Democrat getting 58 plus for Joe Biden there compared to 50. So 8,000 votes. 8,000 votes can make a difference in a close state when you're racking them up. Now turnout is up everywhere. So everything you're not making a direct comparison. We have to be careful about that. Let's come in here to Fayetteville. Both campaigns spent a lot of time here. The president had a rally here as well. Senator Harris was here. 60% for Joe Biden, 38% for the president. Let's go back in time. 57%. Again, Joe Biden overperforming. Let's actually pull that out and see if we can see how significant the overperforming is as we come into the thing. Let's see where he's overperforming here. Oh, sorry, I'm in the wrong map. Thank you. Let me come back out here. Back out, and we hit where is he overperforming, right? And so he's overperforming. If you see these counties where he's overperforming, where the two biggest places for a Democrat, for anybody, but for a Democrat in North Carolina, they are Mecklenburg County and they are Wake County. And you see here, he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points here, the biggest, most populous county in the state. That's the building block of a smart campaign. Then you come over here to Wake County, second largest county in the state. Again, changing population. You know what happened in the suburbs during the 4 years of Donald Trump. This is where you go. You turn out your African-American base. You try to get young people on those college campuses. Here in the research triangle, a lot of new voters with college degrees, professionals in the suburbs. That's what you try to do. And you see Joe Biden, and you come out here. This is significant as well. These are counties President Trump is going to win. But Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton by 5 percentage points or more. What's that mean? Shrinking the president's margins in these smaller places where the president tends to run it up. You shrink the president's margins there. You expand your margin in a place like this. Let's check in on Winston-Salem as well. I don't want it to feel forgotten. Important to the Democrats here. Again, 59%, just shy of 100,000 votes for Joe Biden. That's 5,000 votes. 5,000 votes matters in a close state when you're coming through. So you come back to 2020 here. We're not done in North Carolina. I'm not saying by any means we're done. We're going to keep counting votes, but let's turn this off and look at the entire state. 54 to 48. That's a nice lead for the former vice president right there. 60% in. You know, in a lot of these places here, the president's going to get his votes. But if you're the Democrats and you look at the early North Carolina map, you are encouraged, especially when you compare in the suburbs and in the cities? Did you turn out the Democratic base? Did you make inroads in the suburbs? That's what that looks like so far. We got a ways to go. And I say when we have a ways to go, we're looking at a South Carolina right now that is blue, which reminds us, go slow, be cautious. Don't think anything we see now is absolutely definitive about what's going to end up. However, this just some red states are going to be closer does tell you something. There's a competitive Senate race there.
What did you say, Isaac?
I'm saying PBS News is ahead of CNN.
Yeah, what did they say?
They said that how do you call it? Donald Trump is behind 55%. I mean 55 electoral and Biden has 85.
Yeah, that's because CNN is always going, and this is what our people need to know. CNN is one of the media that is accurate, is goes slow, even though it's behind. It's going state by state and break down all the county inside the state. So that's the reason why you see that. So Emmanuel Sunday, John, let me answer your question. So California is a blue state. It's always go to Democrat.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
In particular, seems to be so competitive. When 4 years ago, if anybody would have told us, watch Georgia, we would have said no. That's a very red state, and it seems to be really giving Donald Trump a run for his money. And it is, as we talked about, and which is similar in a lot of other battleground states, the changing demographics and the suburbs.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that we might see tonight a little bit of a distinction. I mean, when we talk about demographics, we often sort of talk about it in a way that where we're saying all demographics benefits the Democrats, but that's not always the case.
Mm-hmm.
In Florida, Joe Biden is struggling because he's struggling with Latino voters in Florida in particular, but we might see him benefiting from non-white voters coming out for him in places like Georgia, in places like Ohio, in places like North Carolina as well. So we'll see what happens, but it's not going to be necessarily an even story all across the map because of these different populations acting in different ways.
And you said non-white voters. I think the other thing that's interesting that we're seeing is that white voters, which, either college educated or not, you kind of think of more historically for Donald Trump, it seems to be changing, at least in the exit polls that we're seeing so far.
Well, there are in some of these states, it's a smaller percentage of voters that are white.
Yep.
And Donald Trump is not doing as well with them, even if he is winning them. And it's those different kinds of margins that will determine this election ultimately. And of course, there's also different kinds of Latino voters, for example. There's Latino voters who are largely Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida. And then there's Latino voters who are largely Mexican American in Arizona, and it's a very diverse group politically, in addition to where their ancestors are from. The other thing that's very interesting is how Biden is, even though he's doing worse with some of these groups, like Latino voters, he's doing better with suburban voters. We're seeing that across the board.
And I think this is where we need to put on our 2020 hats and allow 2020 to be what it is, which is that Biden may put together a coalition that is different than what we've seen from other Democrats, particularly Barack Obama, who was the last Democrat to win the White House. The Obama coalition was something fairly specific. It involved younger voters, involved a lot of Black voters, a lot of Hispanic voters. Joe Biden might need to do something different tonight. He might need to cobble together more older voters, more suburban women, more non-college educated men in order to win in some of the places he needs to win, like a Pennsylvania, in order to get to.
Which is exactly what the Biden campaign was telling me, and I'm sure both of you as well, coming into this, which is why they have felt better in the northern states, in the northern Midwestern states, because his coalition isn't the same as the guy who was the president when he was the vice president for 8 years. It's just different.
No, he's middle class Joe. That's what he calls himself.
Scrappy kid,
but they've got to perform. I mean, this is where the rubber meets the road. And I think when we talk about what's going on in Florida, this is where Democrats were not able to turn out their voters. They have to turn them out elsewhere on the map.
Of course, we're all still waiting for those big three Midwestern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much. We have another projection right now.
Yeah, the projection.
CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of West Virginia with its 5 electoral votes. Trump wins West Virginia, 5 electoral votes. Too early to call in the state of Arkansas, which has 6 electoral votes. So too early to call there. Let's take a look at the race for 270. Let's take a look at where it stands right now. Trump right now has 42 electoral college votes. Biden has 30. Once again, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. Here are some of the latest numbers. North Carolina right now, take a look at this. 62% of the estimated vote in North Carolina is in. That's a lot. Trump is losing to Biden right now by some 329,000 votes. Biden is ahead 53.9% to 44.9% in North Carolina. In the key battleground state of Ohio, 44% of the estimated vote is in. Biden is ahead there by an impressive 284,000 votes, 54.5% to Trump's 44.3%, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. In the key battleground state of Pennsylvania, only 6% of the estimated vote is in, but Biden is ahead by about almost 79,000 votes, 58.7% to 40.7%, 20 electoral votes in Pennsylvania. In Texas right now, almost half of the vote is in, 45%. Biden is ahead in Texas right now by 250,000 votes, 51.7% for Biden in Texas. Trump has 46.9%, a huge number of electoral.
Carolina is the full chopped barbecue platter with hush puppies. He needs to win this state. As one of his campaign people told us, George, they see North Carolina as their white flag state. If they lose this state early, that's a bad sign for what may come tonight.
He's got to win North Carolina. He's got to win Florida. Mary Bruce, the Biden campaign not giving up on North Carolina yet. They're still pushing the vote.
Not at all, George. In fact, we have been noticing on Twitter many Biden campaign aides urging voters to stay in line, saying, do not move, don't go anywhere. Your vote has to be counted tonight. In fact, both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris tweeting out just to stay in line. This is, of course, a critical state, and it's one where the Biden team believes when they look at their data, it's a state where Donald Trump today has to overperform where he was in 2016. They say that Trump tonight has to win 62% of the election day vote to pull this off in North Carolina. And poring over these early results, these early exit polls, one of the figures that David just cited sticks out to me among moderates, which broke for Clinton by 20 points in 2016. Now today it's 65-29% for Biden. If that holds, that is the largest Democratic advantage in exit polls that we've seen in this state. George.
Mary Bruce, thanks very much. We just talked about Florida. Let's take another look at Florida right now. Now 91% of the expected vote in, and it does appear that Tom Yamas and Donald Trump is opening up much more of a lead.
This does look good for Donald Trump right now. There are not a lot of places for Democrats to make up this vote. It is still very, very close. But George, the story of the night is Miami-Dade County. Look at these totals right now. Again, Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, she comes out of Miami-Dade County with plus 300,000 votes, and she still lost. And tonight, if we look at it right now, the spread less than 100,000 votes. Republicans were successful in trying to tie Democrats and Joe Biden, even though he made it very clear publicly he's not a socialist. They were very successful, it appears, in maybe possibly doing that, tying him to that. It was the same thing that happened to Andrew Gillum 2 years ago. Everyone thought he was going to win the state. He was a popular mayor from Tallahassee, and he lost to Ron DeSantis. Speaking of Governor DeSantis, let's go to his county, Volusia County. This is a Trump barometer. President Trump is where he needs to be, 54%. That's exactly where he was 4 years ago. Another Trump barometer state, Fort Myers, Lee County. You look where he was 4 years ago, 58. He's at 59. So just do the math, George. He's winning where he won before, and he did better in Miami-Dade County. It looks like it could be his night. It's still early. We still got 9% of the vote to go here. But again, like I said, it's going to be hard for Democrats to make up the vote.
Rahm Emanuel, what do you make of that underperformance in Miami-Dade?
Well, I think probably the president's done what Tom just said, a really good job with the Cuban community, the Venezuelan community, Latin America as a whole, and Central America. And there's an underperformance there in the African-American area. But I would say one point if I could, to flip to North Carolina.
Let's put North Carolina back up.
Is the Democratic counties, you're getting 84% reporting, yet only 62% reporting in the state. So this thing's going to tighten in a way. But I do think you see a trend across the country as you kind of extrapolate deep data, that Biden is doing much better among both independent voters white voters as a whole, and clearly suburban and senior voters, but not doing as well in the African American
I was
vote.
going to
at
ask
this
you
point.
that. I was Yvette about that right now. He seemed to have resistance, particularly among young African American Black men, all through this campaign.
You know, I think to start out, there wasn't a real strategy, right? That was the challenge. He couldn't quite confront, and we talked about this a lot on the program. He couldn't confront his past with the crime bill. Donald Trump was taking credit for criminal justice reform in certain places, particularly in Florida, as you remember, the reenfranchisement of former incarcerated people. And he just couldn't gain ground there. And I didn't see the strategy. There were a lot of organizations in certain states that were specifically targeting Black men, but Florida was unfortunately not one of them. We should see those numbers be quite significant in places like Georgia, where there was a specific effort for Black men in that state. So hopefully they will show up. But I think that was the challenge, his failure to really confront his past on criminal justice reform. You know, there was also some conversation about Kamala Harris's past there as well. And there was not a clear Black male agenda, unfortunately, that was consistent throughout the campaign that may end up costing them.
George, three states, George, that I would tell you I'm seeing and hearing about. In Florida, from Republican leaders, I'm hearing there's just no place for Joe Biden to make up 220,000 votes, and that eventually we'll wind up calling Florida for Trump. Second, in North Carolina, the Trump campaign is very encouraged by the early vote numbers that they've seen, and they think, based on what happened today at the polls, and it's still happening, that they're going to be able to make it up and win narrowly in North Carolina. And lastly, in Pennsylvania, and we're seeing this all over, in Philadelphia, there has been a real underperformance by African American voters in returning their mail-in ballots. They've been seeing this for about 10 days. They were hoping it would come and close tonight. They haven't seen that closure. So we're seeing that, and we're also hearing about double-digit underperformance of African American voters in the city of Cleveland. If those trends continue, all of those trends are very helpful to Donald Trump.
Byron Pitts, what do you make of that?
Yeah, George, you talk to Black Democrats in North Carolina, it's a head scratcher. It's disappointing. Consider this, George, that North Carolina has the 7th largest Black population in the country. In fact, there are more HBCU, historically Black college university students in the state of North Carolina. So this is a state with an established Black middle class in every major city in the state, but yet Biden isn't doing as well, or there hasn't been as much Black support for him or enthusiasm. Consider this, in 2008, when Barack Obama won this state, one of only 2 Democrats to win here since 1976, 75% of the Black vote came out for Barack Obama. For Hillary Clinton, it dropped down to 64%. And so it's always been curious concerning what would Black turnout be for Joe Biden tonight. And George, it says a lot about the psychology of people. Certainly the turnout for Barack Obama was huge in huge for Barack Obama in 2008, because that spoke to pride and optimism. Make no mistake, the vast majority of Black voters in North Carolina are not fans of President Trump. So in 2008, we saw the power of hope and pride. And now we're seeing if anger and frustration would be enough to energize Black voters. And so far, it seems the answer is no.
I want to bring Terry Moran in on this as well. We saw a series of messages from the president on this whole issue. He talks about law and order. He also talks about to African Americans directly on the on issues of criminal justice, says that he's the best president for Black Americans since Abraham Lincoln. At the same time that Joe Biden is going back to Charlottesville, calling the president a white supremacist.
Well, I think a couple of things are happening. One is that President Trump is clearly diversifying the Republican Party. It's hard to argue with that tonight, given the results in Miami-Dade County and what we're seeing if it pans out among Black men. It could be that there's a gender divide in the Black community that we haven't seen before, with Black men more comfortable with President Trump's persona and maybe with his message of, get rich under me. And that is obviously something that every person would want, but maybe more appealing. I think there's something else at work as well. Look, the Republican Party 8 years ago, after they lost to Barack Obama, had a big heart-to-heart talk with itself and said, we have to go and find voters in diverse communities. Donald Trump seems to have done that. And at least so far, that is one of the headlines of tonight.
We will be keeping an eye on it. Sarah Fagan.
Donald Trump competed for this vote in a way that no Republican has ever done so. When you look back at the Republican convention, every night in prime time, there were African-American voices on criminal justice reform, on the economy. And we shouldn't forget that. he deserves credit for that. And it appears that he is maybe not getting a lot of black votes, but maybe people haven't turned out tonight, and that in some ways had an impact.
Mary Bruce, what are you hearing from the Biden campaign about this phenomenon right now? Do they believe it?
It's a good question. Tonight they are being tight-lipped on that, of course, but it is interesting when you look at the trajectory of this campaign. Joe Biden is often accused of taking the black vote for granted. A lot of attention was paid, especially several months ago at the beginning of this pandemic. Biden on Charlemagne the God, his radio show, saying to black voters that if they don't vote for him, quote, you ain't black. That, of course, did not sit well with many in the black community, despite the fact that, of course, it was black voters, especially female black voters, that helped in many ways rescue Joe Biden's candidacy, helped deliver him this nomination, especially in the South. And Joe Biden has continued to face this criticism. I think, of course, about the moment in our town hall in Pennsylvania just a couple weeks ago, a young black voter, Cedric Humphrey, stood up and asked Joe Biden, what else besides saying, you ain't black if you don't vote for me, are you going to do for the black community? Joe Biden gave him a very lengthy answer about his economic policies and how he plans to try and bridge some of the gaps that we see in this country. But I talked with Cedric after that, and he said that while, yes, he would be voting for Joe Biden, that it was going to be begrudgingly because he simply felt that Joe Biden was just the lesser of two evils. That's not exactly the kind of enthusiasm that may necessarily drive a lot of black voters, especially young black voters, to the polls. And George, I can tell you, I also spent a fair amount of time this summer out in the protests in the wake of the murder of George Floyd. It was again a sentiment you heard a lot from young black voters saying that Joe Biden, they felt, just didn't get them.
Mary Bruce, thanks. Cecilia Vega.
Well, it has been a real juxtaposition from this White House over the last 4 years, George, when it comes to race relations, and speaking to communities of color. This has been a president who has been among the more inflammatory presidents when it comes to race and speaking to the African American and Latino communities than we've ever seen in our lifetimes. He retweeted a video of that showed a racist baby. There was that supporter who yelled an epithet at a rally at an event down in Florida. The list goes on and on. We mentioned Charlottesville. So I think we have to wait to see before we can declare whether President Trump has expanded ethnic communities in the Republican Party. I think time will tell on that. And you have said he has, when I mentioned the juxtaposition, you've got the things that the president has done, and then you've got the things that the president has said, which is that he has done more for African Americans in this country than any president since Abraham Lincoln. I think we will find out later tonight, tomorrow, down the road, whether communities of color in this country actually believe that and feel like this is a White House that has embraced them with open arms over the last 4 years.
Lots more vote to be seen. It's coming up on 8:47 here in the East Coast. Right now, Donald Trump has won 5 states, 42 electoral votes. Joe Biden, 6 states and 44 electoral votes. We'll be right back.
Yeah, how things are heating up, man.
Do you know, Madit, if Joe Biden lost this election, according to me, it will be because of Obama.
First thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Good morning, America.
Because Obama was like.
So why you say that?
ABC News Live.
Yeah, the reason I say that because you can even see it and you have listened to the analysis already from those people, because Obama is not supposed to be a campaign manager for Joe Biden. As we all know, he was the president before, the same Democrat. It is supposed to be like his wife, which is Michelle Obama. She's supposed to be like a campaign manager for Joe Biden. That should be a little bit comparable to Donald Trump, because people, it seems like they are not interested in Obama anymore. Because you can see what Trump have done within the different communities, especially Black American in USA. So he has a big hand on these small communities. That's why I said Joe Biden if he lost this election, will be because he picked up a campaign manager. It's the wrong decision.
No, yeah, Obama is not a campaign manager, but he's a supporter, and they work together.
He's a supporter. I know he's a supporter, but at the same time, people can see him as a campaign manager.
Yeah.
Yeah, brother Agar, let me, in American politics, always when your party, because President Trump is a former president, and he served 2 terms in America, 8 years, and he's one of the American.
Obama served 2 years, not Trump.
Obama. Trump. Obama. I'm talking about.
You're just constantly just having an eye on Trump. I know because.
So President,
that's my opinion. Look, that was my opinion. Yeah.
Yeah, President Obama is one of the president well known, right? And people in America, people in the United States, they love him because he did a good job when he was a president in two terms in the office.
Yep.
And also too, when he left the office, he don't have a bad credit. So he left economy doing well, and he did well.
Come back.
Okay.
We only have about 31% early vote in reporting, but he's up nearly 10 points in the early vote. That's good news for Donald Trump. So as we take a look at the map, you see a lot of these red counties. We're going to take a close look, George, throughout the night right here. This is Georgia's Black Belt. The Black Belt cuts through several southern states. It's an area of high concentration of African-American counties, but they really haven't had turnout since President Barack Obama ran for president so many years ago. There's a lot of red counties in there. That's not great news for Joe Biden at this hour. We're keeping a close eye on places like Cobb. This is the greater Atlanta metro region. Joe Biden at 63% right now. He's really overperforming from where Hillary Clinton was.
Yes, President Trump will win Florida. Yes, he will win Florida, no doubt about it. But also, it doesn't mean then Florida, we have, but in America, we have 50 states, guys. There's a lot of
more right now. A lot of the vote is out, but again, if he can win Atlanta, the metro region, and build off Hillary Clinton's lead she had 4 years ago, it could be a good night in Georgia.
I want to go to TJ Helms, and TJ, I know I had read something that came in over the wire. I wonder if you have any more information on it. There seemed to be a voting issue in Fulton County, Georgia.
Yeah, so you remember earlier, Georgia, I told you things had gone smoothly here. Well, about that. Well, it turns out there was actually a pipe that burst at State Farm Arena, which caused a delay in processing ballots. Let me explain what that means. State Farm Arena is where the Atlanta Hawks play ball, smack dab in the middle of downtown Atlanta, which is in Fulton County. So you have the largest polling station, which is also in the largest county in this state, had an issue this morning with a pipe burst, a water leak essentially. So there was a delay in processing ballots there so they could clean up the area. Now, I talked to Fulton County. Their officials say this caused about a 2-hour delay. Talked to the Secretary of State's office. They say it was about 4 hours. So we could see a delay in getting some of those numbers of those ballots. It's important to note none of the ballots were damaged or destroyed. That is not what we're talking about. They just had to get the workers out of that area for a little while to get it cleaned up. And what we're talking about here is processing of ballots. So it just slowed down this process of getting those things ready to go and then tabulated. So we don't know how long that could take. Now, of course, Fulton County is a Democratic stronghold here, so not necessarily in question, some would argue, or much debate about how things could go. But if we have a close race, those numbers could be important as we move forward and could delay us, George, in the night and deciding or determining what the numbers are. And one more important note, we know that absentee ballots, talk so much about early voting and the absentee here in Georgia, set all of those records. Well, the state of Georgia tells us that 225,000 absentee ballots arrived today. So those could take several days to process. Again, all of this is only important if it turns out to be a really tight race when we're going to get some of those numbers, George.
TJ Helms, thanks. Let's take another look at Ohio. 50% of the vote is in right now, and right now, Tom Yama's big lead for Joe Biden.
Yeah, this is really, really interesting because this would change the election and the race at this hour right now. The numbers are very good for Joe Biden. He's winning in all the areas he needs to win. Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. And if we go in a little closer, Cuyahoga County, one of the biggest counties in Ohio, you can see he's overperforming. It's the same story in Franklin, Columbus, the capital. Joe Biden at 76. He's up nearly 16%. But before Democrats get way too happy on this, I got to show you guys something. Let me click back on Ohio, go to the absentee vote here. Look at those numbers, George. 20%. He's up 20 points, nearly 20 points on the early vote. That's really important. That's maybe one of the reasons why Democrats look like they're doing really well in Ohio. That being said, though, I will say I'm looking at several counties, especially in this area up here near Toledo, the Rust Belt area. These are counties that President Trump flipped 4 years ago. Tonight, I can count 4 or 5. Joe Biden's on top.
Okay. Heidi Heitkamp, what do you make of what you're seeing in Ohio?
Well, I think it's great news for Joe Biden because it speaks to what's going to happen in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, all up in the Great Lakes. And I think that it doesn't surprise me. I think that one thing we haven't talked enough about is women suburban voters. And we're seeing them turn out in record numbers. We're seeing this kind of wave there that's going to change the outcome, I think.
Heidi Heitkamp, thanks very much. Coming up on 9 p.m. polls about to close in 14 more states. We'll be right back.
Coming up, we're tracking all the results, with polls set to close in 14 more states, including the pivotal battleground states of Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Texas.
All right, there.
Okay, so guys, yes, Billy Luke is right. So Ohio is leading to Joe Biden. And you know, guys, I repeat it again. Ohio is one of the states that a Republican Party, no president-elect from Republican Party, if he or she didn't win Ohio. So, and that is determined because, yes, for those of you who are worried about Florida going to President Trump, yes, of course. Florida is the hometown of President. And also, too, you guys know that during his presidency, he always going to Florida. So Florida is always a Republican party state.
Yeah.
So we have 50. America have 51 states. So there's a lot of states. So Midwest, like Michigan, Pennsylvania, like here is how it will look, guys. And God, I want you to understand this, because when President Trump win presidency, the reason why he won is because he win Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Milwaukee, and others. So he won, and these states are blue state. You see? So tonight, if Joe Biden take those blue state back, and he win Ohio, and he win another state that belong to mostly is lean toward Republican, Joe Biden will be the next president. So there's a lot of states that are coming up, and they have a number of delegates. So let's do. So go ahead, Isaac.
All right, there. Yeah. So it's very nice.
Minnesota is a blue state, so you always going to Biden. Yeah, go ahead.
Now let's go back. They came back. Let's see what is going on here. So 51 to control. Georgia. Iowa. Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that possibility right there. Obama won. I mean, Joe Biden won that time, but yeah.
Do you wish you could snap your fingers and have clean, bright skin? Meet the PMD Clean, a smart facial cleansing device.
I've been quested to bring this one back to its kind. If I can locate other Mandalorians, they can guide me.
This is no place for a child.
Wherever I go, he goes.
Yeah, these are the advertisements coming back.
Wake up to real-time answers, real-time results the morning after this historic election with the most powerful team in politics live. First thing in the morning, ABC. Good morning.
So,
America.
Isaac, we will take it back to CNN for a little bit.
This month,
Yes, let's go back to CNN. Yeah.
Teenagers. That's right.
Okay. Yeah, while we are waiting, yeah, go ahead, God, if you want to say something. And for those of you who are watching, please feel free to click the link and come on up. So let us have a discussion while we are on commercial break.
Yeah, what I know, there are swinging states that are still there coming up, and there are a lot of changes. Who is leading now may be the tail in the next few minutes. And who is the tail will be the head in the next 10 or just half an hour. There are a lot of changing is going up here.
Yeah, there are a lot of changes. Yeah, who are coming up.
Hopefully, because it's a very confused election. Because I got some of the tweets of Donald Trump saying that he won't accept if he lost. If he lost, he has a confidence that he must win this election. If he lost, then there is a rig that the Democrat has done. So he has his lawyers already in place to investigate that. He will not accept the defeat. So this is a worry to the world.
That's what called confident, Isaac. That's what called confident, because he's very confident.
He's overconfident anyway.
He
He's
will win.
overconfident. On the side of
Overconfident,
I haven't heard. Maybe if he lost also, they may have some accusation like what has happened to Hillary Clinton. They said that Russia has misled the American voters. So this time might be China. As I heard, they said that Trump has a bank account in China. So this very confusing messages that are down here politically. We don't know what will happen when who will accept defeat when he lost the election humbly and sincerely without triggering anger between their followers. I'm worried of the extremists to take up arms here or something happen like the white extremists that are supporting Donald Trump. These guys are really very serious. I heard this morning, I can't recall which state, there were some few individuals who trying to come and make some rows in the election center, polling station. So the FBI, they interfere and they are investigating it. They have caught those guys. They are now under arrest and they are being investigated. So such things, like another thing also I heard from the news before in the ABC, one of the polls, the water pipes was burst or broken. The water has just splashed and delayed the voting for some hours. and nobody's sure whether there is damage of the votes. Yeah, let's go. Now is Texas.
49.8% to 48.7% in Texas. In New Hampshire, 13% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has a 8,600 vote lead over Trump, 53.2% to 45.7%. Trump, on the other hand, is leading in these 4 states. In Florida, 92% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a pretty comfortable 271,000 vote lead over Biden. In Florida, 50.8% to 48.2%. In Michigan, only 15% of the vote is in. Trump is ahead. It's early there. 183,000 vote lead over Biden. It's early in Michigan, 59.3% to 38.4%. Almost a third of the vote is in Georgia. Trump has a relatively comfortable lead, 248,000 vote lead over Biden, 57.2% to 41.8%. In Virginia, more than a third of the vote is in. Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead in Virginia over Biden, 57.7% to 40.2%. Let's go back to John King. He's looking at the magic wall for us. It's a lot of stuff going on. You see a lot of red, but you see a lot of blue as well.
It's an interesting map right now. So I'm going to go through some of the big ones that we're going to watch as we play out right now. And we'll start in Ohio, but then I just want to explain some of these other states that look a little different right now. And we'll see. We could have a different election night. We'll see. This is the big one for me, Ohio. And the more of this is starting to fill in, right? I just want to show you 2016. You see all this red in here. That's what you're looking for. Those are the small counties where the president runs it up. But as they fill in, Joe Biden is holding on to that lead. But we still have a way to go. About 53% here. But again, this is impressive. And it's somewhat, the Democrats thought this was in play. Joe Biden went there on Monday. Some Democrats were worried, should that time be spent somewhere else? But he went here. He went to Cleveland to turn out the vote right now. And again, we still have some more votes to come from Cuyahoga County. So if you're a Democrat, that's impressive. The question is, when the later votes come in, do you keep that margin? How much do you do? Can you grow it? Can you maintain it? Because it's absolutely critical. By far, this is your number one vote center in the state of Ohio. You want to run up the vote. Again, I keep watching the suburbs here, are up to 61% of the vote. It's close. It's close. It's a moral victory, but it's also a little bit of the math, right? The Democrats want to expand in the suburbs. If you can pick up 1,000 votes anywhere in a place as tight as Ohio, you try to do it. So let's move out of Ohio. One place that's been red for a long time, people from home probably asking what's going on in the Commonwealth of Virginia. It has become more of a blue state. But look, the president has a healthy lead right now, 57%. That's not insignificant at all. However, I just want to make the point. This is where the votes are in Virginia. You come up here, Fairfax County, by far the largest county in the state, only about 15% of the vote in so far. So we're waiting on that. You come over here to Alexandria, also waiting for votes. So Virginia red at the moment, Wolf. A lot of places where Democratic votes are that we haven't received them yet. We'll keep an eye on it, though. It's an interesting night.
Yeah, Northern Virginia, very, very critical in the state of Virginia. We have 2 more projections right now. CNN now projects that Joe Biden will win the state of New Jersey, will win its 14 electoral votes. Biden beats Trump in New Jersey. We have a projection in Arkansas. President Trump beats Biden in Arkansas. He will win Arkansas 6 electoral votes. Trump wins in Arkansas. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where things stand right now. Biden is still ahead. He has 73 electoral votes as of right now. Trump has 48. Remember, you need 270 needed to win the presidency. 73 to 48 right now. The electoral map is obviously the most important.
It is, and at the moment, it is filling in as expected in the sense that nothing that's happened so far on this map, these were all solid states. The red states you see for the president, whether it's Oklahoma, Arkansas, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, West Virginia, we had those solid Trump coming in, so no surprises here. Over here, where we're counting votes, potential surprises. You look at these states up here again, no surprises here. Massachusetts, Vermont, New Jersey, Maryland, Delaware, New York. Those were solid Biden states coming in. So 73 for Biden, 48 for the president. The question is, where do the big prizes go, right? So let's remember this map, right? It's as it was, which means this was the Trump map. So nothing has changed so far, but remember what we're seeing on the other map. Just for now, we're not done yet. But if that changes, and that changes, right there gets Trump down to 273. So imagine that, right? So then, if you're looking around, Joe Biden, you have a chance in Arizona. We're not there yet. We got a long way to go before we get west, right? If you keep looking at this map, Joe Biden had a healthy lead at the end of the campaign in Michigan. He had a decent lead at the end of the campaign in Wisconsin. He thinks he can win Pennsylvania, although we'll see how that one goes. But it just tells you the menu. That gets Joe Biden to 322. We don't know if that's the way it's going to turn out, but it just tells you that he has more options anyway. And if you can add Ohio to that, then it's just a buffet. I mean, it's a buffet of possibility to run it up and to take away the president's map. So if you're the president and you're looking at this right now, you had 306. right? So you're trying to figure out, what am I going to lose, right? If you're in the president's campaign, what am I going to lose? Well, again, that was a double-digit lead, right? We don't know. We're going to count votes in Michigan. He'd overcome deficits before, not quite that big in 2016, though. It's a bigger deficit. But if you're in the president's campaign and you think you may lose those two, look where you are now. You're already at 280. And so at Joe Biden, if he can get Michigan and Wisconsin, and we're just starting up here, there are other options. He has so many menu options, but those two coming in look like they were there. This is why, if you're the Trump campaign, you're at this point, you're getting nervous because that means you can't afford to lose that, right? And Joe Biden's leading there right now. And even if you hold that, there's just no way you can lose that. That would do it. And again, we're not done with Florida yet, although Trump's lead there seems pretty comfortable. We're not done with Georgia yet. Joe Biden is competitive in Arizona. Texas, we're still early in the night on. The idea is that the menu options are more plentiful. Gets there, but if you're sitting in the Trump campaign right now, the state you're watching most nervously, well, I'll give you two. Number one is Ohio. Number two is North Carolina.
Well, let's look at that.
So let's come on over.
Viewers right now. Let's start with Ohio.
Let's come on over. Ohio, right here in the middle. Again, Michigan is red right now. It's a very early vote. Doesn't mean it won't end up that way. It certainly did 4 years ago. That was one of the big Trump surprises. But up here, when you see Pennsylvania blue, Michigan red, we're very, very early. We'll come back to them when we have a significant amount of votes. If we're not spending time on them, that means we don't have any significant votes yet. So we're not ready to do that. We do have significant votes here. And again, it's cliche but true. No Republican has won the White House in modern times without Ohio. So that's why we're going to spend a lot of time on this.
True.
If you look at this right now, again, 55%, 52 to 46. That's where you want to be. You want to be on top whenever.
Listen,
but
very
we do have a
careful.
ways to go. But if you watch this map play out, I just want to go back.
That's your home.
Right? But just watch,
Yeah.
just watch it. You see a little bit.
I'm listening on it. I'm listening.
You see it up here in the suburbs. You see it up here along the lake. Again, suburbs outside of Toledo. This is where the Democrats are doing it. I haven't come over here at all tonight. Let me just take.
I will represent Paul today because Paul is not here.
Again, here's your opportunity. Right? This is Toledo. Joe Biden.
Hey,
73%,
and also
26%
Democrat tried to
at
want to take
39%.
Paul
So
state
watch
too.
when that number's
So
higher,
what
early in
happened?
the
What
night.
about his own
The
state?
margin's still like that.
Yeah.
Where does that math go? We go back 4 years ago. Yes, Hillary Clinton won here, 56-38. Let's just see where you are now, 73-26. That matters. That matters. Those margins matter in places where there are votes. And you come across, again, we did Cuyahoga County, earlier. This is Summit County here. You're dropping down south of Cleveland into Akron. This is a place where Donald Trump made inroads, 67% to 31 right now. You go back 4 years ago, 52-40.
Doctor has tend to be general this time.
General, go and let get.
Again, that gives you your.
Hey, how are you doing, guys?
Good.
Middle class Joe, pick however you want to describe it. That I can go into these places, not only win them, but outperform Hillary Clinton, make them like they used to be when Democrats were more competitive in the state of Ohio. Move it over here again. You come along the river and the valley here, 61% to 31. Again, we're only halfway there. So let's just see. This is a place where the president has votes. We'll see if they turn out this time. He had votes last time. We'll see if they turn out this time. If I had votes last time, I just want to show you 46%, right? This was very close last time. It's the 10th of the 88 counties in Ohio. It's the 10th largest. So this matters in terms of the votes. And it matters not only here, you go across the border, then you're in Pennsylvania. These two come together in these blue collar communities. This was the fight of 2016. Ohio was comfortable, but Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, it's the same people who swung it. So let's pull
So,
back
guys,
up.
whenever we
Take
go
a
and
look
break,
at it.
one
Let's come back
CNN
to
go on break,
2020 and look
commercial
where
break,
else are you looking?
and then we
You look
can
down here,
discuss.
Hamilton
So
County,
just keep
Cincinnati.
watching.
Again, Joe
And
Biden
also,
running
if
it
you
out.
are watching,
About
please
halfway
start.
there again.
If you want to
But when you're
join us,
halfway,
click
you're
the
looking
link
at
and
it,
come
you're
on in.
placing a marker. You say that's
We'll
where
be
you want
here
to be.
all night
That's
long.
actually outside where you want to be. Let's go back and look. 52% then. Almost 70%, 69%. Now that's a wow. If that stays there, that's a wow. But you're only halfway there. So you're thinking there's early vote here. The question is what happens to the election day turnout? This used to be a Republican area. This is again a changing community because of the suburbs. And as Joe Biden tries to win Ohio tonight, and that would be a statement right there. Game over. There's also a House seat right down in that same area. So you're watching the Democratic vote. You're watching how things play out as well. You come up here to Franklin County. Again, this is the capital. Democratic area right in Columbus, labor unions, African-American vote. This is Democrat will run it up here. But it's when you get out here and you get out into the suburbs, if you're running 75%, you come back in time, 60%. That's a huge difference. I mean, that's quite, some of this math is difficult, some of it's not. But look at that. You're at 60% then, 351,000 votes. You're at 74% now. We're only about halfway. So watch the vote total. That percentage stays there as we go up. But again, we have election day votes to come in. So don't get ahead of yourself. But if you're looking at the building blocks and you're Joe Biden, you're looking at that and you're happy. But you also know 57% is not 90%. You want to get up there before you start feeling more comfortable about it. But that's huge. It's huge if we watch. And again, whether that changes or not, the fact that it is so competitive, the fact that Ohio is so competitive tells you Joe Biden's going to be stronger in Pennsylvania. He's going to be stronger in Michigan. He's likely to be stronger across the Midwest because there's so many places that are a lot alike in those states. There are some differences, but the similarities tell you if Joe Biden's doing that well here, especially in the eastern part of Ohio, that carries over into Western Pennsylvania. If it does, it makes Biden a stronger candidate in a part of Pennsylvania. We don't have enough votes here yet, but Joe Biden needs to do well out here. He's got to win Allegheny County. The early votes there have president ahead. But if you go back to 2016, you see all this red.
Okay, guys.
We don't have anything right now. If Joe Biden can make it 55-45, if he can make it 60-40,
Let me
it's
bring
better.
it back.
It's better. This is where we'll watch the debate come out. But the fact that Joe Biden is performing so well right now in these parts of Ohio bodes well for this part of Pennsylvania. But again, we'll count them as they come in. And just you pull out again, North Carolina is still blue. And Ohio and North Carolina, the later in the night we get, if Ohio and North Carolina stay blue, that is a warning shot straight into the Trump campaign headquarters, the president at the White House tonight. Up to 78% right now. It's come down some. It's 126,000 now. It was 160 earlier. It's starting to come down a little bit. That's the election day vote coming out. But you're up to 78%. You see it's 50-48. That's closer to. That's closer to. This is why we wait. This is why we count. The early vote had Biden ahead. It's close to.
Yes, hello.
See where we are.
Hello, Bill. Where you at, man? Put on your light.
We have more vote to come. Closer.
I just came from work. I'm feeling very tired.
38.
Oh,
See the difference there?
Yes.
Friends have made a long night.
And the president narrowed this
It's
gap.
going to be a
not
long night, Walai.
the point. You get closer.
Yeah.
And those would be votes out here in the
Long
south.
night, but we are looking good.
That's nuts.
According to the
82%.
projection and prediction, we can see analytically, we.
President needs to narrow that gap.
Okay.
That is the reputation in the suburbs there. And you come back in. I just want to check down here in Mecklenburg County, number one. That's the largest by number one. I mean, most populous county. This is where the most votes are, Charlotte and the suburbs. 68% to 31% when you round it up. You come back again. Joe Biden overperforming here. We have a ways to go.
Wow.
In North Carolina, that's 2016. We come to 2020. Got a little ways to go, Wolf, but it's getting interesting.
Very interesting indeed. We have two more projections right
Very
now.
good news.
I take a look at this.
Projection, guy, projection.
In the state of Connecticut. In Connecticut, he wins Connecticut 7 electoral votes. Trump, on the other hand, wins South Dakota. He beats Biden in South Dakota, 3 electoral votes in South Dakota. Trump is the winner there. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now.
80 and
Biden
51.
has 80 electoral college votes. Trump has 51. You need 270 to be elected president of the United States. So let's go back to John King. John, I'm really anxious to take a look at Georgia right now, see where things stand in Georgia. Update our viewers.
So we're looking at Georgia 2020 right here. A healthy lead for the president right now, 322,000 votes, 58-40. A little more than a third of the estimated vote in. Democrats thought this was a state where they could be competitive. There are 2 Senate races at play here. One could be settled tonight, one likely to go to a runoff. We'll see how those play out as well. But that's what makes this state even more important. You have a presidential race, the balance of.
Okay, let me put the volume down from CNN. So welcome, guy. Welcome, Dwalarjan and Billy Luke. Isaac, let us talk a little bit. What do you guys think about the election so far? Dwalarjan.
Yeah, okay, thank you very much. I'm one of the guy who actually study American politics. And I wanted to greet our people and those who are listening and you guys, I personally am a specialist. I study politics and American politics, international politics, and comparative politics. So what is going on here in American politics? What we look at is that we are looking at the state, okay? Those states that they are actually for Republican and state that they are for Democrat. And the way we are looking right now, Joe Biden is actually winning all the Democrat states. And those states that are Democratic states, they have a very huge number, a large number of people. Okay, that is what you look at. And when you have a large number of people there, that means you're going to have all the electoral vote, because the electoral college actually in America determine the election, not the number of the people that you have. And that is the main thing. So if you look at Ohio, Pennsylvania, you look at the California, they have not talked about it, but I know California has about 56 electoral vote. But Joe Biden is going to win that, even they have not counted that. So now if you look at the only state now we can talk that is going to be like a Republican is Texas. But we can see Texas, if Joe Biden only need a half of Texas. He doesn't need to win it all. And if he can get a half of Texas, that is all. So the election is over, actually. The way I'm looking at it, Joe Biden is the winner in this election. So I don't know what do you think, guy, but the way it go is like Obama, because all the state that Obama won, they are coming back. And Trump was lucky because he was actually taking the blue state from Hillary Clinton. So that was the trick. Now all the blue states are going back to Joe Biden, and Joe Biden now is going to take some of the red state. And one thing that I want our people to understand is that red state that are Republican state, they don't have a lot of electoral vote, and you will hear later on. Some of them they got 6, 3, 4. They don't have much. The war is on this state that has a large electoral vote. So for me, I think Joe Biden is already a winner. Thank you.
Thank you, General Dwalajan. Brother Billy Luke, welcome to Lagos State Media, brother. So what do you think?
Yeah, thank you very much, Madit, for hosting us tonight. Thank you very much, Isaac. Thank you very much, Agar, for hosting us on Lagos State Media tonight and give us the coverage of the mainstream media in the United States. That's wonderful. And that is also going to give our people back home in Africa the opportunity to be able to, to watch as well about how American election is actually being projected when it comes to winning the presidency or senatorial seat in the United States, which actually that's also something we have to watch as well. We are watching very closely the senatorial election, how it is going to turn out tonight, because we are also concerned, First of all, I would like to let you know that I'm a proud Democrat, and I strongly support the candidacy of the Democratic Party, including the senatorial candidates and the presidency as well. So according to the mainstream media projection, the political pundits and the pollsters, what they have projected so far, I believe some of you who don't come from United States of America don't understand exactly what are we watching here closely. It's not about Texas, it's not about Georgia, it's not about Florida, it's not about Ohio or North Carolina. We are only focusing as a Democratic Party, because I'm a diehard supporter of the Democratic Party for this particular election. And what we are watching closely tonight, we just want to take Wisconsin, we want to take Michigan, where Madid come from, and we want to take Pennsylvania. Yep. That's done. The rest of the state, you don't count. Like people where I have seen people commenting under there, that they talk about, okay, New York state being won by Biden. We don't talk about those states because they already blue state. Some of the red states that have already been announced or been projected as being won by Donald Trump, we know already they were already being projected. They are always pro-Republican, so we cannot dispute about that. So what we are focusing on here, Democrats are very, very competitive because we are only watching the swing state. And the swing state are those of Florida. So Florida, the way it is being projected right now, it is actually leaning toward Donald Trump. Yes. So it is likely it is going to be win by Donald Trump. Why? Because the largest county in that state, which is Miami-Dade County, is now being cut into half. But it was supposed to be won by Joe Biden because it is always a stronghold for Democrats. However,
yes.
tonight, Democratic Party is being upset by the Latino voters, according to the political analysts, because what they are watching out there, they are watching the statistic, who is actually voting for who and who is voting for who. That's why they were talking about African American, because African American in Miami-Dade County have not turned out in big number. But according to the Latino population in that particular county, majority of them have turned out in big number, and we have even seen them. We have watched them on news rallying for them for Donald Trump, which was very upset when we seen that. Now that vote has been translated into a practical vote. So therefore, that's why this largest county in Florida is now vote overwhelmingly in the stronghold where there is a Democratic, there is always blue, there's always Democratic, you know, they vote for Donald Trump. And that's why we can project now analytically with prediction that Donald Trump is likely to win Florida. That's what was already been counted. So according to the news, to the political analysts, it was already been projected that it is likely Donald Trump is actually going to win Florida. Donald Trump is likely to win Texas because Texas is always a red state. But at this point, Texas is very, very competitive, and it is likely, according to the pool that have been shown, or according to the incoming ballot, it appears, yes, it appears Joe Biden is doing very good. And you look at the Ohio too, and North Carolina. Joe Biden has been underdog in these two states. But according to the political analysts, these two states were already being projected to be leaning toward Donald Trump. But now it appears that Joe Biden is competing there. It's very, very competitive, and there's a possibility he could actually win Ohio, and he could actually win North Carolina. And once he wins these two states, then the race is over, you know. But what we are going to watch tonight is Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin. These are the three states that must be won tonight by the Democratic Party.
And Ohio, don't forget Ohio.
No, but Ohio was already being projected to be, it was already awarded to Donald Trump. But it's still, Donald Trump cannot make it unless he win one of these three states. Either win Michigan and Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. Either one of these. If he win Ohio and win North Carolina, win Florida, and come and win among these three states, then he would be declared a winner of the night. So that's why, but at this point, Democratic Party is actually very, very, very competitive. You look at the Georgia too. You have seen why the Secretary of State is actually saying that they have to slow down the count because this is predominantly a red state for Republican Party. It has never voted blue, but because they like to suppress the voters, that's why they're trying to slow down the vote count, the ballot count, because there is a fear that Georgia is likely to be upset tonight and is going to lean toward Joe Biden. So I can see how the news analysts, you know, the way they project things, it is very, very critical for Republican Party. Now they are worried. We're not worried about Florida. We already projected it and we already predicted it that Florida is going to go to Donald Trump. So we're not worried about that. We are focusing on Pennsylvania, Ohio, and North Carolina. And if we take North Carolina and Ohio, and then it is done. But the way it is being projected, I think Biden is doing very well. You know, in most of the counties, look at the way how the counties are actually sending in their ballots. You know, Biden is doing very well. You can see in the poll. For Pennsylvania, I'm not worried about it because Donald Trump has been leading persistently and consistently, constantly all along in Pennsylvania, in Michigan, in Wisconsin. So it is very hard for Donald Trump to win either of these three states. And if Joe Biden wins these three states, it is a done deal. Don't even worry about the Western state because these are the stronghold of of Democratic Party. So anyway, this is the little thing that I can inject it in here. So thank you very much. I can hear from you guys. What do you think?
Thank you, brother Billy. Look, welcome,
Yes.
brother Deng Matoto. How you doing? So let us give you a floor. Well, so what do you think so far about the election?
Thank you, Madid. You did a very good job, my brother. I think the Lake State followers, especially back home, they might see how good is a democracy. And this is what we have been talking about all the time. You know, we need to exercise that. Coming to this, you know, there is something I want to say here. People always talk about, I am conservative. People may think that.
Madid, who is speaking anyway?
Deng Matoto.
Oh, okay. Deng Matoto.
Yes.
Deng Matoto, come on. What are you trying to talk about?
Yeah. I want to talk about.
We're not talking.
Say that.
Okay,
people
go ahead.
Think
I
that,
understand where you're coming from.
Listen. People say that if you believe in a party, that you are that party that you've been in for a long time, you believe on it 100%. Then you became conservative, although the party is not doing good. Then you will not change. You are conservative. In America, like for example, Republican, they have a lot of conservative.
Madid, keep an eye on the news. Keep an eye
whether the party is doing good, whether the party bring a right person or bring a right a bad person, and you are conservative, you believe on it. But tonight, American decide that if I'm conservative and the country is divided, a lot of things are going wrong. Why not are we choosing an interest of America, not the interest of party? And this is what I try to say here. So you will see tonight, a lot of Republican state, you will see they will divide it with Joe Biden. It's not because they abandon the party, but this is a critical decision tonight. They have seen where the direction the country is going to. You see, last time, who is that? The General Colin Powell.
Yes.
Is a Republican, right?
Yes. Yeah, he's a Republican now.
Okay, that's why when I say conservative, he's a Republican. But the way you see who is leading their party is divided American. You have to support where the interest that can bring American together. So tonight, don't surprise why some of the Republican state are going with Joe Biden. They paid up. America is divided, Ya Jama. America is divided.
Yep, you're right.
You're right. You're right.
Good point.
And majority of America, they want America to see in one umbrella.
No.
So this will be the answer tonight. The divided we fall, the united we stand. So if you see some of the Republicans that are are being Republican states are being won by Joe Biden, don't challenge them. Why they do that and they are conservative? There must be reason.
Hey, Matoto, can I reinforce your point there?
Yes.
For a second. Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, particularly our South Sudanese people, what you need to understand about this particular election, what is at stake in this particular election are the human dignity, the social justice, the equality, and sense of integrity, moral values, principles, ethics, and democracy are at stake. So this election, according to us as an American, as naturalized American citizen, what we believe in, we want to restore America back to where it used to be, whereby we used to be united, whereby we used to love each other. But under the presidency of Donald Trump, United States is actually being divided because Donald Trump is actually penning the white supremacists. And this is actually what is causing division in America. So America is currently polarized based on racial affiliation or racial basis. So Donald Trump is the reason why there is a big turnout in the history of the United States for the very first time, because this turnout has never been seen before. But because of that, that is why what is actually driving the voters to come out and vote tonight, or vote in a early voting. So thank you very much. You have said a very good point. Whether we are conservative or whether we are liberal, you know what? We are fed up against this president. And that's why we are voting against Donald Trump.
My last word, Madid, to give other people chance is a quote that our late Dr. George Garang said.
Yeah.
That Al-Ark al-Bijib Mili, movement that can provide salt. Is the movement that people will like. If the SPLA is not going to provide anything, so why not are they going with the people that provide something?
Right.
If we don't have something, these people will drive us to sea. Although there is no sea, they will find a sea to drive us to. So if the Republican is not United America, the American can find somebody that will unite them.
Yep. Yep, you are right.
That's my last word.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Comrade Dengma Toto.
Yeah.
You know very well, majority of us as South Sudanese naturalized American citizens, we are conservative. You know that very well. The reason why we vote for Democratic Party does not mean that we actually subscribe to liberal values, but we vote according. That's what I like about American values. You can be a Democratic Party, or you can be Republican, or you can be independent. Independent are those people that swing in between the two parties, you know.
And see
but
what
sometimes we vote according to their personalities, the quality of leadership demonstrated. Like you used to support President Bush, who used to be a very good leader. We used to like John McCain. We used to we like Mitt Romney. These are Republican, but we like them because they accommodate everyone. They united the people of America. That is exactly what we're looking for. But under the presidency of Donald Trump, no, Donald Trump, all of you who are African, you know how he called African countries shithole country. You know, a leader cannot speak like that.
Billa, look, let me tell
no
you this.
Way a leader can express himself in that way.
Billa, look, let me tell you this. If you look at Trump cabinet, Trump administration, you will find only one black man, the Secretary of Housing. No Spanish, nothing else. Is that really look good in the picture?
No. And that's why I'm so disappointed tonight, the way the Latino population have voted in Miami-Dade County in Florida was very upsetting. Look how Donald Trump used to call them criminal, call them rapists. You know, and they have the guts to say they're going to vote for Donald Trump. What kind of values do they have anyway? Come on, this is not good.
But Billy, look, do you know? You need to understand too. Trump is his hometown. Florida is his hometown, and also too, you know, he spent a lot of time in Florida, golfing. All his business are there. So what I'm saying this is because he employ most of Latino.
Let us look at that projection.
Okay, let me put on the button.
7 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. In Ohio, he's just under a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. And in Wisconsin, he's over a 2 percentage point lead over Donald Trump. 3 states that Donald Trump won 4 years ago. Let's look at North Carolina and look at what's going on there. What you see the state of play right now, you see that Joe Biden has 2.385 million votes compared to Donald Trump's 2.301. He's ahead with 80% of the estimated vote in. But here's what we have to look out for. All those big Democratic counties John was just talking about, it is mostly early vote. So look, of this 80% of the vote that's in, 90% of it right now in North Carolina statewide is early vote. We think that's going to come down. We think that at the end of the night, 75% of the total North Carolina vote will be early vote. So right now, the early vote is helping Joe Biden. But as more election day vote comes in North Carolina, Donald Trump may be able to benefit from that. So we just got to keep watching as those votes come in North Carolina.
All right, David, thank you very much. North Carolina, it's really important right now. Look, 80% of the vote is in. Biden's lead has gone down from 150,000 to now 84,000.
And David was just outlining the challenge for Joe Biden in North Carolina, in Ohio, in any of the battleground states, which is that the Democrats were happy with their early voting. In many of the states, if you looked at the data, disproportionately for the Democrats. So they got a couple laps in, if you will, on the Republicans. That's great. It's great to be leading the race, but you have to finish the race. And you finished the race today on election day. And that was the challenge for the Democrats. And that was the concern as they saw the president going around. How many rallies did he have in Pennsylvania? How many rallies did he have in North Carolina, Wisconsin, Michigan? The president retracing his 2016 map, trying to get voters out of the woodwork to vote today. And so as David makes the point here, you know, you've gone from 120 something to 111, now to 84,000 votes ahead. You want to be in the lead. You'd rather be in the lead always, of course. But now we're going to keep counting these election day votes. And so in some of these places, you know, you're in more rural counties. I keep coming back out to here, 95% in. If you're Joe Biden, you're happy because this is one of these Trump super counties. This is where you had a rally the other day. You hope that there's not many more votes to come here because you just see the margin, right? 30,000, just shy of 30,000 votes, the margin here. You come back 4 years ago, same idea. The president ran it up there by about 27,000. And you loosely run it up. This is one of the places. I call it Trump super counties where they go there for a reason because they know they have voters that they can turn out on election day, and that was the challenge. So now we're going to see the Democrats don't have to beat Donald Trump today in the election day vote. They don't have to beat him, but they have to be competitive. They can't. If they get shellacked today, you lose what you gained with the early vote. And so we're going to keep watching as this comes in. And we have some places where we still have no votes, right? So you're watching those as well. It's just we're waiting for people to report. This was a big Trump county. Not a ton of votes, but if you're down, right now you're down 84,000 votes. 4 years ago in this county, look at the difference. There's 24,000 votes more than that, 26,000 votes. So you can get them in the places we're missing. When you come back in here, some of the places we're missing are places where the president did quite well in 2016. So that's the concern. If you're in the Biden campaign headquarters, you like how this looks, but you know there's more to come. And so what every campaign does right now, they know what's missing. They know which counties, they know which precincts within those precincts. They know what their data tells them about who lives there and how they're doing.
Let's go to Ohio.
Durham County there, 86%. Again, just one quick point before we do it, before we leave. This is a place where they ran it up 4 years ago, so that's not quite as significant. I want to move over here. This is the thing. We'll come back here to Raleigh, to Wake County in the suburbs. Does the math change or does the margin change as that election day vote comes in? So we'll use that as a marker. Now you want to go back to Ohio, and you come back here, 64%. It's been sort of we got some good votes early on, but it's been a slog since, and look how close that is. 13,461 votes. They call them battleground states for a reason. 49.5 or 49.2 with 64% in. And again, you have the same dynamics at play, especially in some of these smaller rural places. It doesn't look like a lot. You don't think this is a lot, right? Because it's 8,000 votes in a giant state like Ohio. But you're halfway in. You're getting 8,700 to the other guy's 2,900. That matters, right? That margin matters when you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here, and then you do it here. That's how it adds up. And so, again, you'd rather be leading than trailing, but you're watching those leads shrink as election day vote comes in, and you're trying to figure out, is it enough to hold, or do we have trouble?
Let's go back to David Chalian. David, take a look at Ohio right now. How much of the vote is very close? Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden in Ohio right now. How much is the early vote as opposed to the today vote?
Yeah, you're noting Joe Biden's very, very close lead over Donald Trump. That's with 64% of the vote in. But let me show you that right now, of that vote that's in, 41% of it is early vote. That's helping Joe Biden. But unlike North Carolina, we expect the early vote share to grow here in Ohio. At the end of the night, we estimated it should be about 53% of the overall vote. So there's the potential as more early vote comes in, Joe Biden could potentially have that lead. It's something to watch. Obviously, those rural counties can help Trump as well. Jake?
Thanks, David. We're looking at the race having tightened up quite a bit from what some pundits were projecting. And right now, it really does look like President Trump has narrowed or even broken even in Florida and North Carolina and Georgia. So really, it is all coming down to what we said months and months ago, the blue wall of Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, the states that Hillary Clinton thought she had in the bag that Donald Trump tore down, Joe Biden trying to build it back up.
That's right. And, look, those states that you just talked about, it is not over. We are still watching them. But the whole MO of the Biden campaign from the beginning was to rebuild that blue wall. And there's also another state that's going to come in later, which is Arizona. And that is still one that the Biden campaign is really hoping to finally flip from red to blue.
Yeah, and I think that we also are looking at a situation in which Biden is not maybe expanding the map as much as they might have hoped that they would. The states that they thought that he had a good chance, maybe because of turnout, maybe because of demographics, are tight, which is fine, but it's election day and you have to actually win the state in order for it to matter. So, we don't know what's going to happen yet, but this is a map that, as you just said, is probably just going to come down to what we always thought it would come down to, that blue wall up there, that Biden really, really at this point must hold on to.
Although the Biden people, we should say, have not conceded any Florida or Georgia or North Carolina, and they feel very good. They still feel good about North Carolina. They still feel very positive about Arizona and the blue wall. But it's just not going to be as some Democrats were hoping for. That they thought it was going to be an early landslide, which was really always a pipe dream.
Yeah, I mean, there is no landslide that we're looking at. No way, given the numbers that we've seen, particularly when you start the night in Florida, when it's as tight as Florida tends to be. And it's maybe even less so right now as they continue to count the votes. What is interesting is Florida, one of the reasons why the Biden campaign thinks that they're doing not as well as they hoped is because they're really underperforming with Latino voters.
Right.
They're hoping to change that dynamic in a big way when Arizona starts to count the votes, that they're hoping that is what helps to buoy them in Arizona.
Yeah, and we talked about this earlier. The Latino voters in Florida, a great deal of them are Cuban American and Venezuelan American in southern Florida, very different from the Mexican American, Central American voters, Latino voters in Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hearing the same thing from Democrats who are saying, wait and see, because in Arizona, we might see a completely different story. Even in a state like North Carolina, we might see a different story where a smaller population of Latino voters could be very important for Biden if he is able to turn them out. But that being said, what is happening in Florida, I can tell you, Democrats are not happy about it. At the end of the day, the situation in Miami-Dade is something that in the autopsy of this election, they will be looking back at and trying to figure out what went wrong.
And I'll tell you what they think went wrong is that the Trump attacks have worked.
Yeah.
Calling the Democrats socialists work with people in that area in particular and that
And a lot of
population.
a lot of disinformation campaigns going on down there as well that we've covered on this air. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Jake. John, let's take a look at Michigan and Virginia right now.
Okay, that might stay.
Well, we're seeing red, number one. Michigan and Virginia, Virginia certainly we thought would be blue.
Yeah, but our state is
Let's start in Michigan
one
because
of the
Michigan, of course, is critical to the Trump win in 2016. But again, 20% estimated reporting. We expect red. Let's give you a little 2016 flashback. A lot of red in this state, right? The question is, can Joe Biden flip it back? So let's come back to 2020. Remember the blue down here. That's from 2016. You don't have it down here right now. And again, so you look at Wayne County, that is Detroit and the suburbs around Detroit. Donald Trump leading right now. It's 3% of the vote. So this is a tiny amount of the vote here. You come up to Macomb County, 35% of the vote. If that holds, that's a big deal. But again, it's 35% of the vote. Macomb County 2020, legendary home of the Reagan Democrats. If you go back to the 80s, who were the blue-collar workers disaffected from the Democrats, supported Ronald Reagan. This is where the studies, Stan Greenberg, the Democratic pollster, did a lot of studies there. If you look at 2016, Hillary lost Macomb County by 10 points and change, 11 points there. And so this number here, if that holds up, that's a huge deal. That's Michigan, but this is very, very early. I just want to pull out again because I know people watching at home, we told you there's going to be a lot of anomalies in the map tonight. There might also be surprises. That's why we continue to count them. This is one here, 56-41 in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You might expect Trump to pull ahead there at some point. That's a huge lead, about 45%. I just noticed earlier tonight, I just want to check one more time. Fairfax County, the largest county in the state, fast growing, hugely Democratic base, 27%. So there are votes to come in the Commonwealth of Virginia, but again, on a night where we expect maybe the unexpected in some places, we'll keep an eye on that.
Let's check in with David Chalian. Give us some context on these two states, what we're talking about. We're talking about Michigan and Virginia.
Still early in Michigan, obviously, but that Donald Trump lead, 657,000 votes to Joe Biden's 436,000. That is with 20% of the estimated vote in Michigan in. So we want to know, well, how much of this is early vote right now? And take a look here. Only 11% of the vote that's in Michigan is early vote right now. We know that Joe Biden voters are the ones that tended to vote early. We expect that to go up to 55%. We think a slim majority of voters in Michigan will have voted before Election Day by mail, early voting. That could benefit Biden since he's doing better in the early vote in Michigan. He could overtake Donald Trump. Look at Virginia. John was just talking about some of those Democratic areas that are out in Virginia. Here's the current state of play. Donald Trump has a healthy lead there in Virginia with 45% of the vote in. What is the story of the early vote? Currently, of that vote that's in, 28% of it is early vote. And we know Joe Biden's doing better with early vote. We expect that to go up to 66%. So a huge swath of the early vote that is going to be a pro-Biden vote could help Joe Biden overtake Donald Trump's lead in Virginia. Specifically, we see almost no early vote in some of the really heavy Democratic counties of Fairfax and Alexandria.
All right, thanks very much. We've got two more projections right now. Take a look at this. CNN now projects that Donald Trump will win the state of South Carolina. He's the winner in South Carolina, will win its 9 electoral votes. CNN also projects Donald Trump will win in Alabama, will win its 9 electoral votes in the state of Alabama as well. Here's where the Electoral College map stands right now. It's close. Biden now has 89 Electoral College votes. Trump has 72 Electoral College votes, 270, of course, needed to win the presidency. We're getting deeper into the night and another round of results. We're counting down to the top of the hour, 10 p.m. Eastern. That's when polls will close in Iowa, Montana, Nevada, and Utah. Together, those states have 21 electoral votes. Every vote is vital to get to the winning total of 270. Iowa and Nevada are the battlegrounds to watch in the next hour. Joe Biden looking to hold on to Nevada for the Democrats, while the president is hoping to hold on to Iowa after winning it handily 4 years ago. Let's get a key race alert right now. Let's start with Ohio, a critical battleground state right now. 64% of the estimated voted in. Look at how close it is in Ohio right now. Only a 13,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump. In Ohio, 49.5% for Biden. Look at that, how close it is in North Carolina. 82% of the vote is in. Biden does have almost a 65,000 vote lead over Trump, 50.1% over there. In Pennsylvania, only 16% of the vote is in. They're taking their time counting the votes in Pennsylvania. Biden has a 73,000 vote lead over Trump, 52.5%, as you can see. In Wisconsin right now, 19% of the vote is in. Biden's lead is narrow, only 22,000 vote lead 50.7% to 47.4% in Wisconsin. In Minnesota right now, a quarter of the vote is in. Biden has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead in Minnesota, 66.1%.
That's my home right now, Madid.
Yeah, that's your hometown. Yeah, Minnesota.
Nearly 20,000, 54.3%.
We gotta give that 10 electrical vote to Biden.
Right now, let's actually 5 more states right now.
Wait, Madid. Whatever Jaglog law in our hometown, back home in Michigan,
Over Biden in Florida. In Michigan right now, 20% of the vote is in. Trump has an impressive 224.
we bailed you out last time, GM, and you guys still forget us.
Yeah. Trump has a pretty impressive lead there.
Don't worry yet, Deng Matoto.
64,000
You know the vote they are counting right now? These are the vote that were cast today, These are the ones that they are counting. But the early vote are not yet being counted.
Yes,
that's what is actually delaying the announcement of all these projections about who is actually the winner in this battleground state.
Votes in Virginia, 56.
So, but you should understand, Democrats have the advantage in the early voting.
Remind us, big picture, where we are right now.
Possibility, Joe Biden is actually leading.
Right, the building blocks are the solids, the states that you depend on. The Democrats depend on certain states, the Republicans depend on certain states. And the way this map is filling in right now, nothing here is a surprise. So both campaigns doing the building blocks to try to get you in a contention. To get to 270, you got to pass 100 first. We're getting close. 89 for Joe Biden, 72 for the President of the United States. And again, everything we see filled in, all these reds, we had them solid Trump coming in. All these blues, we had them Biden coming in. So we don't have any surprises right now as we look at the map. The question is, where are we going? And I'm going to ask you, Brian, again, just to swing around. We'll do a little choreography here. Texas red at the moment. We haven't called that one. Donald Trump has to hold it. Virginia red at the moment. That would be a shock. That would be a Clinton state that was taken away. But again, we're waiting for Democratic votes there. We're very early on. The map is going to be different tonight as we go through these different scenarios of mail-in votes, in-person early, election day, different states counting them in different order. So it's going to be different as we go through. But you just mentioned Joe Biden opening a lead in Minnesota and opening a lead in New Hampshire. Come back over here, and I'll show you why that's important. Hillary Clinton won both of those states, so people would say no big deal. The Trump campaign understands. It understands. We'll go back to his map. It understands if we come back to the 306, 232, this was 4 years ago. The Trump campaign fully understands that Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. Joe Biden is more competitive here than Hillary Clinton, led in the polls. So even if you just take Wisconsin, right? Even if you just took Wisconsin away from the president here, if you take away this, right? So you're down, you're going away. And you take away this, right? So you're down some more here. Then you're worried about if that goes away, then you're underneath. So the Trump campaign, knowing that Joe Biden was more competitive in the blue wall states, was thinking, what can we get? So they were looking at states they just lost, right? They just lost. Minnesota was very close. Republicans make a run at it. I remember George W. Bush making a run at it. Republicans always make a run. They don't quite get there. But Trump thought he could get there. Trump thought he could pick this one up. I got to switch this here. Sorry about that. Trump thought he could pick this up, and then he thought maybe I can come here and get this, right? It just, if you're going to subtract, you have to add. And so we're not done on those states. We're just counting the early votes. But we saw Mike Pence and the president both campaigning in those states in the final days of the campaign. When you know there's going to be subtraction, you look for addition. At the moment, we'll keep counting them. But at the moment, if those stay blue, that's a setback for Trump.
I want to go back to Dana Bash. He's got a significant projection in the balance of power in the U.S. Senate.
That's right, Wolf. In Colorado, CNN can project that John Hickenlooper, the former governor, the Democratic challenger, will be the next senator representing Colorado, defeating the incumbent Republican Cory Gardner. It's the first Democratic pickup of the night in the Senate. Democrats now must pick 3 Republicans. Right now, the balance of power is
Democrat. Republican lost one of the Senate now. So now Democrat won tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead. Let me, So, guys, I'm about to go back to CNN. So you guys go ahead and speak. But I have 2 minutes to leave, go to work. But Agar and Isaac gonna still control the show. So what do you guys think so far? Agar?
Well, what we can project so far, the race is actually getting very close. It's getting tight and it's getting complicated. But according to my understanding, the ballots that are now getting tallied at this moment. These were the votes that were casted today that are now being counted. The one that they casted through the machine. But the one that were actually mail-in, they are yet to be counted. And that is where the Democratic Party have the advantage to take over the lead when they are going to start counting the ballot in the mail. So this is why we are hopeful as Democratic Party that we're going to take over. But it also depends on which county come in first. So sometime when they report this ballot, it depends whether that ballot are actually coming from the red counties or they're coming from the predominantly blue counties. So that is what you should understand whenever they report from these battleground states.
Look, we are in a good shape. You know, put in your mind that we have a very big desert, California.
We are very confident.
Desert.
but I feel Madrid is getting nervous there because they haven't done a good job in
California.
Well,
a desert, big desert.
But I'm confident. Yeah.
Billy, look. So Michigan, I think we are doing a good job in Michigan. So Michigan will go back to Democrat. So we know there's a big turnout.
I don't think so, man.
No. I'm confident too. Given the pool has been very consistent. Deng Matoto, you should watch the pool.
Deng Matoto is right. Deng Matoto is right there. Deng Matoto is right with it.
I have a doubt in Michigan, man.
Matoto is right. You guys
the reason why Michigan go back to Democrat is because all the GM that we have.
Why it went back to Republican in 2016?
We lost all those jobs. So
yes, I understand that. Yeah.
So we will different. So Michigan citizens, they will think different. So Deng Matoto hang tight. You guys will go. I will take back Michigan.
I don't think so. Yes. I have a big doubt on that.
If there is someone to be blamed for undermining Michigan, then you should be one of them, Deng Matoto. Because why did you move away from Michigan?
The only state now I have a confidence Wisconsin. We are going to hold on that.
There's no doubt Wisconsin is leaning toward Joe Biden. The same thing applies to Pennsylvania.
And you know that is the home of the former speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
And also, guys,
there's a chance we can win North Carolina. There's a chance we can win Ohio. So we are confident here because we are very competitive in the area where the Republicans are doing well.
Also, I want to let you guys know the reason why Trump won Michigan last time is because Hillary Clinton, she neglected Michigan. She thinks that she's gonna win just easily Michigan. That's why, because she didn't do a lot of campaign in Michigan. That's why she lost.
Hey, so let me put this across, Madit. That is what Bill Luke said before. The popular point right now here, equality, bring America together.
Yes.
Race, brutality, all these are the main thing. But come back to Michigan. You know, Detroit, especially Wayne County, is a business, and when people come in, if people come into the point of business, Dan Trump will win this election if it's because only business.
No, Deng Matoto, yes. I know why. I know why Deng Matoto is saying that. It is because of the percentage that just got in right now. But there is,
you know what?
Those are the votes that were just casted through the machine. But they have not counted yet the early vote. Do you understand then, Deng Matoto?
I understand.
Okay.
I do understand even when the reporter said that if early vote, Joe Biden is having a high percentage of early vote.
Definitely he is.
Yes.
All right, guys. Thank you.
All the early voting, they are they are leaning toward Democratic Party. So anyone that vote early is always Democratic.
What we will be doing, the boys in USA, now the general who tend to be another doctor, Lord Janes came back, and Billy Luke in Watoto. You are American boys. We are Australian. We will be listening to your debate. I will be controlling.
I think that is this new election. There is some new strategy that I wanted to actually to share with you here. And one thing is that these blue states that are pro-Democrat, we can see now one of the states that has a lot of voters or electoral voters. And in America, it is not the public. It is not how many people you get. It is how many electoral vote that you get. That is what
electoral college. Yeah.
So what is happening now? Florida is kind of like you can see there is lenient to Donald Trump, but the counting is going on. Florida is not a Republican state; it is a Democrat. So even if Donald Trump is going to win, it's going to be like almost maybe by an inch. So this one, I am confident that maybe it will. Joe Biden can still win this if they count the whole vote. Okay. And one thing that you need to understand in American politics is that it keeps changing. Right now, the top priority that make people to vote in those large populated states, it is because of coronavirus. Okay. So coronavirus, that is a health policy with the president. So it's kind of undermining the death of coronavirus. But now the voters in those large states like New York, those Florida and Seattle, Washington, those states, they have a big population. They were actually the one that hit it so much. So they're not going to vote for anybody undermining the coronavirus. They will be voting for actually the Joe Biden because he has a plan for it. And that is what you are going to see actually very quick. So let's watch. You just tune it on. Let's kind of watch. I think there's a new.
Yeah, Don Arjun. May I interject there?
Yeah, go ahead.
Only 12%, so it's a little hard.
I think there is a new plot here coming.
No, I think he's analyzing the count is
Oh, it's analyzing the count. Okay, you can mute it, and then let's just talk. All right. So what we are saying here is that all those blue states, by the time that they will be counting the online voting, then that means the blue state will go back to Democrat. And now there is a new thing that we have seen. This is a new actually behavior or voting behavior by this Democrat taking the state of the main state that have a lot of electoral vote, which is North Carolina. It's a red state and it has a lot of electoral vote. So that is very important. Actually, if you look at those red states, they only have few, some of them 3, 4, but North Carolina has a lot of electoral vote. That means those guys who decide who to become the president, and already Joe Biden took that. So that is what we need to look at. So now, Democrat, they are targeting the state that has a lot of electoral vote. And that's why you see even from the projection, Joe Biden is leading on electoral vote. Yeah. So electoral vote is the most important that decide who to become the president in America. Right now, Joe Biden is the president right now, as we are looking from the projection. So I am confident.
Anyway. Don't project that. It's still too early, my brother.
Yes, Arjun, you are right. According to according to the closing poll, it was actually being projected nationwide that Joe Biden is actually likely to win
the election
by electoral college. That is obvious. However, what makes people nervous or worried at this point is the turnout of the voters. We don't know how many people actually turn out because not everybody is actually being surveyed when it comes to the polling. So only some registered voters that are always being fooled. You know, so in this case, we are going to watch very closely how many people turn out and how many people vote for who, we don't know. So this is what led people guessing. But according to the poll, it is already projected that Joe Biden is going to win.
Look
and
here,
he's leading more than Hillary used to win. Used to lead before in 2016.
Billy, look, Billy, look here. There is something that you need to understand here. It's not about the number of people turning out in American politics. That's not the way how we decide. If it is the one, you look at Hillary Clinton and Trump. Hillary Clinton has more people who turn out in America, but she lose. Actually,
no, that's not what I'm saying.
So what we are looking here,
what matters is how many people turn out in this bottle state. In the battleground state, how many people turn out to vote? But you need to understand between the popular vote and the electoral college. Always, you should understand that popular vote is always win by Democratic Party because the biggest state, the most popular state, or the most largest state in America, are always pro-Democrat. Like California alone is 55 million. Nobody can compete with them, right? That is why you see Joe Biden is already leading when it comes to electoral college, because California has the largest electoral college in the United States, followed by Texas, and then followed by Florida, and then followed by New York, and then followed by Illinois. You know, but most of these states are blue states. That's why you see Joe Biden is ahead when it comes to electoral college. So electoral college is what always determines who is going to be the winner in the presidency. And this is what we are counting on. That's why we are focusing on the main key states that are supposed to be won by Joe Biden or be won by Donald Trump. But Donald Trump, you know, win some of the states that used to be a blue state. And that is what is worrying people right now. Is the same thing going to repeat today? Or is it going to be something of the past? This is what we are watching closely because we don't know how people turn out.
No, it's not complete. This counting is not complete. We have seen Florida.
Absolutely. Even among these bottle states, it's all arguing among these bottle states we are watching right now, not single one of them is being announced to have won by Joe Biden or won by Donald Trump, right? It is still complicated. So we don't know what is exactly going on here.
So what you need to understand here is that, you know, the blue state, by the end of this counting, blue state, they will go to Democrat. Okay. And then
definitely no doubt about that. Even the red state are already being counted for Donald Trump. You know,
we know the
blue state are already going for Joe Biden.
Red state that are being targeted now by the Democrats.
I told the link is pinned down. If you need to join in,
like,
just click the link.
Like North Carolina, that has so much electoral vote has been taken already.
I think these races has won again. Did you see that?
Look, Lindsey Graham is running. Is Lindsey Graham running?
He was running, but now he won again. I think it's being projected according to what I just saw.
Yeah, that's what I see now.
Yeah.
Yes, but
South
he was
Carolina,
likely to lose.
Lindsey
Graham. It's very unfortunate.
Lindsey Graham.
Yeah, Lindsey Graham, yeah. He's a racist too. He's a racist. It's
so
one of those guys that support Donald Trump.
The behavior of the voting right now is that there is an issue of coronavirus. Most of this red state, they are going to vote actually for Joe Biden because of the coronavirus. And that's why you are seeing is taking red state. And the other thing is that the large state that are all the Democratic state, those blue state, they always actually voted for Democrat because of the racial inequality and economic crisis. But the only state that they share thing is about a war. If there are state war and safety and violence, this one is balanced in America. Mostly they can tie about that. But when it comes to health care, people here, they don't joke. because that's your life. So that is why you are seeing red state are being taken actually by the Democrat. And then he come to issue of racial inequality. These large states that are populated, they will never go to the Republican. So they will remain, even if you see their counting is ahead, maybe this guy is ahead of Joe Biden. They're going to, if the online voting are counted, they're going to come back. So all those blue states are actually, I'm confident they are going back to Democratic Party. And Joe Biden will win on those blue states. Now it is the red state, as you have seen. You have seen it in what we call North Carolina. You know, North Carolina, they have so many 15 electoral votes. That's a lot. If you look at those red states, they have 3 Montana 3, Wyoming 3. So these are just even if Donald Trump win them, they don't have so many delegates to go and.
Is he leading in Kansas?
No, he won Kansas. Kansas is a red state anyway. We don't talk about those states. Even Missouri.
Those states, they only have five.
These states are not competitive, so we don't even want to waste time looking
we don't
at them.
even worry about it because they don't have.
We are watching the key state. Tonight we're going to know exactly which state is going to come out as.
We are focusing now on Pennsylvania.
Florida.
And Florida and
Ohio
and Michigan.
Yeah, those
Michigan,
are
Wisconsin,
but those are Democrat. Those are Democratic Party states. So these are blue states, and they have good number of delegates.
Don't argue. That's not true. These are the swing states.
Florida
these are the
is
states
not
that
a
are
blue
being contested. Yes, but
No,
let's be patient. You don't know what is going to happen. Joe Biden could be upset. You never know.
No.
That's what is making us worried now.
I don't think you should not be worried.
I will start celebrating when we win one of these big states, either Florida, Ohio, North Carolina. Keep an eye on these states.
No,
watch on
Miller,
Georgia
look.
too. But anyway, Georgia
Miller,
is going
look.
to count up to tomorrow.
Miller, look. I
Yes.
know Ohio is a red state, but it's going to be in our pocket.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the way it was being projected, according to the fool, is leaning toward Joe Biden. North Carolina too is leaning toward Joe Biden. But because some of the votes have not been
supporters of
turning
LeBron
yet,
James
we don't know.
Gonna
Yes.
come with us.
But for Florida, I forget Florida. We lose the whole argument thing. We lost Florida already because the way Latino voters vote in Miami-Dade County is a big upset to the Democratic Party because that is predominantly a stronghold for the Democratic Party and it is the largest county in Florida state. But the fact that Donald Trump have cut it into half, that is a big upset to Democratic Party. Therefore, we project it already, or we predict that Florida is not going to be win.
Ware Trump lad ken campaign kilo isin Lil Marco.
Are we going to see if Joe Biden may have done very well somewhere in some other counties in the north, then that is going to be a good news. Because in most cases, Democrats don't do well in most of the red counties in Florida.
Who is that? That is Joe or who?
Yes, it's him.
That's Joe Biden, yeah.
Okay, can you take it back to CNN? Because CNN is much better than this. You keep swinging from that is from Al Jazeera channel. They're just showing something which was already broadcast. Yes.
Put it on CNN. CNN is
CNN.
Put it to CNN because CNN is very good in projecting. It's one of the most trusted news. You know, even if Donald Trump have made it being heard by most American nowadays. Yeah, CNN is very professional and they always present accurate information. They don't lie.
I cannot advise you that to put it in a fax news. You will be shocked.
No, Fox News are already crying anyway. Fox News, they know what's up.
That is a propaganda.
But it is okay. They can switch from one side to the other.
CNN is blocked in my area here in Australia because of some adverts. I don't know. It's not working now.
Yeah, we can see. Yeah, they say resource limit reached. Yeah, maybe they are watching something online, so they have the copyright to protect it. They can turn it off anytime. Anyway, you can take us to whatever news channel. You can even take us to MSNBC.
Do you have MSNBC?
Try MSNBC. It is live on YouTube, I guess.
That's where.
Or you can even take us to Fox News too. We are okay with Fox News, no problem.
What do you call this one? Election ABC. It takes me to ABC. This news.
ABC, yeah, is good too.
Yeah,
it's good
reliable.
too. No problem. Yeah,
it's reliable.
They're good. They're reliable news as well.
Yeah, and it's a local channel too.
Really big deal.
Yeah, PBS News. We have NBC. We know all these news.
Slower. That's where most of the votes are, and they'll come in later. And I think they will make the difference, particularly because he's overperforming Hillary Clinton by so much. The message is getting out to those folks.
Utah is a red state, and you see, Biden
numbers as well. I think that's
guys.
clear.
What you have to watch as well. Watch at the percentage. How many ballots are actually coming in? You can look at the percentage they put out there. I'm not talking about the percentage being put out there, but it is saying now 45 affected. 45 affected vote in. This is what you have to watch. So when you look at around 90 something, and then you see somebody leading, that's when you have to start worrying.
You see, Arizona is a red state. Now Joe Biden is leading.
Than they did in 2016. Okay, let's take.
Yeah, in Georgia, it says 52% affected vote in.
He did. He
that
did,
means still a large chunk of it is still away. That means the early vote is not being counted, and that's what put Georgia in a very critical statistic for Republican Party to win it. And I can see people of Georgia are now worried.
All votes are not yet in.
Isaac,
yeah.
I need you to answer this question to our brother Bayik.
Goodness. So the guy is winning actually. Joe Biden is winning actually, because if he can actually be,
don't say that. That's what you guys used to say in 2016. But what happened then?
The issue is here. This guy is leading on red state, my brother. Red state, those are Republican Party state, and he's leading on them. Louisiana.
You need to understand that both sides are citizens of American and South Sudan too. So that's why they are doing this.
He's just being jealous. I have been looking into some few comments which has gone ahead already, but I don't need to answer them because what he's thinking is something different. We always talk here about what is happening in South Sudan, and we can talk also what is happening where other Sudanese are living.
Yeah.
So, nonsense. Don't talk about it and don't read. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's go ahead.
By the way, let me answer that question. I think this brother of ours, by name Mayiga Ting or something.
Yeah.
I don't think. Yes. What we need to understand is that we are naturalized American citizens. You know. So any American politics should concern us, and it should concern you as well. You know. So we should also use this model of democracy to also teach our people back home about the importance of democracy.
Look. Is there anything that somebody can do and you cannot be a part of it? If we vote, why that person is jealous? Wherever you do, you devoted your time into it, you have to look into it really good. We vote. Why is it jealous? And our vote are count.
Well, this election is about our life. It's about our job. It's about our economy. It's about our values. It's about our dignity. It's about, equality in this country. It's about justice. It's about dignity. It's about, democracy.
Maybe he's out of his mind.
These issues are important.
Let him get the fuck
so
out.
That's
man.
why we have to vote, so that our boys have to be heard too, because we are part of this country.
Mayik, you guys, how ignorant our people are. Look at this, Mayik. All the African states now live about South Sudan. They are waiting for this result because they know it's very important. Even in Africa, live about us here. Even in Africa.
Including
my brother. Hey, my brother. Tell him that if you want to watch the election, look for the Museveni. The way he's beating up the Bobby Wine, is that what he wants?
Hey, Bob Wine, one of the most competitive contenders in the presidential election was arrested today, violently. That's very sad.
That is the democracy Mayik like when the president on the position is beating the opposition.
Which is not it's not logic to talk that way. Sometimes there are some shallow thinking that can come up. It's all right. Just take it that way.
It's all right, guys. You know what, Isaac? The sad thing is, majority of our people back home, especially in Juba, they are leaning toward Donald Trump. But I don't know what they like about Donald Trump.
Because what they like about
foreign policy is always determined.
Let me tell you what this is what they like about Donald Trump.
By the CIA. Whatever is recommended by the CIA is what actually determines the foreign policy. So it won't make any difference. Whatever president coming, they can still deal with that country.
Hey, Billy, look. You made the point now that we need to discuss.
Okay, this is the point.
Yeah.
These African countries, those African dictators
of the international relationship between the two countries. That's the best point that we need to talk about now. Our people.
Yes, foreign policy.
Yeah, foreign policy. They didn't know that the head of the state there, especially in United States of America, we call them a watchdog or a well police and all this stuff. They can be behind everything. We cannot trust them. They have their own different interests first on the table. If their interest is not reached, it's not your full friend. Can turn the table around. So I don't know why they hate. Now, I think our brother is irritating because he saw Donald Trump is a bit going down.
Hey,
coming up. This is where he
that could be the motive exactly. Yes.
You know what? This is what the people in Africa said. Yeah. They say they want Donald Trump because Donald Trump say America is not a police for the world. We should. So they say Donald Trump is
That's
not.
Why they like. That's why they like him.
He's not dipping. They say Donald Trump is not dipping his nose into our affairs.
They made us to be shithole, and then they insulted us. We are shithole countries. The mess.
But you know what, Isaac? These African leaders, they are bribing Donald Trump, and Donald Trump is just a con man. He's a crooked leader that actually take bribe. So if you come with $1 million and you give it to Donald Trump, he's gonna shut up. And this is exactly what Donald Trump is doing.
He's a businessman. Quick example, like what happened in Saudi Arabia.
You give him Kirigodogo, it's done with you.
The Saudi Arabia incident when the assassination of the journalist.
What instead is that?
Why he didn't even want to condemn the prince who ordered the people assassination to go and kill somebody in the foreign lands in Turkey.
Hey, guys, watch out. Arizona is right there. Arizona.
72% is in, but Joe Biden is actually leading by 9 points. That means
now it's New Hampshire.
Arizona is going to be possibly won by him.
Florida is gone to Trump.
I think it's going to go. Yeah, 94 expected in voted in already. Yes, he already projected it is going toward Donald Trump.
Texas, we still have
79% in for Texas. Georgia, 55% in.
Yeah.
Probably Trump will win it. It used to be a red state anyway.
He's a red
just
state
being competitive there.
Yeah.
74 expected in, but Donald Trump is ahead by 5 points.
But it's still, he can do it because he's a blue state.
Pennsylvania, 30% expected in, but Donald Trump is actually leading.
Pandajale,
No,
there is
he's not
corruption
going to make it.
everywhere, including U.S.
North Carolina, 89% in.
They have corruption.
Wow. Yeah, it's very close. Michigan.
33%.
Then go Michigan better. Can I want to include?
There are more outside.
You know, they are counting, as I told you. Blue state will be blue, will remain blue. Red will remain red.
Not at all. I think it is. Okay.
42%.
New Jersey I think they're voting on something like what? Light is stores up.
Yeah,
there will be a long night. Well,
way to go there.
Very long night. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, we're not going to make it. The way these states are actually counting the vote, it never reached up to this time. Now it is almost 10, and none of these battleground states have never announced one of the
swing.
None of them never project one winner. Yes,
exactly. That is the reason. Laman, I can just see, how do you call this one? PBS is a bit all right. It's showing is a bit advanced ahead. Let me just bring it in. Yeah.
Okay. Every news have their own way of analyzing.
I think
and projecting the news. But CNN is always the best. Once CNN start projecting this, you know, it is over. And then the rest of the news will go down.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Let me just double check with this. I don't know why the Australian YouTube or my region is blocking me to watch these things.
No, I think CNN do that most of the time. Sometimes when they go live on YouTube, they can shut it down sometimes.
Yeah. They
like to restrict that. I know.
They gave me warning 5 times, and then they send me that message and they block it.
Yeah, you know, guys, we can talk about this, the effect of this election, maybe in our country, so that those who are listening.
Yes, let's talk about foreign policy. We can talk about foreign policy, right?
Yeah, one thing that is this election, the way it's going to affect our people is this. Okay, if you look at during when Democrat was actually in ruling party in America, you can see what happened to South Sudan. And when Donald Trump, Republican, actually came in, you can also see it affect the South Sudan politics, and it affect the way how South Sudan actually operate. This is the way how it affect. You know, number one thing, you know, America, they have the largest contribution in United Nations monetary aid, and what it means is that it's the large number of relief, food, money that go to refugees around the world. So half of it come from the United States. So that means if we have refugees in Uganda, in Ethiopia, in South Sudan internally, those people, they are feeding from United States. And that is why it is very easy for United States to put pressure for any country that is divided or fighting in Africa. They are able to put pressure. Again, you know, United States actually is one of the leading supporters of this peace negotiation. Like right now, the peace of South Sudan, the peace negotiation of Sudan, the peace of other African countries that have conflict. You find they are the leading because they are able to put the African leaders to sit using the money. So the African leaders, they have nothing actually. This AAU or IGAT. So they are being like right now, they cannot sit if the American is busy on the election, because where will they get the money? either maybe from Norway or from what they call Troika, to do anything. So that's why everything is stopped. So this election, for those ignorant people who are there and they don't know what is going on, this election can affect South Sudan directly. Actually, it affects it. So the result will affect it. Okay. For example, if we have the Democratic coming back to the power, that means the South Sudan actually will have a policy. You remember when Democratic was in power, Obama, the war in South Sudan, actually they were fought is kind of lenient to the government, because you know sometimes they can support the government if the rebel is weak, you know, so they can support the government to flush those rebels, and then when the rebel is flushed, you will be free of rebel, and then we have a government. So they will tell the government to organize the country. That is also, if the government is very weak, they can support even the rebel. So that is what we call, you know, you talk about this, where you talk about what we call the national interest. And national interest here, you know, American national interest is a democracy. That means if you are a dictator, America will pull out from you. If you are a dictator, if you don't want the term, limit, like right now for Salva Kiir, they're not going to be a friend to America anyway. And the reason is not going to be a friend, it's not because they don't like, it's because of the term limit. America only favor democracy. You are there for 4 years, you must have election in that country if you want to be a friend with America. You must run the election. The election must be there for 4 years, every 4 years. And if it is past that, then the America will pull out from you. And whenever America pull out, you will have war in your country. Look at all those countries that America pull out. They always have war. So that is why this election, my brother, if you are ignorant, you don't know how it affects the African, or especially the South Sudan, you need to learn. You need to study how powerful these nations are. Okay? You cannot undermine powerful nations, China, Russia, America. You cannot undermine them, especially in Africa. They are very important. So that's why you have to be very careful. You have to watch this, and you have actually to even take a side to who you know can actually lean to our country to have peace. That is what we want, because what we need is that we have peace in the country. If it is a rebel that destroying the country, then we can talk to our American government and tell them, oh, rebels are destroying the country. Then we need help maybe to clear them out. If it is a government, we need to talk, okay, this dictator need to be out, and we can get any kind of help. So that is a foreign policy. It's called a foreign policy. But now, because it is being led by those who are illiterate, those people who they never learn, and then they are just put on position that they don't understand politics. And they say they are leading. You see, where are you leading? You know, like for example, there's this. Now we have how many vice presidents right now? Okay, what? Huh?
Are you done?
Oh yeah, I'm done. Yeah, you can talk. You know, we are just discussing how it affects.
Yeah, because I've seen some people, they're raising their hand. They need to respond to you. You need to give chances also.
Okay.
Not to take the.
Are they putting messages? Because I cannot see any message right now.
No. It's not messages. The people who on the panels here. Denkamis, good.
Denkamis, go ahead. Go ahead, my brother. You know, I don't want to dictate it. It's just a discussion.
All right. Thank you, everyone. I just wake up, and I'm going to work. So, like I said, so thank you for inviting me and viewers down there. And Don Legend, and I don't see people anyway. I don't know where what happened. Okay, there we go.
Billy Luke and
so yeah. So I don't even know what Agar is actually stand for, but I don't know. I know the other guys, they are on one party. They just yumming. I don't know what they are talking about. So the Matoto and Bill Luke and the leader of the SUPS or something. I don't. I remember the observation. So they are one. They look like they are one party. So I don't know about Agar, but I know about Isaac. Isaac is actually yum-yumming with them. They are one party. They are actually, they would be four against one.
No. I'm a pro-Democrat at this time. I need to put Trump out of the White House.
Okay, but let me go very short so that the other guys can come in. What I have to say, I said congratulations to Mr. President Trump. He's coming back, no doubt.
It's too early.
So,
it's too early.
Yeah, it's not too early for me. I've been studied this for long months, so I'm for it. I'm on it. So there's no change. Number two, I know that we try to make it a big, little bit, a big deal, but it should be a big deal. We live here. We are citizens. We are American.
Yeah.
We're not going go nowhere. So we will be here for a long time. So it's actually a long process. Anyway, I can say that. But when I look at this, Donald Trump and Joe Biden, you just compare their work. Donald Trump is being a businessman in his own in his life. That's what he's been doing. And Joe Biden has been there for 47 years. And that 47 years, if you count what he actually done, it will shock you out. But America, when you say I want to go for it, they will let you go. And later on the way you will be denied by boarding. So that's what it is. Not to forget one thing, I just tried to say this before, but I forget. I don't know where is my brother Biara Jack is. I just want to just put this comment out there if you can listen. This election, if you are 18 to 25 years old, it's not your election. So this election is about generational entering. It's not about the generational exit. And that's why I try to quote my brother Viara Aja, because the people that are actually running here, they are actually the generation that Viara is actually wanted to go out. And he want the generation of South Sudan to exit, and he want generation of America to enter. And they have the same age. So that's why I'm saying is a old school election. So we are old school. People like my brother Biar and other young people out there, just wait. Maybe you can vote for Bobby Wine in Uganda. That would be a good chance for you. So it's generational entering. That's what happening here. So Donald Trump is actually doing a good job. What I'm trying to say here, I know we South Sudanese, we have problem with the behaviors of human being. We lack of human study. You don't know what somebody say as long as not hurting other people's life. It's not a problem. It's not a problem to me. But what Donald Trump is actually been saying for a long this period of time is actually competing with others. It's a way the other person is actually can respond, like Don Legend. Don Legend now, if he become a president, then we will be something else. But I don't really take the way he talk. I can take only what he plan to do. That's only what I take from Don Legend. Because he can come with a different idea tomorrow and he turn out a different thing. If I disagree with him, he just want to bust me up. But that's not the point. So Donald Trump, our economy is good. Our economy is good. I don't support war in any country. I know why. Yeah, you will come. I know why I don't support war the war that cost our people life to this day today was actually set by these people. It was set by Obama and Joe Biden. Joe Biden was there. Look what happened in Libya. That's it. Just we don't want to. I myself, I don't want to mess. Yes, I'm a citizen in America, and I'm a citizen of South Sudan. So I don't. I just want all these countries to live in peace. That's my goal. Donald Trump is for America and in America first. You don't have to go in to interfere with some other people business before you accomplish your own business. Yes, we know there's America interest, but America interest, you have to look into it. What is going to provide? I was actually one of the people that suffered from 2006 to 2010 when the economy crashed. That we don't want that to happen again. And a war that will be caused out there is going to cause us here in America. That's what I stand with Donald Trump. Donald Trump doesn't really care about what you're doing out there. You just deal with your own business, and we have to deal with American business. Go ahead.
Yeah, then Kamis, just one point that I will agree with you is the call of this guy called Biara Jack, that is calling our whole people to exit. That is not acceptable. Actually, in America, it will be something called a racial discrimination.
Yeah, that's a racial discrimination.
And it's not something
that's an agent discrimination.
And I agree with you, something like that. These are ignorant. We should not be thinking that way, that we are dividing our country between the old and the young. No. There's no.
I think both of you do not understand. You do not accept. You do not understand what we are.
No. We understand.
No, I don't know. Maybe that's what you say, but
that's what it means. We literally are.
I will
but now,
Go ahead.
What I will disagree with you, my brother Dan Kamis, is that the Donald Trump, is pulling out from helping the people who are suffering in the world. And that is what the value in democracy. The value is that, if the value is to help. If there is somebody who is vulnerable, then that person is calling for help. And that is where you can go and help. I'm very sure you will not like actually to see somebody dying, probably maybe because of food and just watching. Hold on.
More are coming. More are coming in.
This is there is more coming.
No. Somebody asking a question. Then when will they release the results? That's what I'm asking. Replying him that is still counting. The results.
It's going to be a long night, my brother. If you want to sleep, you can sleep.
American politics doesn't work that way. The result cannot be read in the same day. But you can determine, if you follow American politics, the result. There are even some states that will not be counted today. I don't know. Even Pennsylvania usually is not counted. They will count it even the 4th day or 3rd day. So American politics is different way from other politics. There are some states, they have their own rule of actually do counting election. So don't expect the result to be tonight. But based on calculation from people who know American politics, we can analyze and actually kind of figure out what the result will look like. The way they are analyzing is not the exact. The announcement, the final one, I think it will be 3rd or 4th of the day from now. So that is what I will say about the person who is asking whether the result will be tonight. So what we can talk about this Dan Kamis. Let me go back to Dan Kamis. Dan Kamis, the way American involved is about democracy, dictatorship. Those African dictators, they sign an agreement that they are members of the United Nations Council or United Nations, members of United Nations in New York headquarters. If you sign that one, that is an agreement that binds the world, that you bind it by human rights, by democracy, by a lot of values that human beings believe and live on. So if you break it out, then you have a problem. So all those United Nations countries, they will rally up to you and they get rid of you. And that is why you see, if you become a dictator like now in South Sudan, we were fighting for dictatorship, the kingdom, people who are doing monarchism. Now, when we got our country, we thought because we come out from war, leaders will respect the term limit, which mean election, which mean freedom, the freedom that you are fighting for. Now, if that freedom is denied for you, so that means many people die, then that is why the world, those who are members in the United Nations, like United States, they will take action. Okay? So the action will be like, remove the dictator. So Donald Trump is leaving the dictators. So, you know, that is not okay. You know, we cannot accept that. We have to go actually after these dictators and get rid of them, so that at least the large people can have peace and can have the freedom they want. That is the one aspect that I agree with the Democratic Party, because they believe in democracy. The principle of democracy is that you must be free, not only you, but other people. You think about other people, not yourself. So that is the value that we actually want. So if the democracy actually, they come back to power, that means the dictators in Africa, they will kind of like you now, who is supporting those dictators. I think you are sweating right now.
Can I ask Billy Luke this? Billy Luke, NBC, only the projection that they are doing, is that all the news they are giving out?
No, I think they are just, I think that is just, you know, that's just a screen, like a PowerPoint presentation.
Yeah.
But I think they are speaking on other side.
Oh, okay.
On the other side is not allowing me in. I don't know why.
Yeah, maybe they give it a restriction too.
Yeah, there is restriction. Even there are some website that ask some money to pay.
No, don't do that. Yeah. Anyway, sorry, you can try another one.
Okay,
the
it's
one
all
that
right.
is actually giving live presentation. Yes.
Yes, it's all right. It's okay.
CNN,
Just go ahead.
Thank you.
CNN is a reliable site here. The other side, they are not reliable.
Yeah, but they block me. They need me to pay them some
CNN
money.
is down now. They shut it down. They did it.
No. They haven't shut it down. It's because they restricted it, because it's only American can.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So
they
let me go back
everything electronically.
my other computer, because you cannot share it now in this Facebook, and then I will be back. Okay, thank you.
He dropped a bomb. It's just on the regime change in Juba, and then he left. Then Kamis, you are the one who came in, and Billy Luke, and you have some word after General and Dr. Lodgin.
I would like to have a word about the misconception about this policy designed by Brother Peter Biera-Jack. When he talk about generational exit, what he actually mean by that is the fact that, you know, Brother Peter Biera-Jack, you know, understand that, you know, this generation, this war, this veteran in the system of the government, he believed that they are too old enough to actually move the country forward. So what he mean by that, you know, it is time for our generation to take over so that we can actually fix the system. You know, that is just a political term or political policy or concept being designed by him according to political strategy and the way he envisioned it. What he mean by that, he want us as the generation that were promised to be the future seed of the nation, like the Red Army or the Jejel Army, you know, to take over once they liberate the country from the revolutionary struggle. Now, Brother Peter Biya believes that it is our turn to take over the system. Then we can also be able to fix the way we can actually take this country forward. So I don't understand why people misinterpreted it. That what he mean by a generational exit can be actually misconstrued as a discriminatory policy against the old generation. That's not true. So let's respect that. You know, I disagree with Peter Biera-Jack in the way he approached the government, especially when he come and and lobby with the international, Western countries, and create this conspiracy theory against our country. We don't like that, but we can actually dialogue within. We can be a part of the government, but we have to actually launch a diplomatic policy that can actually resonate with our best interests, as per the best interests of those foreign countries that want to come in and have something to do in South Sudan, like in terms of financial or economic investment in our country. That's where we disagree sometimes with Peter Biya. Otherwise, with the call for his generational exit, it is a good thing. It is a good thing. So some of us here can actually definitely support it. So I don't see the reason why Dol Arjun is actually very contradictory when it comes to politics, because you are someone who is actually opposed to the government, and at the same time you are contradicting yourself. How are we going to get a chance anyway if you can actually?
Peter Kane, come over, join us in the panels. If you now you are praising.
Where is he driving? I can see he's driving or something.
Yeah, I have to answer two things here. I have to disagree with Benedict.
Yeah, then you can explain why you can explain why you think it is wrong to call for a generational exit. Don't you think it is our time to take over? It's our turn.
There's nothing calling our time in politics. There's no generation action that can be raised as a politician to be a leaders of the country. Then the leadership is actually
but this old guard in the system are not even fixing the country to the people. We should actually accuse them to sit aside.
That is not a language. That's not a language of actually you can use as if you want to be a politician. That's a discrimination. If you call somebody old age,
discriminatory about
the old ages, we can't go about ages in the politics. So there's
not even about age. It's about the failure.
No. That's not what you say.
Now they are have the system, but they cannot do anything better.
You have people are now suffering in Jamaica. Hey, don't tell me there. Let me answer you first. Let me answer you.
Let's give one another to finish this statement first, and then you reply.
Don't try to divert me from there. Let me give you the answer of what we are actually talking about first. Yeah. Number one, I have to say what actually the platform Peter Biya have. It's not actually the topic of tonight. I will just compare it because our own is Donald Trump. Our own is Joe. And how long Joe is being in the government? It's 47 years. Joe is being in the government for 47 years. Okay, that you have to take that. If I want to argue, you have to argue with a legitimate point. So when you are actually referring a generational exit, according to your explanation, you said that, that's all veteran. They cannot lead anymore because we grow up and own that. That's what you're trying to tell us here. But that's not the point. You take in your case, try to push out the same age from the power, and you actually coming to open your case to the same forum. There's no difference between Donald Trump and President Kiir. So at least you don't really know what you are presented, because you try to push one of them out while you are actually in favor of the other side, the other person. And pretty much they are the same ages. So do not try to tell us that BR is not actually talking about the ages. That's what the platform is. He said that they are old enough and they've been there for a long time. They were not there for a long time. They were actually in the war. Their time to lead, that's the time they are in now. So that's what I can say. Back to Mr. Rana. The legend, the one that ran away. What he said is, he said that they went up to be the Donald Trump turn away the people that the vulnerable people that actually need help. There's nobody is actually vulnerable in this world. Anything is caused by human being. It's all about human error. The country that people are actually suffering, it was not brought up by God or anything. It was brought by the people that live there and their allies. So whatever what they call it allies are the problem to the other people, to the other countries democracy. You cannot practice democracy while somebody is pushing you against the wall. So the people that are suffering, they're not just suffering; they are suffering, and the people that are actually pretending sometimes like they are there to helping them. They are the one that pushing them against the wall to suffer. So the legend is actually talking, try to defend, but we as African countries, we've been suffering for that long is because we don't have a political. We've been actually colonized for a long time, and that colonial is still there. They are the one that driving us. Whoever come in power, you have to be monitored. If you're talking about dictatorship, so the 40 years was not there in South Sudan. The country was actually 2 years old when the war broke out. So what dictatorship are you talking about here? In South Sudan election set to be 2 years. I don't know what the legend is trying to say here, because he said if you not actually follow the 4 years term, America will not agree with you. South Sudan was not in the 4 years term yet. It was 2011. That's where we got the election. We got actually independent, and then the war broke out in 2013. How many years for you to call the government of South Sudan a dictatorship? So we have not actually reached even 3 years for us to see where we at from the beginning, and we were not actually a country already. We tried to compete the country that has been exist for 200 years. It will not work. So for me, I have to stop there. But I know what is going tonight. Donald Trump is coming back, and I'm for it. I don't support war. I don't support anything. So I want Donald Trump to work here. So we have to be American first, and we have to do our own business. We don't have to mind about the other people, what they're doing there at their own backyard. That's none of our business. We have to deal with our own backyards.
Okay.
Can you put the volume on again, Isaac?
Hmm?
Put the volume on again so we can listen here.
Pleased, I guess, to hang on to that, given the situation 4 years ago. Right, now to the West Coast, and here are the projections we can make. The big prize of the night, as always, is California with 55 electoral college votes. Joe Biden has got those. Further north, the state of Washington with 12 goes to the blue column as well. And Oregon as well, all of these West Coast blue states, another 7, which we can add to Joe Biden's tally there. And we'll put in Idaho as well, which is also closing this hour. That's a red state. That goes to Donald Trump with 4. So as I said, this gives us some shape now because we're now managing to fill in the states which we knew. So 209, 112. Right now, that looks very strong in favor of Joe Biden. But let's think about this. Texas, 38. Florida, 29. Pennsylvania, which we haven't talked about for a while. We'll do that in maybe 10 or 15 minutes. We'll have a little talk about Pennsylvania. Not even in the too close to call at the moment, but there's 20 there. Ohio, 18. North Carolina, 16. There are a lot of states, and it's all the ones which we thought it would come down to, of course. So whilst that number, I'll just hop out the way there, whilst that number looks, as I say, very strong and Joe Biden much closer, there is too much to declare. And remember, Florida looking so strong for Joe Biden, I'm doing it again, goodness gracious, for Donald Trump at the moment, we could probably put another 29 on to his tally there. Let's check in with some of those swing states which I just took you through. Just want to buzz through them quickly and see how we are. So North Carolina, with nearly 100% of precincts reporting, the difference is just 73,000, and that is in favor of Donald Trump at this stage. Georgia as well, with its 16 electoral college votes, is too close to call the margin, is just 300,000. And we are waiting for votes from the most populous parts of the states around Atlanta, remembering the general rule that Democrats do better in the urban areas. So Joe Biden by no means will have given up hope in Georgia. 63% of precincts reporting there. Let's head further north to Ohio. That one's too close as well. 402,000 is the difference, with nearly 90% of precincts reporting. But Donald Trump's lead has been extending there over the last hour, I would point out. And finally, Michigan, part of the blue wall, or what was the blue wall, 16 electoral college votes. Donald Trump is comfortably ahead there, but it's only a third of the votes in at this point. Pennsylvania was the one I wanted to talk about as well. It's not all. Now, 55-43, that's changed significantly, because earlier when we looked at Pennsylvania, Joe Biden was well ahead, but that was a small number of precincts reporting, and it was the areas which we know are strong. And Pennsylvania is a fascinating state. And as I say, I think we'll talk a bit more about this in 10 or 15 minutes or so, depending on what other news we see coming out. But Donald Trump will be pleased to see that one, because holding on to Pennsylvania, as well as Florida, is absolutely critical for Donald Trump if he wants to keep the White House. So the scoreboard looks like this. 209 electoral college votes plays 112. And just to highlight the electoral college at play here, look at the bottom line there. In fact, we'll bring it up full there. So both candidates have won 17 states, but Joe Biden has that much far ahead, up at 209 against 112. That's the way the electoral college works. It's not about how many states you win. It's about how important, which important states you win. And look at the popular vote as well. More people across the United States are voting for Donald Trump at this stage, 3% more. Joe Biden ahead in the electoral count, Adrian. This is tight. I'll be honest, I did not expect this. And Florida especially, which I think we should have a final result at some point, or a final projection, that will be a huge factor in whoever wins this race.
Come on, many thanks. We'll talk to you shortly. Well, as we heard, several states still up in the air. Nearly all the polls are closed now, except for Hawaii and Alaska. The ballots are still being counted, especially in several key battleground states. We don't know which way those states are going to go yet. We have correspondents right across the country. Let's speak to them all now, starting with John Hendren, who's covering the Midwest for Chicago. John, this election could come down to Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Michigan, Wisconsin, Ohio, the Midwest, where you are.
That's right, Adrian. It's those blue wall states, by and large, that Kamal was talking about, spanning from Pennsylvania to Minnesota in the upper Midwest. And in the middle are the ones that Joe Biden will have to pick up in order to make a change and to cost Donald Trump key electoral votes that he won last time around. That's Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. Biden has other avenues to success if he doesn't win those, but he would do best if he can win Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania. He's got to win something there. And right now, if he were to win Ohio, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he'd pick up 44 electoral points, and that would put Donald Trump below 270 if everything else played out like it did in 2016. There are a couple caveats right here. If you look at Wisconsin, last I checked, you can check my math on this, but it was pretty close. And Milwaukee still won't have all of its votes counted for another 7 hours. Now, that's important because Milwaukee is one of those urban areas that are heavily Democratic. That's where Joe Biden is expected to rack up some votes. Ahead of this election, he was several points ahead in Wisconsin in polls. But as we see, when we look at the results so far, Donald Trump seems to be outperforming his expectations. Joe Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton's performance 4 years ago, but he's not doing as well as
as he would need to do in order to wrap it up. Michigan is probably going to be late in returning all of its votes. And then there's Pennsylvania. Those states could make the difference. It could come down to this blue wall.
John, many thanks. We'll see you again a little later. Let's go live then to the crucial battleground state of Florida. Andy Gallagher is in Miami. Andy, it's pretty tight.
I mean, incredibly tight. And we are expecting it to get called pretty soon. About 94% of all votes have been predicted and counted. And it looks like this could go Donald Trump's way. He's got about a 300,000 vote lead at the moment. And in the areas, if you look at the counties where Joe Biden actually won, like here in Miami-Dade County, he's actually underperforming in what Hillary Clinton did back in 2016. Remember, Donald Trump came here 14 times during his campaign. Joe Biden only 4 times, although he sent surrogates like former President Barack Obama here to try and energize Biden's base. But this is a much needed win if it goes Trump's way, because this is really the state that he needed to get. No Republican nominee for the president has won the White House in close to a century without winning this state. The state, of course, that Donald Trump calls his home state because he moved down to Mar-a-Lago as his permanent residence. So it hasn't been called yet, but it looks like it is leaning towards the Trump campaign. And it may be that this state doesn't really even play much of a role going forward, because now it seems to be about places like North Carolina, Ohio, Wisconsin, which John was just talking about. And that's a pretty unusual thing. Normally, Florida plays an outsized role because it is an outsized state in many ways with 29 electoral college votes. But if Trump manages to clinch those 29 electoral college votes, it will give his campaign a big boost.
Andy Gallagher reporting live there from Miami. Let's cross to the other side of the country then. Al Jazeera's Rob Reynolds is in Los Angeles in California. Polls, as we heard, closed there at the top of the hour. It is a strong Democratic state. Let's talk about Colorado and Arizona to get us up to date.
Peter Kane, if you can stream us with the CNN will be great. CNN is a bit reliable, one of the best to watch. It's being blocked here in Australia. Unmute yourself, we can't hear you. Hello? You still? Unmute. You haven't unmuted yourself yet.
It look like it's frozen.
No, it's not frozen. I can see his lips are moving. He's talking. Technology maybe in the things. If you want to use the headphone, I think that's where the thing is. You have something to change there.
Okay, Isaac.
Yes.
I believe what is actually delaying the projection of the next winners in this battleground state is because the early ballot are not being counted. Yeah. But the vote that have been just counted were the one that were casted today. Yes. But it is going to take a little bit time to count all the early voting because they didn't start counting them.
Yeah, that's why they put the
percentage. So that's the reason why most of these states, we do not expect them to delay the result up to this time, because if it was some previous years, these results should have been out already. But because of this too much voting in the early voting, that's why most of these states are now delaying, because they have to count. They have to count them, and maybe they have to recount them if they want to make sure they are very accurate or not. So this is exactly what is delaying it. And this is the reason why the results are not coming out in time.
You are right, Billy. You are right, brother. And
that's where Democratic Party have their advantage to win. So what Brother Dane Committee is trying to say here is not true. So the fact that you are trying to say, oh, Donald Trump is coming back, my friend, just wait and watch, because majority of the supporters of Donald Trump, they voted today. So
including
their
vote
their ballot have been counted already.
Democrats.
But in the early voting, majority are Democrat, and that is where we expect Joe Biden to win big. So watch and see. Thank you.
I thank you so much, Billy. Look, your statement is correct. I'm even nervous here because we heard. I'm feeling like if Donald Trump lose, he will not accept the defeat. And if he hasn't accepted the
everybody's nervous. You are right. Everybody's nervous. Even Donald Trump is nervous too, because none of these battleground states, he has not win one of them yet. He has not won. So none of them, none of these political party or none of these presidential candidates have not won a single one yet. Yes.
This kind of election.
What made us worry now as Democratic supporters is because we were expecting to win with a landslide. Unfortunately, now it feels like it's quite complicated. But we have the confidence because the early vote, early ballot have not been counted yet, and this is where we are banking our hope on.
Now you are talking. You are really nervous.
Then maybe you should worry about Arizona. What's your background, my friend? There's no chance you can win Arizona. So
you know
what
what?
about Arizona?
You know what? Arizona, I actually never been worried about Arizona because it's been going on like that all this time. Imagine on 2018, I mean 2008 and 2016. So the issue here, you don't understand. The Arizona is actually a Republican state, and one of the issue in our state here, it was actually in late John McCain. So John McCain is being in power in Arizona for 40 years, and that is hard to change. So wherever he moved to, the people of Arizona are actually moving with him. So for a couple years now,
did they move up to the grave with him?
they still have the same ideology and belief of that John McCain is still existing. So it will take a little bit time. And look in South Sudan, we can talk about it. Somebody called me, man. That's what I don't like.
Children, hey. You want to talk in the bedroom, man? What are you doing? You are sleeping and you come live. How can it come?
You know what? I have to exit and come back. These people kept calling me and they disconnect my device. I have to put it on the same mode. So
all right, it's okay. Yeah. If you want to join us, you need to get up and sit on the chair, and you'll be part of the show. All right? Okay. It's one of our falsies. Thank you. Yeah. It's wonderful, guys. Things are really terrible. Yeah.
Who is trying to play that? Peter Ken?
Yeah, it's Kenny. Yeah, come over, bring it, Ken. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what's wrong.
Yeah. Do you hear us now, Peter?
I don't know. He's actually in the background. Yeah. You could be doing that in the background.
Yeah.
No, I hear you guys.
Oh, yeah. Even now we can hear you.
Yeah, I can see, Peter. I think you came from work, right? Or are you still staying late? Did your state? Where did your state go? You
come
leave
on, man.
Vermont.
You know, we are the
always
blue as the state of America. No matter what, who run as a Democrat is going to win.
I know.
There is no question on that.
Yeah, Peter,
Okay.
just for your information, in the next 20 minutes, I will be popping out to go and pick up my kids from school and then come back and join you back again. All right?
No problem. I will hang on.
Yeah, it's all right. Please. Thank you. Yes, I will be with you for a while.
So what is going on exactly with Pennsylvania and Ohio? Things are getting tight there because the helibots are not being counted. So now they are start counting the helibot because the heliballot are too much. They cannot finish it overnight, I guess.
This election will be rigged. This is it.
No, it's not going to be rigged because each and every state have their own policies. And you know, they have election supervisors, and all the political parties are represented too at the polling station where the ballot are being tallied. So there's no fraud. But I think Donald Trump was trying to use some conspiracy theory so that he can go and use it later on, because he's worried about losing the election.
We lost your voice.
Who, me?
Peter.
Oh, Peter is not speaking, I guess.
No, he was he's speaking.
Okay, we don't. Yes, even we are not even hearing we don't hear anything about the.
Yeah, the CNN even we can't hear.
Yeah,
anything.
we don't hear any sound
Now
from
you
it.
mute yourself again. Oh my goodness! Come on, man. Unmute yourself.
It's very low as well. Yeah.
Now we'll get Donald Trump from his 2016 map down to 205. So then you go from there. I think we're in a world right now, Wolf, where I'm just going to take
we
these
can
away.
hear CNN now.
It's such an early
Can we
stage
hear
in
your
all
voice as well?
way. And so if
But it
nothing
still
else
is low.
changed, right, if the president holds Florida, we haven't called that yet. It's close, but he's ahead. If the president holds North Carolina, same
Who
deal.
hear us,
We haven't
Peter?
called it yet. It's ahead. The president holds Ohio. Iowa, let me pull out here and look at the map. I just want to take a peek. Iowa is still blue. I just want to go over and take a look at it here. 59%. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. That would be interesting if that one switched. But at the moment, we'll just leave it here until we know otherwise. We'll leave it here. So here's where you get. Again, we have the congressional district here and the congressional district here that could change the math a little bit. But if you take these off the board, and if Joe Biden can't win Ohio, haven't called it yet. We have to wait. We're waiting on votes and everything like. You're just looking for flips. So what happens if we're waiting on these states because they're having normal delays plus additional delays counting their votes? We could get to a point in a few hours when we start to fill in some of the ones that are left. We're somewhere in this ballpark, and we're fighting it out over these states.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing to watch. Everybody's got to be patient though, and let everyone as they should. That's what's critically important.
It is.
Yes, I think you should be hearing us.
Shift maps.
No,
Again, we're to a point
it has replied.
Well, the CNN is coming.
He has a problem of connection. A lot of devices.
The thing are getting complicated. You have seen how how CNN is projecting it, right?
I know.
It's getting red a little bit.
Very bad. He's one of the best projection. Yeah.
But that's a strategy behind Donald Trump. That's why he want to suppress the heliboarding. Yes. That's why he just want to cut the counting because he don't want that to go on.
Yeah.
But it can never happen because it's the law. Each and every state have their own law governing them, so they have the right to count the ballot until they finish everything. So all these presidential candidates are represented at this polling station where the ballot are being tallied. So there should be no worry.
Yeah, my worry is this: whether all votes will be counted, because it has started when Donald Trump has closed down the speeding machines in the post offices, where the people should just cast their vote and all these things. This is where the question mark started, because I know this time will not be outside influence that will bring problem like what the Russia has done last 4 years ago. This one will be within. The corruption will happen within. And that's what I'm worried here in Australia. Every Australian people, they think that there will be no a good secession the person that accepted I lost and address the audience or his followers that let's unite it and follow our leader, such that the country remain united. But what I can see here, it will remain divided, because if somebody you are supporting is not accepting defeat, you still hang there with anger and all the nonsense, and different things will come up in between. So that's what is our worry. Yeah, I had a lot of analysis this morning in my country here in Australia. Opposition leader and the prime minister, they don't need to rush in to talk about American politics because they don't know who is going to come up. So
yeah, it is a protocol. It is a protocol. They have to. Yeah,
so
remain neutral.
What you see the analysis, how they analyze the speeches given by the opposition leader and the speech given by the prime minister in the parliament. There's some tune that you know whom they are talking to, whom they are just throwing such words. So it's a global anxiousness. Yeah.
Absolutely, it is true, especially these Western countries or these NATO alliance countries.
Yes,
they do not want to see Donald Trump come back, because Donald Trump is actually alienating the traditional allies of the United States.
Yes,
you know, countries like Australia and the European countries that always look to what the American democracy. But now, given the leadership under President Donald Trump, you know, the global leadership in the world is no longer there. So each and every country is left alone to cater for their own general welfare for their citizens and about the world affairs. You know, that's why you see. I don't want to talk about foreign policy anyway, but I understand it's too sensitive. That's why we didn't want to talk much about our South Sudan interest in this election. I understand that, but I don't want us to go to that extent, like the way Deng was actually attacking us and try to bring that into discussion. I know we can get out of hand if we want to go that way. But, you know, yes.
We are just we will bring you live all the audios. We have one of our hosts is working down behind the scene now to bring all the news through CNN or any favoring news agents. Yes, we are just discussing these things before we bring up the things. Thank you. We are with you. Chilwell? There's no problem. How are you? Yeah. Talongo?
Anata Europe.
Okay, Europe in which area?
Anata Finland.
Okay.
Northern Europe, yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, I think American election is the global things. Everybody's watching it, and the eyes are there. We need to know who is coming up.
But I think Roma, but they'll do.
Okay.
Yeah, because okay, cause party then. On a bit from the ala cause party KKBNL. But they are still doesn't want to lose the share without someone who coming next candidate, right? So can a must Trump do? Because actually big pelto jabaj tinugor kaga where de kachi Trump yogani in Quebec another kete where and did and kwange. But kichi Trump Alvin a mass of whatever do can be a second time.
Yeah, you are right. And somehow, because in a democratic country, we have seen some of the heavyweight Republicans. They came outside last time. They came out and they have spoken. condemning the way Trump is handling the national affairs, American affairs, and the allies and all this stuff. I can give you one example of one of the Secretary of the State, Colin Powell, is one of the decorated generals in United States of America, plus other seniors decorated generals. But that thing, democracy, is allowing you will be using the vote, the valid vote, including his own wife, can vote to Democrats. We never know. So the ballot box is the bullet for everything. If they fail to, if they cannot go beyond that to say that, no, we don't need you on the top, you are now doing this and this. No, they cannot go in that one. They can support him as a party leader for the sake of the party to hold on their electoral votes, but that thing is not enough. What I can see, we'll be having some challenges anyway. I'm still fearing here. My feeling is far different from all of you. I'm not a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, but how things are going, is making a bit shaky and very suspicious, because I know Donald Trump very well. He's not a politician. He's an outspoken person. He can say anything anytime he wants.
Even for me, I'm not a politician. But the beginning.
We cannot hear the voice, Peter Kane, Wagur volume.
So on kon ban Trump nal kon era jog achira ni jala ndabia president rane nyiku etinga chora Hillary Clinton. Yeah, but policies then in a chitu Trump ban. That's why
electoral college in a with Hillary popular vote Hillary chetel ko jala.
Yeah. So, and I think, man, this thing is still be happening like that.
Okay. Alada bugya kam buat.
All right, I'm back.
Jaban chen ban.
Yeah, Japan chen I my brother Chamodarin Kajating upon okay, children, okay. Children in Chamother. Yeah, been look. You know, back to our election discussion here. I think it's very easy. It's not that hard to understand some political stage in America here, unless you don't actually track it down.
Correct.
So Donald Trump, you know, I cannot disagree a little bit with my brother Benelux. It's not about American policy. It's not about the foreign policy here. There are people that actually work for the foreign policy. It doesn't matter whether the president is there or not. The powers actually being divided. So only what Donald Trump, what I know, what I have seen from the beginning, from day one, Donald Trump is being struggling with it, is because Donald Trump is not a politician. And these people, they consider themselves a politician, and they've been controlling the power for a decade. So when somebody pop up from nowhere and be in the middle of them, criticizing them and disagree with the way they are actually running their own political affairs, they were actually surprised. It came to be a surprise for them. And that's why when I can agree with my brother Chilwen, when the election was actually conducted in 2016, everybody was just was actually celebrating that Hillary Clinton is going to win election by spite, and there will be no any struggle because Donald Trump is actually been saying whatever he said, because he can say anything that comes to his mind. Depend on you. If you said anything to him, disagree with him, you can say whatever his opinion is. And that people actually were actually looking for it, but the change has not come to America yet. There's some areas that are not actually, the change has not reached to that certain level. And I will leave it there. That side, we just come in. We came in as from other countries, but people that live here, that are born here, being in politics, they know exactly what their target are. So Donald Trump is not actually messing up America's foreign policy, according to me. The way I actually observing it for the last 3 years, Donald Trump is actually fighting with the politicians that actually they think that they are the one that own American. They are the one that own America because they've been there for 30 years, they've been there for 40 years, they've been there for 25 years. And whenever somebody who is actually just come for only one day is telling them what you people are doing is not right, they've been like, really? Who are you? Where you coming from? And we have actually controlled this for years. That's why you see Joe Biden is actually be happy if he happen to win the election. He's going to be happy because they are on his colleagues that are in the House, that are in the Senate. They've been there for 30, 40 years. Their agendas they already been set how to drive America wherever they want. But if Donald Trump win the next election again, the struggle will still go on because Donald Trump is not actually, he don't want somebody try to control America as his own property. Donald Trump is just want everybody to have his own share. That's what I have understand. The struggle is actually is in politics in America. The people that are actually controlling the politics of America for a decade are the one that fighting with Donald Trump. It's not the majority, it's not the citizen that actually fighting with the Trump. If Donald Trump is actually fighting with the citizen, the Latino cannot vote for him. You can see we African American, we cannot vote for him. But somebody who is actually understanding what's going on there, that's why we don't care what is actually coming out from Trump, what coming out in his mouth. That's not what we go for. Is what is actually on the background. What's going on? That's what we go for. And imagine, America is actually been divided since 2011. 2011, the event of 2011 is the one that divided America. If you're talking about division here in America, that's where the division came, and that division it will take long to restore it back. And when you see Obama term when he was a president, the people die in America here. The life actually lost in America is more than what is being lost during Donald Trump. It's because of that division of 2011 is still running on the people's mind. So people are not actually agree, and that's how I view it. So Donald Trump is unlikely to come back because people that are actually tired of people about politics, that people that has been in the power for a long time, they don't really care about what Donald Trump say. They care about what is Donald Trump is actually doing at the moment, not because Joe Biden will say what he said. That's not what he's going to do tomorrow because he's been there. He's actually specialized of brainwash the citizen. That's what it
then
is.
can you
And I have
justify?
to stop from there.
Can you explain to us what has done? What has Donald Trump done for the last 4 years? What has he done?
Then I'm going to pick up my kids and I'm coming back. I will join you guys. I lost school then.
Okay.
Just
Isaac.
my brother just go to town panyapa go to nyal penyin ba dirt. Incha mba chop ko Abraham did open.
Been look about look to in the bill. So now by himself.
Keep a lawyer.
No, I have been quiet.
I can't lawyer. He had to be so he had to be. He have no point. He can go with any flow. So been look have no ground. He can just go with any flow. He's an activist.
Then come in. Brother, man. When did thank you guys. I will come back soon. Hi.
All right. See you later, Isaac. Thank you for your time. Anyway, I would like to respond to you, Ding. Ding, what you don't understand about this election?
Go ahead.
It's not about the governing policies. And if I may ask you now, what has Donald Trump done for the last 4 years? I think you wouldn't be able to answer us satisfactorily. So I don't know why you're talking about Donald Trump being this and that. We don't know anything Donald Trump have done differently than what Barack Obama and Joe Biden have done for the last 8 years in office. This economy that people are proud today in the United States was inherited from the presidency of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. So this economic growth or this economic prosperity that was actually inherited by Donald Trump and take it as his credit, it's not his economy. It was the economy of Barack Obama and Joe Biden. Remember when President Barack Obama came into power in 2008, he inherited an economic depression from the Bush administration. And then he recovered the economy. And then after he recovered the economy began to grow. And then after the 2 terms of President Barack Obama ended, then, Donald Trump was able to have that opportunity to take over it. And then he carried on with the economic prosperity that he inherited from Barack Obama. So this economic growth that is now being credited to Donald Trump was actually inherited from Joe Biden and Barack Obama. So this does not make any sense when people come and say, oh, it was because it is Donald Trump policy that actually fixed the economy. No, it is not. This economic growth and prosperity was actually inherited from Barack Obama and Joe Biden. So this is the thing, the policy of Obama and Joe Biden were actually working, and that's why they recover the economy from the economic depression and bring the job back, and then the economy began to prosper. And then Donald Trump took over it. This is now the reason why Donald Trump is actually claiming the credit of economic growth and job growth. Because jobs have been growing and economy has been prospering under Joe Biden and Barack Obama. So I don't see anything Donald Trump have done for the past 4 years other than indulging minorities, discriminating America based on religion, based on racial background, based on religious background, based on other ethnic, minorities in the world. And at the same time, the reason why Donald Trump came into the office is to come and corrupt the American business. He just came here to do what? Okay, let's go ahead and watch.
Hello.
Yes.
Can you guys hear the volume now?
No, we don't hear anything.
2.9.
and we expect higher.
Yes, it's coming up. It's coming a little bit, but raise the volume.
Actually, your
Maybe your
network is
microphone is a
kind
problem.
of little bit cracking.
They just decided they knew they were going to be
I
over.
think
Your
you might-
network is
Maybe his
actually
microphone.
cracking.
Yeah. Check your microphone.
Kenny.
Again, if you're in the Biden campaign right now, you're looking at this map and you're thinking all of the opportunities we thought we had might be slipping away, meaning states that we could flip, like Florida, like North Carolina, like Georgia. There are 2 Senate races in Georgia as well. So I just want to go to the point Pam was making.
Yes, now it's very good.
Well, let's come back
It's
out
getting
close.
better.
Statewide, a 211,141 vote lead.
Yeah,
So you
it's
come
quite
into
good.
the center and you say, okay, well, they're missing a lot of ballots here. Not missing, but they haven't counted a lot of ballots here. So you look at Fulton County, 297,000 there. Let's just see where we are, 196. So Joe Biden is 100,000 votes behind where Hillary Clinton was there. It's supposed to be a more high turnout election. So maybe there's more votes there. That's about 100,000 there. Pam mentioned Gwinnett County. Come over here. You see 174,000 for Biden now. You go back 176. So he's ahead of Hillary Clinton already there with still some votes to be counted. The question you're asking, this is the reason I'm going through this, is it at all possible? When you look at the Donald Trump lead right now, when you go through these areas.
I think I can't hear nothing. It just kept cutting off. That's
a lot of votes to be done here. 81,000 is where Joe Biden is now. You go back in
It's
time.
clear. It's clear. It's talking about Georgia.
Chunks of vote in those counties. You come back out, you see the president's lead is 211,000.
It's actually comparing the
have Gwinnett and Fulton.
Georgia 2016 and Georgia 2020.
Give up. There's votes to be counted. The question is, can you win? As those votes are counted, what's your margin? What is your margin? So again, you keep it on the board. If you look at it right now, as a Democrat, you're disappointed. But when you do the math and figure out what's out there, this is why patience is going to be so important. And again, it's the very same situation. Pam mentioned more than a million votes here. They're just nowhere near. But this is 2016. You come back up to 2020. They're just nowhere near the same numbers, right? You just saw the 2016 numbers. And so patience is what's required here. And again, we heard the president repeatedly at the end of the campaign saying we should be able to count the votes on election night. That's it. I'm done. It's not the way it works, which is why Sarah Murray in the report saying the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania just came out, explained the process. That's really the challenge now. For the election officials in these states where you have the slow count, we just got the Fairfax information. In Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, transparency is going to be key in the hours ahead, because this is where, in this age of social media and everything else, this is where things start to fly around. The important thing is stay with the sources you trust, be patient. We're going to count them. We have eyes on them. It's all fine.
No rush. We'll take it easy.
Right.
We'll do it right. We have a key race alert. Some of the contests we haven't paid that much attention to, but take a look at this in Maine right now. 37% of the estimated vote is in. Joe Biden has an 18,000 vote lead over Donald Trump, 51.3% to 45.5%. The second congressional district in Maine with one electoral vote, 33% of the vote is in. Trump is slightly ahead, 8,841 votes, 50.6% to 45%. Only a third of the vote is in Maine, the second congressional district. In Montana right now, Biden is ahead but it's close, by about 1,300 votes, 49.2% to 48.1%. 20% of the vote in Montana is in. So we're watching those contests as well.
And so, again, very rarely does it happen, but every now and then, those one matter. You mentioned the Maine second congressional district. Democrats all along have thought that Maine was a state that they were going to win and win quite comfortably. As you can see, we're very early in the count right here. But you see the red up in the northern part of the state. Donald Trump carried this congressional district 4 years ago. Maine and Nebraska do it by congressional district. It is very rare that it comes down to 269, 269, or 271. It's very rare that happens. But on a night like this, we'll keep track of that count there, because Democrats thought they had that one in their back pocket. But Democrats have been surprised in some other places tonight, or at least appear to be on the verge of being surprised. So we'll watch as it plays out. And so, you're going to go across this map, and you're looking at this map. And if you're watching at home, this is important. Throughout the night, Donald Trump had been leading in the popular vote. As we get the West Coast results, Joe Biden is now 1.6 million votes ahead there. That's important from a symbolic and a moral victory, but it's not how we pick presidents.
John, we got another key race alert, an important one right now. The Commonwealth of Virginia, look at this, 73% of the vote is in. Biden is now ahead by some 219,000 votes, 52.3% to 46% for Trump. All of a sudden, Biden takes the lead in Virginia, 13 electoral votes at stake in Virginia. That's significant, John. We were looking closely at those suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia counties.
And so let's see what happened there, because, again, we've seen this play out in Virginia before where the Republican takes an early lead, but not and the Northern Virginia counties come in. And you see Fairfax County 28% moments ago. Now it's up to 86. If you need something fixed at home, you just need Pam Brown to talk about it on television. And then apparently it just happens right away.
We lost the volume again. Kenny.
Like this, when people are nervous, when we do have the counting, it is important for people. So we give them credit for counting the votes when they did. And when you pull that back out, then all of a sudden, a state that you're watching all night long, you're wondering, why is that red? We talked about this all night long, and we're going to talk about it apparently through the night and into tomorrow when it comes to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. We need to be patient. It's a very different year. These are good people who count votes. We beat them up sometimes. We ask, why aren't you doing this more quickly? They're good people, and they're counting the votes. We want them as quickly as possible. So now you see this. That puts Virginia back again. So you come back out and you look at this map where we are right now, right? So now we're at 1147. This is where normally we're thinking, are we close? Are we close to making a call? We are not. We are not. Why? We are not. Why? Because we're waiting for so much. Number one, you see those, they're red right now, but it's just not contextual. It's real. The president leads in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, but we're missing a ton of votes. We're missing a ton of votes. And so you look at this part of the country, has anything changed, right? Let me take this up. Has anything changed from 2016? No. Has anything changed from 2016? No, not yet. We're not done. We haven't called some of these states, but in terms of who's leading right now. And so the only thing on this map right now that's different is that Arizona. And that's not called yet either, but it seems to be trending Joe Biden's way. So that was a key target for the Democrats. There's a Senate race out there as well, too. That was one. The Democrats came into the night thinking and hoping there would be more than one. We're not done yet. There may well yet be. Georgia, as we just noted, they have a lot of votes to count in Georgia. It's still close enough for those votes to make a difference. But the Democrats who spent this week saying it's going to be a blowout, reconsidering that right now. Again, we haven't finished with these states. But if you were going to have a blowout, even when you're waiting for some votes to be counted, in a blowout year, you're leading. You tend to lead. So it doesn't mean one or two of these won't flip back. But you don't see any evidence right now of a huge wave. And that's going to matter, not just for the presidency, as we get later in the night in the Senate, as we start doing the House tally, as tomorrow we think about governor's races and state legislatures. The fact that there's a lot of red here is better news for Republicans. How good? We don't know yet. It takes a few days to sort through that. And so you come back to this map here right now. Again, Joe Biden now ahead in the popular vote. That's just a moral victory. It's a symbolic victory. If you start to stretch it out, then it does affect the Electoral College map. But if it's pretty close, as it is right now, then you're doing state by state, hand-to-hand combat of presidential politics. And that comes down. I just want to check this one again. We kept waiting. Was Ohio going to change? 88, again, we're still waiting. I was just communicating with a very good, solid Republican vote counter in Ohio. Very confident that's going to stay for Trump. Not a Trump person, just a very smart Republican vote counter. We'll see. We'll see if she's right. But, it sure looks that way. You come back here again. So you see this right now. You think it's halfway through. 519,000 votes. That's big, right? Even in a big state like Pennsylvania. However, let's go west to east this time. 98,000 votes. We've been stuck there for a long time. 17% of the estimated vote. Allegheny County, that's Pittsburgh, that's the suburbs around it. Remember that 98,000. This is a higher turnout year. We're seeing that everywhere in the country. 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. We're just nowhere near done. We have a lot of votes to count there. Let's just come. I just want to check in some of the counties for the president. That's a county we expect to go for Joe Biden. Westmoreland County is a place where we expect the president to win. This was a challenge. Joe Biden campaigned here. When he came out of the Democratic convention, he took the train ride. Joe Biden came here on purpose. He wanted to see if he could narrow the gap. This is 64-33 last time. Let's come back here now. Not so far anyway. Not so far. This would be if the president can hold this, that's a big deal. Joe Biden went into these communities thinking, I can narrow the gap some. But again, we're in the early chapter of this, and we don't know what we have left to come out. Let's come back over here. Again, in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, this is what matters most in terms of the vote count. Democrats need to run it up big in Philadelphia. Joe Biden at 248,000, so just shy of 250,000 votes. You think that's a big lead. You see 75%. But to emphasize the point, we have a long way to go. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in this county 4 years ago. We got a ton way to go. Wolf, back to you.
We'll be patient. We got another projection right now. Take a look at this. CNN projects that Joe Biden is the winner in Virginia. Virginia goes for Biden. Biden beats Trump in the Commonwealth of Virginia. 13 electoral votes go to Biden. Take a look at the electoral college map count. Right now, Biden has crossed 200. He has 205 electoral college votes. Right now, Trump has 114, 270 needed to win the presidency. Let's take a look at some of the key race alerts right now. Arizona right now, look at this. 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden is ahead in Arizona by more than 207,000 votes, 53.6% to 45% for Trump. So let's go back to John King right now. Arizona, 200,000 vote lead right now with that number of that percentage of vote in. That's pretty significant.
It is indeed. And so again, that's 2016. Let me come back to 2020, come through my time warp here and pull out Arizona. It is significant. Now, again, it's a flip, right? It would be a flip. It's a traditionally red state, so you're going to always be a little bit more cautious before you call it. And so we want to wait and see. But you're up to 76%. You're up to a 207,000 vote lead, 1.2 to 1. And again, this is the bread and butter of Arizona, 60% of the vote, Maricopa County. You see Joe Biden just shy of 800,000 votes right there, 54%. Let's just go back and take a look. Hillary Clinton, 700,000 votes, 702. 702, the Democrat this time, 798. So 96,000 more votes, and we're not quite complete yet here. Again, what does this tell you? Number one, it tells you the Biden campaign did a good job. But number two, it just tells you more about the suburban revolt. And again, we're seeing other places that are closer than they were 4 years ago. This would be a very important pickup for the Democrats if it continues to trend this way. And again, 54 if you round up to 45, so a 9-point race there. If you go back 4 years ago, it was close, but it was a 4.5-point race in favor of the Republicans. The demographic shifts in Arizona, the suburban revolt against President Trump, and this could be very, very important on a night where the other opportunities for the Democrats, at least as of now, do not seem to be bearing fruit. Florida's still red, Georgia's still red, North Carolina's still red, Ohio's still red. So if you're the Democrats and you're thinking, how do we take away, and I can walk over here and show you, how do we take away from Donald Trump's math? This is where we are right now with the states that have been projected. So this part is done. Nothing here is a surprise. So the question is, if you're Joe Biden, how do you get to 270? Well, that would help, right? 205 gets you up to 216. That would help. Doesn't get you all the way, but it helps. Not only does it help you go up, it takes it away from Donald Trump's 306. And so then you're looking at this map. If you're a Democrat and you're looking at this map, you assume this one's going to come your way. We're not done there yet, Minnesota. And you're looking around here, you assume most of Maine is going to come your way. Right now, President Trump was leading in that congressional district, so let's just take that away. I'm going to make the second congressional district a toss-up for now. The president is leading. The Democrats think they're going to get that, but again, they thought they were going to get some other places too. We'll watch. Take it off as a toss-up. So you're at 229, and you're the Democrats. How do you get there if you're Joe Biden, right? Well, you can't count on Texas right now. Are you still leading in Iowa? No, you're not. You're not leading in Iowa anymore. You're going to get Hawaii when we go a little deeper into the night. That gets you up to 233. And so then, again, it sounds redundant, but you come here, and even those two, not enough. So you're looking at that. Do you do that there? Or the other Clinton state, Nevada, we haven't done on the West Coast yet. You get that there. So that's 285. Can you afford to lose that? You can't afford to lose that. So we're going to walk through the map as we go through this for the rest of the night.
Let's take a quick break. A lot more coming up. We're waiting to see what happens in Arizona. Can Joe Biden pull off a win in that state? We'll find out. Election night in America continues in 2 minutes.
All right. I have actually arrived to my workplace, so I'm going to sign up. So I just want to say, you guys stay up. I'll see you tomorrow, and let's be happy.
Did you see that projection thing? Your state is in trouble. It is leaning toward Joe Biden.
I already gave you the answer. I don't know what you want to say about my state. I said I already told you that my state, Arizona, is always goes where. I gave you the answer. I said it was because of John McCain, and you know that John McCain had they have a different opinion, and they would have not get along. Him and Trump.
Donald Trump.
So it's always, like I said, people are just being brainwashed. It will take time for Arizona to turn away to get to rebuild another trust. So they were just whoever disagree with John McCain, that's what they people actually take it as their vote. They disagree with that person as well. So it's not a surprising for Arizona to go to Democrat, but it's a
All right.
Republican
Now I
state.
got
But
you.
it has to go there because they already been brainwashed and John McCain is actually still exists, and it will take time for people to forget about him and try to focus on different politicians. So there's no change there.
Yeah. So what you are saying is that Arizona is actually going to punish Donald Trump this time around for disgracing late hero.
They don't vote even
Senator
during
John McCain.
last election they didn't vote for him. So it's because John McCain was actually supporting Hillary Clinton.
No, come on, Benjamin. What are you talking
No,
about?
he was a best friend. You know, he's a man of dignity. He's a man of decency and
Come on.
integrity.
Anyway, if I
He's a
were
great
you,
man.
I will start actually celebrating. I have a question for you, Luke. You have been bragging all week that you actually work as a volunteer to Flip Midwest. What's going on? Things are still red. What happened?
What happened? Iowa is still here. Okay, let's look at the projection. What's going on?
51% of the estimated vote is in. Donald Trump has 56.5%.
Yeah, I have to leave you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to start my work right now. It's
All
10
right.
o'clock.
See you later.
Thank you.
Bye.
Michigan, still plenty of votes outstanding as well. 48% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 54.4%. Biden has 43.8%. Trump is ahead by 289,000 votes. In Wisconsin, 61% of the vote is in. Trump has 105,000 vote lead over Biden, 51.6% to 46.8%. In Arizona, 76% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has 53% to Trump's 45% in Arizona, 207,000 vote lead for Biden over Trump in Arizona. As we follow some of those crucial undecided races, we're getting closer and closer to another poll closing just minutes from now. Voting ends in Hawaii. 4 electoral votes are at stake out of the 270 needed to win this contest. Let's go back to John King over at the Magic Wall. John, right now Trump has 114 electoral votes. Biden has 205.
Right, and so you just mentioned we're going to get Hawaii at the top of the hour, and it would be a shock if this went any way other than that. So we'll just do that, and we're going to wait for Alaska, but we assume that will go red. So let's assume here, then you get Joe Biden to 209, right? And so we're from there. Again, we're not done here yet, and we're not done here yet, but that's what it looks like it's trending there.
Hawaii is too early to call, by the way.
Hawaii is too early to call. I'm just saying I expect that's where we'll end up, right? It would be a huge surprise. It would be a huge surprise otherwise, and if we have to go back, we go back. But so you do the hypotheticals now in the Biden campaign, and you're banking on that, you're banking on Nevada, and you like your lead in Arizona, and you think you're going to get that. So then you're looking around, and again, Minnesota is a state. We're not there yet, but you think you're going to keep that. I don't think I've ever been past 11 o'clock on a presidential election night and having not called the state of Rhode Island. That's Connecticut. We'll come back in there. It's a little small. My fingers don't quite get in there. I started my career in Rhode Island, and I never thought we'd get past 11 o'clock before we call it. It's just that's the year we're in, right? But we expect that goes Democratic. So then you're looking at the map, right? Virginia's now back in the Democratic fold. You're in the Biden campaign. You can't count on this anymore. You weren't counting on it, but your hope has gone away. Your hope is fading. You're not sure about Georgia. There's a lot of votes out in Metro Atlanta. So let's play this one out. We'll just wait a little bit and be patient. But again, you're back in this place here, right? Where you expect, if you're the Democrats, you think you're going to get most of Maine, but I'm going to take away this congressional district and just put it back in the toss-up. Maine, one of those states that does it. Just take this away. Let's be cautious and see what happens. And again, I'm looking at the Biden map, right? Because the president starts at 270. Joe Biden has to start at 306. Joe Biden has to subtract to take it away. And so you're looking at the map now. Where else do you go? It gets you back right here again. Now, again, we assume, we haven't called this yet, we assume that's going to go there, right? And let's just see. We're waiting on Iowa, but the expectation is that goes there. So if these all stay, right, and this is the wild card. I'm going to do this last because, again, we're a lot of votes waiting. So any Democrat in Georgia is going to get mad at me right now. It's just a hypothetical. We're having a hypothetical right here. We expect the president will end up with Alaska, Idaho. Montana's interesting right now, but again, the expectation is it's going to go there. We've got some congressional districts here we're waiting on. And so then where do you get, right? You've got 1, 2 and 3 in the congressional district. So we're going to wait those out. Just remember that you sort of have three off to the side as you go through these big 3 states right here. At 243 and 246, essentially, if you get this, you're knocking at the door, right? You get this, then you need one of these, right? If this one, let's just leave this one off the board. We think it's going to be the slowest to count, right? If we're waiting on that, bang, bang, 269, then we're into the congressional district, right? So then do you get that one? Do you get one of those? That would get Joe Biden there without Pennsylvania. If you flip it around and you're the president of the United States, you think, can you get this back? The polls look iffy, but again, 259, 56, that's where we're in, okay? These are hypotheticals, but that's where we are. That's where it looks like we're going into the night with those 2 or 3 states out there, a couple of congressional districts in hand-to-hand combat.
We got a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Ohio, beats Biden in Ohio, 18 electoral votes in Ohio. That's a big win for Donald Trump in the state of Ohio. Let's take a look at the electoral college map where it stands right now. With that, Biden still has 205. Trump has 132. 270 needed to win the presidency. Biden still ahead 205, 132. We're watching this very closely. Let's get a key race alert to see where things stand right now. All eyes on Arizona right now. 76% of the estimated vote is now in, and Biden still has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45% for Trump. That's 11 electoral votes in Arizona right there. 76%, John, of Arizona is now in.
And so, again, it's not there yet, but that would be the flip, right? We're looking at this map right now. We're starting to fill it in. Nothing has changed from 2016 as of now. So both campaigns sort of in their building blocks. This is where they figured you would be. Now, again, the Biden campaign was hoping, all right? Looking for an opportunity here, an opportunity here, an opportunity here. We just took one away. They thought they had a chance. Remember, Joe Biden went to Cleveland Monday morning. Closer, a lot closer than it was last time. But a Trump win there, we project. And so you're looking at this map. So this one, they're leading in. That's a Clinton state they expect to get. So again, in the Biden campaign, you came into the night dreaming of getting this. Doesn't look that way. Still some votes to count in Texas. But so if you take off the board, let's not count on that anymore. Take that off. We're still waiting. Take that off again. We're back here where we knew we would be. And the question is, what else can change the map, right? So which, do you need the big one? Can you do it with the 26, 16, and 10? 16 Michigan, 10 Wisconsin. This is, you're sitting there now with your seats, so that's all done digitally now. But some people like old school, even in the campaigns, they're sitting there with their paper and they're going through this because you got one in the congressional district here, you got one here. The question for Maine, we haven't done Maine yet. I mean, Biden can pick some up in Maine if you turn this up and come here. The question is, do you get them all? I'm in the wrong thing there. There we go. Do you get them all, or do you just does the congressional district go back and forth? So that's where the interesting math is now. And normally, in a big race, it doesn't come down to this, right? You're not worried about one congressional district there and one congressional district here. But we have the potential to be in that. The challenge for Biden now is make sure you hold Nevada, clinch Arizona, and flip it. And then you get into then we get into the math. We go later through the night. And the issue is going to be keep checking in on Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin to find out how much more are we going to get tonight, how much more will we get in the middle of the night. I think in all 3 states, we're likely to be having a tomorrow conversation. And the question is, what else do we get? Do we get everything else? And then, so where's the math when we go into the weight on these? And that's the calculation back and forth. And guess what? If you go into tomorrow, just without a doubt, then you're talking about lawyers, contested fights. Some of them perfectly normal, some of them perhaps outside of normal, because we've heard the President of the United States say repeatedly he thinks he should be able to finish counting the elections tonight. It's not the way it works. It's just not the way it works. It never works that way. It was not going to work this way from the beginning this year because of the complexities of the pandemic voting. But it is one thing to watch. The president signaled he was going to do it. We're now at 12:06 a.m. on Wednesday. He has not done it. That's good. That's good. We should let the process play out. But as we get through this later, let's just see.
And in all 3 of those battleground states, the so-called blue wall, so much of the outstanding vote are the early votes, which was skewing Democrats.
Right, they were. And again, I didn't have Rhode Island still has not been called on that map too, which would be a couple of votes for Biden. Let's bring it over here and just to look. And again, at this point, the people at home who've been watching all night long, this is getting a bit redundant. But as people tune in later in the night, it's just important to keep saying this. If you look at this map and you think it's after midnight, 56 to 42 in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. At first glance, you think, wow. But then think about it. Pennsylvania, no matter who wins Pennsylvania, it is not going to be a 14-point race in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That's just not going to happen. So what does that tell you? That this is an incomplete picture. Every vote in here is a real vote, but it's an incomplete picture. And so you look at places where the president is doing well 72% of the vote is in here in Lancaster County. Very important to the president. You move up here to Lebanon County. It's a smaller county, but this is where the president, this is where the Trump magic is running it up in these smaller counties, building 20,000 votes here, 10,000 votes there, but 95% of it is in. So if you're looking at this map right now and you're thinking, if you're a Democrat, okay, a lot of these Trump counties, a high percentage of the vote seems to be in, but come over here to this part of the state. Bucks County, 53%, so we're making some progress there. Biden holding the lead. Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, up to 40%. We were in the 20s last time we checked, so we're getting some more votes. But again, look at 248,931, so just shy 249,000 for Joe Biden. He's leading Philadelphia County. Go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton gets 584,000 votes. So we just have to, that simple math, right? Turnout is higher this year. Hillary Clinton got 584,000 votes in Philadelphia County. Joe Biden right now is at 248,000. The president's numbers are much lower too. We just haven't counted many of the votes in Philadelphia County. And that includes when you move beyond out to Montgomery County. Again, might be 50% here. I'll look at the numbers there. 168,000 for Joe Biden now. Hillary Clinton won this county with 256. So there's just a lot of math to be done. All right, you move down here, Chester County. Hillary Clinton had 141,000. You come up here now, we're at 73,000. That's about half, a little less than half, a little more than half, I'm sorry. So if you just bring it out, this is why we just need to be patient. And again, the key thing, if you're a Democrat and you're sweating this a little bit, number one, most of your votes here have not yet been counted. This is your other big basket here. We're still at 17%. Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, and the suburbs around it. Joe Biden leading healthily, 98,000 votes. That's a healthy lead. You go back to time. Hillary Clinton got 367,000 votes in Allegheny County. Joe Biden hopes to do better than her 4 years ago. We'll see if that turns out to be true, but we just simply know 260, just shy of 260, just shy of 370. You come here now, you come to count a lot of votes. It's a ton of votes that should be counted. So you put out.
Etching, grabbing states here, but we still have a long way to go.
Here's a state I really want you guys to watch that I think is going to be really interesting.
We're missing so many votes. And it's the very same story when you move over to Michigan. The challenge now is for the election officials in these states to be transparent, to do the best they can, count as quickly as they can and be transparent about what is missing. But you just want to come down here and look again. This hasn't budged. This simply hasn't budged. Wayne County is Detroit and the suburbs around it. This is the building block for Democrats in the state of Michigan. Nearly 20%, 18% or more, depending on turnout of the statewide vote. You see Joe Biden at 147,000. You go back in time. This was a place where Hillary Clinton underperformed. Democrats wish turnout was higher, but still, she got 519,000 plus votes 4 years ago. The leader right there, right now, is Joe Biden, 147,000 votes. So it just tells you, that's just one county. It just tells you we have a boatload of votes to count. And you come out here, let's move out to Kent, move out to the western part of the state. You're up to 60 here, right? 60% of the estimated vote. But 119,000, Donald Trump leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it. Democrats had hoped to make inroads here. Let's see if it stays red. But 119 at 54%. You come back 4 years ago, 148. So even in a place where they say they're up to 60, we just know it's under the 2016 vote total. We know that turnout is up just about everywhere in this election. So it tells you it's real. It's a Trump lead, but it's an incomplete picture. Let's come to 2020 as we do that. It's a Trump lead, and it's a healthy lead, it looks like, but it's just incomplete. And it's significantly incomplete. And Wolf, it's the very same thing over in Wisconsin. You look at this as a Republican, it's closer here, but it's still 5 points when you look at it, 108,000 votes. But you come down here to Milwaukee, 128,000 votes right there. You go back in time. Hillary Clinton had 208,000 votes. Turnout was down in Milwaukee 4 years ago. I heard Bill Ware say earlier, Democrats are worried about it this time, but it's not going to be this much down. You're not going to have 288,000. Look at the president. He was at 126,000 here. And you come up to 2020 here. He's at 80,000 and 128. It's just not a complete picture. There are a lot of votes to be counted. And so you want to know. It's past midnight. You want to know. We just have a long way to go. We have to count votes.
Let's be patient and we'll count the votes. We have a projection right now. CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Idaho. Trump beats Biden in Idaho, wins 4 electoral votes in Idaho. Let's take a look at the Electoral College map where it stands right now with that win. Trump now has 136 Electoral College votes. Biden has 205, 270. That's the magic number you need to win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now, see where things stand in Minnesota and Iowa. In Minnesota right now, 65% of the estimated vote is in. Biden has an impressive 217,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.9% to 44.1%. In Iowa right now, 84% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a 95,000 vote lead over Biden, 52.2% to 45.9%. In Iowa, 2 more states. We're waiting for those states, John. So the counting continues. The counting continues, and again, we mentioned Iowa. It was blue very early on. This is one of those states that Biden can. This is a much longer shot. This is more of a Republican state. Some Democrats out there thought there's a Senate race out there as well, so Democrats thought make a run at it. But you look at that right now, again, 84%. We have a way to go in the count, but you just come in Polk County. This is Des Moines, up to 95%, 57% to 41%. Just checking the vote totals to see turnout. 146,000 leading there, 119. So you see, even there, Joe Biden's numbers higher, turnout is up everywhere, but it doesn't appear to be enough as you walk it through. We'll just come through here and come out and look. You come over the eastern part of the state, Cedar Rapids, Lynn County. Democrats need a big turnout here. 70,000 votes, 92%. I want to go back in time again to compare it. Hillary Clinton gets 58,000 votes. So Joe Biden is, in the places where the Democrats need to do well, Joe Biden is getting more votes, more because of higher turnout than Hillary Clinton. But just look. There's an interesting thing to look at this here, the so-called pivot counties. Just watch this map. This is Trump 2016, right? Trump 2016, Trump 2020, Trump 2020, still a lot of red. You go back in time, watch all the blue. It's Obama 2012, Obama 2008. Iowa has more of the so-called pivot counties than any state in the country. There are 31 counties in this state. They voted twice for Barack Obama and Joe Biden. 31 counties, 31 of the 99 Iowa counties. Look at that, changed in 2016. And it looks like if you do it here, we're not quite done with the 2020 count. It does look like Joe Biden maybe took a few of them back, but nowhere near. The bulk of them are right up in here, nowhere near. Again, we're not done with the counts here, but we're up to 84% there and a 98,000 vote lead. In Iowa, you pull it back out. There's a lot of red, but remember this red is incomplete. Certainly is. We got a key race alert right now. In Arizona, look at this, 76% of the estimated vote in Arizona is in. Biden has an impressive 207,000 vote lead over Trump, 53.6% to 45%, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very, very early. Only a few votes have been counted. Trump has a lead of about 2,700 votes, 78.7% to 18%. Less than 1% of the vote in Nevada is in. 6 electoral votes in Nevada. We'll watch Nevada closely. Arizona is a key battleground state, and Biden's doing well there. That would be the first flip. It would be the first flip of a Trump 2016 state to a Biden state. You pull it out again, 207,000 votes when you're up to 76%. Not impossible to overcome, but it gets hard at this point, especially when most of your votes are here. More than 60% of the vote will come out of Maricopa County, and it's a 10-point lead, just shy of a 10-point lead for Joe Biden. 805,000 votes in Maricopa County. Again, higher turnout this time. Number one, demographics favor the Democrats every day. Arizona gets more diverse, but also the suburban revolt. When you add all those up, 2016, Hillary Clinton gets 702,000 votes in Maricopa County, and the president wins it 4 years later, 100,000 more votes, 103,000 more votes for Joe Biden to carry Maricopa County. So you pull out and look at the rest of the state. You move up here. You look at Flagstaff. Look at 66% there, up to 73%. You go back in time. 56%, so 10 points better. We're just getting word, by the way, that Joe Biden is about to make a statement shortly from Wilmington, Delaware. We'll, of course, have live coverage of that, but go ahead. And so that's the challenge for these candidates tonight. We're waiting to see if the candidates would speak. Nobody can declare victory tonight because we don't know. We just don't know. And so the question is, what tone do you set? Again, there was some reporting during the week that perhaps the president would come out if he saw this and say, it's past midnight, election day's over, I'm ahead. He hasn't done that, and that's good. That's good because that's not the way it works. So I assume Joe Biden's going to say we're counting votes. Let's continue. Let's respect the process, and we go forward here. And you come up, you just say, you think, you just got to count the votes because this is all incomplete right here. And again, you walk through it, 66%, but a lot of Democratic votes missing. 50%, a lot of Democratic votes missing.
You just walk through it as you go through here, 57%, almost nothing, or at least, up to 40% now in Philadelphia, but a ton to count, 53% here, 55% here. So more votes starting to come in slowly in that area here in Pennsylvania. But if you're Joe Biden, number one, you're nervous. You're nervous. The map is not what you thought it was going to be as you come through. But number two, you also know that we're nowhere close to being done right here. And if those turn around, then you're back in a better place.
Yeah, those are three critically important states right now. They're watching closely. It'll be interesting to see what Biden actually has to say at a sensitive moment like this.
Right, absolutely. The challenge is to urge people to be patient and to trust the process. The challenge also is to ease some Democratic jitters because a lot of Democrats came into the night thinking that this would be better. A lot of Democrats just simply thought the animus among the Democrats that they just thought. And the polls, they look at the national polls. And again, we'll see where this ends up. We'll see where this ends up.
I'm nervous.
We'll see where
Everybody's nervous. Neither Donald Trump supporters nor Joe Biden are winning, right?
This is happening to us again. So what does Joe Biden have to do?
It was already being projected that Donald Trump is actually going to win Ohio. Ohio is one of the border states. Is gone to Donald Trump. It was already projected in the poll anyway. Not surprised.
Arizona, a Trump state. Looks like Biden has a lead there. We haven't finished yet. But if you come back to this map, and again, if you just think about all the places the Democrats thought, we're not done with these counts, but the Democrats thought.
Peter, why is he going to make a short statement? Is he going to sleep or something?
That one we've projected. That's not going to happen.
No, well, it passed midnight, but
we'll
then
finish with this one yet.
I don't think the final
result.
result
The Democrats thought if you get this one or that one, you block Trump's path.
Yeah, it's going to be too late. Yeah, they might go to sleep.
It's a weird night. There's some interesting votes still to be counted, but again, Trump's leads are starting to grow. The election, the whole Republican strategy will get you on election day. So far, we're seeing it. Again, we have to get to the finish line in these states counting the votes. So if you're Joe Biden and you're looking now, number one, you do think you're going to change this. It's not enough to get you there. It's not enough to get you there. So the rest of them will come here. Congressional district here, perhaps. Congressional district here, perhaps. But this is the meat and potatoes of presidential politics in the last several years, and it's going to be tonight. And it seems increasingly, it's already Wednesday morning, 12:29. This could go on throughout the day.
We have another key race alert. In Georgia right now, 80% of the estimated vote is in, and Donald Trump has a nearly 300,000 vote lead over Biden, 53% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Trump has an impressive nearly 300,000 vote lead. Let's take a closer look at Georgia right now. It looks good for Trump right now.
It does look good for Trump if you're looking at the math right now, but you also have to remember the most important thing when you get to a point like this is what's missing, right? So you see 53, 46, you see 297,000 votes, and that sure seems like a lot, especially when you see a number that says you think about 80% of the estimated vote is in. However, then you come here to metropolitan Atlanta, and you see right here, this is the largest county in the state, Fulton County. It'll be somewhere ballpark 10% of the statewide vote. Joe Biden's at 238, right? 238. Where were we 4 years ago? Hillary Clinton was at 297. So there's some votes there, and we think turnout was higher. We expect turnout to be even higher. So then you want to move over here to Cobb County. Hillary Clinton had 160,000 votes 4 years ago. Where are we right now? Joe Biden's at 163 with 70%. So more of these votes are starting to come in. They're starting to come in as you move over here. Let me come one more over to Gwinnett County, up to 78% right here. Joe Biden, 186,000. Come back and look at it here, 20,000 more than Hillary Clinton in the end. So as the votes the votes here are starting to come in, we're still not full at all. That's 2016. You come back and look at it here, 53%. So if you're looking at it, you think, okay, that looks insurmountable, but it's starting to come back. The votes around Atlanta coming back, it's going to make it closer.
Well, Pamela Brown's got some information on Georgia. What are you learning, Pamela?
Yeah, and Fulton County, home to Atlanta, they have stopped counting there for the night. They're going to pick back up at 8 in the morning Eastern time, and they still have 48,000 mail-in ballots to go to count. Of course, Georgia had 2 weeks to process these, but they couldn't start counting these mail-in ballots until the polls close. So we know we're going to be waiting for a bit on the edge of our seats as we find out what's going on in Fulton. And then when you look at other places like DeKalb, only 31% reported in DeKalb there in Georgia. What do you make of that, John King?
I make it that they're having a slow count. And so you mentioned, so if Fulton County's going to wait. So you're waiting on votes there. The question is, can Joe Biden get close enough to make those votes count? it's a slow count. And so again, we just waited for a long time, and then Virginia gave us a big dump. They're trying to get through it. It gets frustrating at this point, especially you're trying to figure out a winner. But that is the election here. So you say 30% there. Again, this is a place where you look at the big number. If you come out here and you look at the big number, you say, wow, that's insurmountable, 297,000. But then you remember how many people live around here. So you come back in and you're at 30%. Joe Biden has 102,000. So we got a long way to go. Back in 2016, Hillary Clinton got 251,000 votes just in this county. And so you're still counting votes, which means there's some to be banked. Does Joe Biden get them all? We don't know. But we do know that he's doing better in the suburbs. He tends to be doing a little bit better than Hillary Clinton in the suburbs. Let's see if we can see this and see if it plays out. Again, the vote count is incomplete, so sometimes this can get you a little bit off. But if you look at places, there it is. Where's Joe Biden outperforming Hillary Clinton by 5% or more? It's right here around Metro Atlanta. So he's doing better than Clinton did 4 years ago, and we know there's still a lot of votes to be counted here. Is it enough? You don't know until you count them. But that's why you don't give up and you hang in and you wait. Because especially, remember the governor's race with Stacey Abrams versus the Republican governor now, Brian Kemp. There was a lot of bad blood among Democrats who thought the votes were suppressed, who did not think votes were counted fairly, who did not think the process played out correctly. So the last thing any Democrat is going to do tonight is to concede Georgia. In fact, they're going to demand...
They have not counted the big counties yet. And that's where the Democrats are winning.
On this issue, in many states on this issue.
You see that, right, Peter?
Again, you don't know, right? When you see that Joe Biden is overperforming Hillary Clinton in the area where Pam just detailed. There's a lot of votes still to be counted. Again, you come back out and you look at that and you think, wait a minute, the president's now 300,000 votes ahead. Okay, the president's 300,000 votes ahead. That's a good place to be. We're not done counting, so let's just keep counting.
We saw what happened in Virginia. Right. Trump was way ahead. All of a sudden, Biden won Virginia. We got a key race alert right now. The two congressional districts, Nebraska and Maine, one electoral vote in each. Right now in Nebraska's second congressional district, Joe Biden is ahead by about 28,000 votes, 54.3% to 43.9%. 83% of the estimated vote in that congressional district is now in. In Maine right now, the second congressional district, 40% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a narrow lead, 12,596 votes, 51.1% to 45.3%, 60% of the vote still outstanding in Maine, the second congressional district. You know, John, it's a crazy time. You never know if those congressional districts, one each, are going to be significant.
Well, that's why I'll come over and do some math on that in a minute. But it gets fascinating when you start to figure it out. You know, one of them's here in Nebraska. It's in this part of the state. You see the blue in the eastern part of the state. That's where Democrats, again, Omaha, the suburbs, Lincoln, the suburbs. The Democrats just doing better in those areas in recent years. The president carried the second district last time. We think it looks like he's going to win Nebraska. He'll win the state in the popular vote, but we'll see what happens. Maine gets a little more complicated. Again, townships in Maine, so the map looks a little different than many other states. We're waiting to fill in the votes here. The second congressional district is the more conservative district. Biden at 51% right now. I'll tell you Democrats, but again, 47% right now. Democrats thought Biden's lead in Maine would be more than 5 or 6 points. If it stretches out a little bit, then we'll see. We have to wait the rest of the votes to be counted. But yes, those votes can matter when you go through it, especially if you want to come over and take a look at it. So last time, remember, the president of the United States won them. He won the 2 congressional districts, if you will. This was a big deal. And the Trump campaign, he went there on purpose. He went there on purpose to try to get this back this year. But let's just say, for the sake of argument,
what happened to Maine, Peter? Your neighborhood.
Holding, guys. I just come back.
And if you come in here,
Isaac, are you back?
Yes, I'm back. Really,
election I just I caught a cashier the lie. I just caught around Jovan. You don't know what you me doing. But Donald Trump is around the air, Edward. But I'm not confident, man. I ain't a key door. Biden, I think with the jam, quite a lot of Biden.
Election about this state to be big. And like once. But now I have 3 quarters but the rest I think
that's 26.
No, Louis County by county. County, Louis report, but
that looks like a lead.
Me, I'm really nervous.
County, they know counties. I think when Tom mentioned then, we sunshine. Yeah. Okay, win them.
Yeah.
You know, like in your city, right? I don't know, but yeah,
within the state.
yeah.
Biden,
That's how it works.
is behind.
I think
So Trump has only 34 to win.
Now, Northern 136, Joe Biden now 105. Is that,
Yeah,
is
205.
that electoral? Is it electoral map or an electoral college?
No, electoral college, I.
Okay.
Way the process.
Kajika win already. Now they're waiting for more.
Anyway. There's worded.
One bottle state, one bottle ground state, and actually win. Ohio in to win.
Oh, good.
So it's going to take their time, and they're going to come.
Yeah.
And we're going to watch.
Ohio to win. Our water, the man, Pennsylvania, check up the win here.
Una Arizona.
Now, look on the Pennsylvania win with Florida, and then Mark catch you when it blow out.
17%.
Okay.
Michigan, come on, in trouble too.
Democratic vote.
Michigan is leaning to Trump.
Leaning to Trump. Why did you put
I for my MP the Kennedy she find out and I see a child that.
Look, why you and Madit question. You guys have been bragging all week that you did all you can to get Midwest. Because Midwest is now the problem.
61% at 109.
I think.
But we try to have the other. Let's Louis. Man, any problem, man. Man, who get under.
That's why.
No, look, man, just only for what 2 or 3 elections. So basically, they get it split either one or it depends. So that's not a problem. One is not a problem.
See 107,000 right there.
Okay.
One to win it 4 years ago. The turnout's going to be at least even, and in most of these places higher.
Are you supporting Donald Trump?
You just have to say
no.
And again,
no, it's for
no, Randa. If you can't run, man, I can't change of you. I never did. Calculation, I'm going to feed them.
It's 95%. I was in here.
We got a point need tonight.
I will be on your love live and if you can.
Well, I am actually starting to blame you and Madi.
Democrat, look, you don't like the snap. You look at that. But you do know.
But it is the best one, Peter again. But it is the best one to blame because he's a state and he's leaning to Trump.
And then out in Pittsburgh.
Yeah, but I'm going to 200 to call.
He's leaning to the Democrat. You don't look at it.
This has been a complaint from the president.
No, you don't worry. Kangangore, ma early ball that can get queen in a problem. Okay, Kaka Donald Trump, you whip Karai, get you away. Could be election, will declare.
No.
So, let them create when McCown. Maybe who did Joe Biden, Benjamin?
This guy. Very complicated person. There are implications. Donald Trump and Pinometer.
So you're looking at
hey, what? Now, let Joe Biden jam Biden, but single we tweet, a blue tweet Biden. The Chen be jam Biden on the podium. Man, is want to tweet is straight away. A lot of time.
290,000 votes. So that's
Joe Biden idea, and Ghana is back to Michigan now. Let's see.
And you just saw 65%, 25,000 votes. This is to the southwest of Detroit.
Washington now. County.
8,000. I mean, that seems like a lot, but that's 30,000 votes, right? That's 30,000.
68 in one.
2020.
From the 55 Biden.
46 will be here in Wayne County. It's up a little bit.
That's our worry. Credential Wayne County, in the largest county. But in the Tikoi boat, Kuka area, Detroit, in the largest, one of the biggest cities.
Hillary, 66.8.
Hillary did good. Hillary did good, but then he did very low. In Michigan. Donald Trump. I mean,
Biden.
Joe Biden.
Joe.
Sleepy Joe. Will Biden.
It's supposed to win every war.
20% of the current vote is early vote. And we think that's going to go much, much higher. We think when all
so Michigan, man,
a majority of the vote in Michigan
early vote expected to be 55% of total vote.
And you see, there's much more early vote to come in. So there is the potential, not guaranteed.
Electoral votes of 16.
I think you're thinking
early vote gets counted.
Kelwel ran to yellow yen much of the healthy voting again Ben. Kala kun ke ga ka won kwer ke gun today machine.
Yes.
So there's a hope there. Unless but then a biggest county when a county then Democratic Party ne when jala Louis in jala non for something ma ke can you know when Louis lost kind of problem.
Yeah.
Suppose Louis lead in county thing in you other Wayne County. No problem.
But everything
So then the largest county. Okay, yeah, Democratic.
In Democratic areas where he's going to have an advantage.
Anyway, we need a change. I need a change.
Wayne County, the most
in the White House.
Through this in 2016.
Louis win it. Well, war be when I below it. This guy is going to be very reckless than before because I think he's not going to lose anything. Yes. Mentality there.
Hillary Clinton described one guy
they will see. I think that anyway, that's what democracy is. We will respect whatever the our county is.
Yeah.
But our worry away when we pin them. He ran kind of a more big thing. It's father, you don't know.
North Korea threat in Abeta came very long, very close friend.
And again, you're waiting for more votes to be counted. Joe Biden with a 53 to 45, the 280.
But the problem here, how did Trump play his own card through those blue counties? That's the problem.
There's just a lot more.
Blue counties or states states Democrats. Like in the last Obama, you get disappointed. Hillary. So they swing. I can Obama, Kenya, on America great again, and all this stuff. But I can't New York. Who is he? Very divisive.
No turnout.
When you talk, when you talk them denounce KKK and white extremists, violent, and I'm going to read. I can't prove who is he. In the Bible.
Projection, Pennsylvania.
64,000 votes right now. Very impressive. 61% of the estimated vote is in. Trump has 56. Biden has 41.
Yeah, Jamana. Louis lead get 15,000, current 15%.
60% of the vote is in.
Well, so that's 600,000 votes, and you still said you are not nervous.
Yeah, you say 61%.
That's ridiculous.
You see a lead like that, and
it's a big word there. Actually, good.
Then you have to remember.
I believe Pennsylvania is going away too.
Yeah.
Dangerous.
It's always a little slow. The bigger.
We're planning to support the Jalan 20 electoral college boy.
Missing, right?
If Florida is gone, Pennsylvania Jalma, I think be one of you.
So if that's the case, Trump will only have automatically about 49.
What do we have? 69%.
I wish I'll make it general, man. Then they'll win.
Money can talk as well.
We have a union. 18%. And again,
we have a union again.
$1 million is working using his own money.
Magic wa when you don't go well in. Kachikalu American wala check up to the question.
American and American talking to General.
Lamwa is.
Well, I think Banya Jame to camera con my whatever we win that election.
Hey, yeah, it will come down. In some years to come, it will come.
Yeah, Minnesota is one now.
Electoral college map.
Minnesota,
Biden now.
Biden.
Blue.
Yeah, 10 electoral college.
Win the presidency. Let's get a key race alert right now. See where things stand.
Anyway, it's a surprise. We knew that it was going to go to him.
The estimated vote is in. Biden,
You see, man, this guy had to win one of these. Either Florida will win or Pennsylvania will win. We say good.
in Arizona.
Actually, there's possibility of Ardona will win.
1% of the vote is
Yeah.
in, but Trump has
Definitely.
Ardona will win. We're good.
Kenya near about Arizona. Kid migrant midware chicken separated the parents can who just got out KBJ.
My Latino election is right. After election, Latino that I will vote for Trump. In North Carolina, in Ohio.
Of Arizona, Pan Kujala, other migrants never vote.
They got Texas, come on.
And you think, okay, we're getting
Latino, he in Florida, when it is. He in Arizona, he in Credential, Nevada. Even in California, I think 76% of the population is Latino.
It looks like that's
Yeah.
that's possible to say.
We know nothing about America, guys. We just was the
I know which thing when they socialist. They came from a socialist country. Latino can get Cuba and Venezuela and then they try to say no bigger vote for Donald Trump. Why Donald Trump make a child when Latino then will take a red
drugs
You know the funny? If the election have been going out for President and President Trump won, I'll be the one tomorrow. No, you don't want to know it, man. This is ridiculous.
America will be shocked. Kind of thing, even the flag was flying low. I don't know. I saw it somewhere in the TV on the screen.
And so you're looking more.
James P. Lumwa is still writing some good thing here.
230, 230. Here we go. This is where we are right now. You're in a very, very competitive race now. And so, where
I don't try to even
Yeah.
But now Joe Biden, I believe tweet. He's going to tweet.
For the sake of argument here, then Nevada comes back.
I want to hear you tweet.
If he can switch that back, that would get Joe Biden to 240. The president would be at 230. And so then what are you waiting on? You're waiting on Maine. We expect the Democrats to get most of these. Maybe the president, I'm going to take away for toss-up purposes.
Yeah.
Second congressional district. And so
Donald Trump will win, I hope.
Walk these through.
Yeah.
We have a major projection right now.
Oh my God.
CNN projects that President Trump will win the state of Florida. A big win for President Trump in Florida.
Wow.
Yeah, done for us.
So Donald Trump over Biden, that's a big win. Take a look at where things stand right now in the race to needed to win.
Yeah.
15 electoral.
So if you win Florida, 165. Biden don't win 15.
For the president.
Trump won already. Trump won.
We're hoping there could be some sort of upset in Florida. Not happening.
Only 5 points to be 270.
Pennsylvania, and Lango will win, but with Michigan. Okay, good to go.
Several Trump states. Florida was one they had. Not going to happen. Texas is on their chart. Doesn't look like it. We still have both.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it. North Carolina cliffhanger, closer than it was perhaps.
I can't hear Texas yet.
The statement election, the big blue wave, appears to be out the window. Again, we have some places where it's still going to count. The one thing that looks like it might flip is Arizona. We're not down there yet, but it looks that way. So if you look at it from the perspective of the Trump map, right? So what did he do? He just kept that. That's what he has to do. He won last time, right? He won. He needs to protect as much of this as he can. We think, again, we're not done yet. Let me turn this off.
Hillary. That's how Hillary won last time.
If it plays out that way. We're not done. We'll get there relatively soon, though. Arizona looks good.
He's trying to give Joe Biden some.
And so you're coming out here, and again, I'm just going to take these away.
Yeah, we below element. What does he want to say?
Joe Biden to come out and make some public remarks.
Maybe he's giving up.
Theater there in Wilmington, Delaware.
No, it's too early to concede. Maybe we will try. Yeah, discouraged anyway. Yeah, discouraged. Let's listen to him.
This is commendable. We knew this was going to go wrong, but who knew we're going to go into maybe tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look, we feel good about where we are. We really do. I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. We knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until the hard work of tallying votes is finished. And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the Nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it from Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania. I've been talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County, Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we could know the results as early as tomorrow morning, but it may take a little longer. As I've said all along, it's not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my mama, she's loud, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great. Let's walk over here.
All right, former Vice President Joe and Lady Jill Biden.
You know what that means, guys?
Yeah.
The election result is not going to come out tonight. So even Donald Trump is actually going to come out too and make a statement, unless he's going to tweet. But the state that he has just mentioned, those are the states Joe Biden must win. He must win Arizona, he must win Wisconsin, he must win Michigan, and he must win Pennsylvania, and then he will be good.
We have been looking at as the night has gone on. You can leave Georgia out
So he know the
Michigan and Pennsylvania.
The Hollywood ballots are not yet going to get counted tonight, so they have to be counted until the next day, maybe tomorrow.
Because
So this election is not going to be determined tonight.
to count there.
Yeah.
The fact that he
Yeah, but I think he's kind of like he's losing hope because the fact that Florida and Ohio all gone. But anyway, they were already projected to be won by Donald Trump. Yes. Our worry is because Pennsylvania become competitive now, and Michigan and Wisconsin. So these were the only projected three states that were expected to be won easily by Joe Biden. But now it is complicated, and that's where people begin to have that anxiety. Now he's going to win. He's going to win Arizona. which was not even expected.
We do know,
Yes.
though, on what Joe Biden
There are also late voters. There are late voters too.
through that upper Midwestern region. They still are
Yeah, that's why we're talking about the
count. And
early vote ballot. They're not counting them tonight. It's not going to be possible. There's too many ballots that it's not counted yet.
Let's go to Jim McConnell.
Millions of people died online because of the COVID-19. And this election is very unique and different.
But you know Donald Trump reaction. Oh, I will tweet.
We will never let them do it. Vote cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
I know he was going to say that. This is what Donald Trump is going to work on. Exactly. He's going to make sure these ballots are being, and if Joe Biden is going to win, he's going to complain too and say the election is rigged. You see? So this is going to be what goes around come around.
We are one. This guy, if he lost, he will never accept it. That I lost democratically. He will complain.
Donald Trump is not going to accept. He's not going to concede the election. If this guy win tomorrow, because of that absentee ballot, okay? A problem.
And that thing also will trigger violence among followers, supporters.
It will. Why not? Why not? Hey, you na lui lost the Donald Trump. Yen galu bito ara take a lui tong declare. Kira antura anything wa. Era aneta.
Oh God! God save the United States of America.
But certainly some anxiety inside the campaign right now, especially about Arizona right now, Jim. All right, Jim, thanks so much. The fact that the president...
So people are... Look.
Chef's kiss.
First of all, Trump camp is still nervous. One, actually, they have won Florida. Why?
They're still nervous, yeah. They should be. He just did well.
Hey. Well, Peter Kane, everybody's nervous. Actually, I'm nervous on both sides. Can I come to you when Jim Acosta? In Canjilo Ford, there's the same nervousness there in the White House.
Yeah.
I don't know why they are nervous.
You know, we were expecting Donald Trump to win Florida and Ohio, but not Pennsylvania and not Michigan and not Wisconsin. These are the only states with Joe Biden. That's it.
Why Vice President Biden?
But the fact that Joe Biden is now competing, North Carolina, because a lot of ballots are still being counted.
But the perspective of the Biden
Virginia and won.
How Virginia stayed open for so long, even though it's a reliably blue state, generally speaking, these days. And it looked like Trump was ahead. And in fact, people were sending these screenshots of people projecting a Biden victory, even though Trump was ahead.
James Lumwa, are you in U.S.?
Virginia,
is United States as well?
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. And,
seems like he's there.
In the sense that it looked like Trump was ahead, and then the major population centers, Richmond and Fairfax County,
allow your constant messages,
and then it wasn't close, and then it became clear that Joe Biden was going to win.
Still have few states in Northeast and Arizona.
Is going to happen in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. I don't know that they're right.
Joe is winning these things.
We don't know what's going to happen in Georgia probably until tomorrow, or I guess it is tomorrow, until later today.
I bring that back, that statement. What did he say?
Population centers, mainly.
He said that Joe is going to win. The state convention, here it is. Said we still have few states in Northeast Arizona. Joe is winning these things. But I don't know what Trump has said here.
They just do. I mean, I've been on the road and I talked to some people.
He's talking about Biden.
Everything that he says.
Yeah, he's talking about Biden. He's a pro-Biden guy.
It's just not true. Stealing the election.
Hey, Chang, you the Biden, Marco.
You must count votes.
Kaya yin man, kaya yin ay kachur go getting.
He can do that, Isaac, because he's worried.
Rano the Isaac. We kaya yin when kaya yin Australia. Rana yuk tap ya de show dan hi mane. Agar Alan GDA. He doesn't care whoever win. Check it. So you know that.
I don't know why it took me in.
I'm just enjoying with you guys.
Agar is rather time. Anya you can't talk like you don't want to show anything.
Yeah.
That's typical of you.
And I'm doing it from what you have a quick man. I take the up more.
Actually, you need to guide the guy. Thing to man and Damander command is like a comedian, you know. Damander love a ticket on TV. He's a Fioria, well, but ya doll. Damander love a doll that, I love a doll. Other than the gun with Fioria Gala. I don't trouble. I don't know you just a kaji.
Players of the football can unite American football. Like here protesting the gun, kneeling down during the national anthem. They should be fired. Just fire them.
You guys want me to switch the channel?
Yeah,
it's false and it's premature.
Do you have something interesting in another channel? Peter.
Trump will win the state of Iowa. He beats Biden in Iowa, 6 electoral votes in Iowa.
And then my state can actually win. And then say talented.
So
yeah, and Nick one way, man, Ben win. He has been leading the full year. I vote for Joe Biden.
Can you ajari no one way? Can you are not CNN? A dika step by step. It's coming. No,
Chiran work CNN. And one of the menus, and I Donald Trump, man.
That's why man get a tour bigger than
CNN. I government news, Chairman Donald Trump, lad.
ABC now report the government to Joe is leading.
24% to 23.9%.
I think Democrat are now 204. Republican are now 185 now currently.
In Georgia, 52.9% to 45.8%, 16 electoral votes in Georgia. Let's go back to John King, who's watching all of this so closely. So right now, the race is 270, 215 for Biden, 171.
You guys said you don't can you can lower you can. Why have you win a lawyer win anyway? You can let Joe Biden. You can let him have
They share Joe Biden's
and then you Obama.
The Democrats are going to say we're doing fine. Here's where we are. Here's where we know we are. 215 to 171. So let's, if you will, refight the last war. You all
Magic Man,
who ran on this map. Why is the Arizona? Well, Arizona, right now, we have not called it yet, but Arizona would be the first takeaway. Right? Everything else that has happened so far is filling in according to the map of 2016. So if you take this one away and Joe Biden gets that,
I can use the ticket. I can use that.
About where we were.
Yeah.
Just for now.
You know, I get nervous. He John King. July work. I can't give it them about anything.
They're going to get named second.
Lakin work political analyst kake studio then CNN. I keep your middleman. I chocolate.
I know. they would love you and book even to talk today, man. But
to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. But that is why that is so important. Without that, Joe Biden needs to run the board in the blue wall states. If he has that, he can get there with 2 out of 3. And again, they had a healthy lead in Michigan coming in.
Good night, brother James. Fingers crossed.
Had a healthy lead.
Yeah. Nervous.
And where the votes are missing in both Wisconsin, votes are missing here in Democratic areas. Over here in Michigan, votes are missing in Democratic areas. So the Biden campaign thinks if they can.
Evening.
As we go wolf through the night.
Oh, now you walk down around. I mean, I call the other what found any if it's a Kenny. But at the end of the year, 12. I don't have 4 minutes. We are 12.
Okay. It's 4 minutes to 4 p.m. to Nongam man. And if I meet the school, the school.
Hey, we found it. Don't win Kenala 171.
I keep on one, yeah.
Oh, when you guys Iowa?
Iowa, yeah.
Oh, okay. When in Florida, we win. Blue Ohio win can eka jale. Kichi would be bell win nekra. He doesn't have to win Michigan. Kujila Pennsylvania. These two state, Kuluka win nigga Koka winners. Because Arizona are confident in a below win, definitely. Ma Arizona and Panwan in John McCain lad. Gal, I don't like captured heroes. What are you, Leon?
Yes, I got on the. They shouldn't be called heroes. They were captured.
I can stand at Fifth Avenue and I could shoot someone and nobody could ask me.
Yes.
Yeah, what kind of president? One
of the things Chamana statement they batal. Chima did he just joke thing.
Oh, chứ qua phải chứ.
Mà đi đâu nó? Chụp bên.
Chụp bên. Các anh chân thua giờ đấy.
Mà. Ê, John mà đi đút cho phía thì ai thì à bắt thua quá đến thế rồi. En kan chen jan tian. I wish tian there no this like.
We will try to calm him down.
I got y'all got do fear man. I would be shocked at though they were jan to we get the jet dollar no get.
I know.
Madid.
What did you respond?
Madid, where are you?
Don't pretend like.
But we're not there yet.
You'll be portrayed like
be open. I see Joe Biden.
Let me see.
Madid, come back. Lord Bar. I want to ask you. You and look up.
Madid gotta get back.
Hey. Peter Kane, now you're Detroit County, then you're Wayne County in Detroit. And then Donald Trump, you're win in my Michigan area. I found him, I didn't know Concord, I know.
I'm going to vote Sakika Queen. It's all right.
No. Our word is just supposed to call Louis underperformed in that county. Wayne County is supposed to win. Think for rejection, Gada.
Lakini madina ja boja re timi man ja apo geng ja be nom ku jala
What you got to give a ben?
I think gonna twin. I can't did it.
Hey,
nothing is count. I think you count me to it.
Henry board I'm going to kick a good count.
Of the estimated vote is in. Trump has a very impressive 600.
And the early vote that get what counted Abram. You have read the tweet and she Trump got up page man.
She look at it.
Lela janga chegao chin. I got a chin get your late voting. No late voting. Nothing be bad. No counted chin. Isn't corruption. Manner day. We mean we will never accept that. You got few in a wakam. Do you believe that?
Nobody about the law. Even president.
At the moment, but we don't expect it to stay that small of a share. We the early
hey, oh, Chajal Tingu, eh? Get your banner man, you mean to get man 22% of the ballot. Take a try. Like 55% when Lyndon Baden, I can't be a Donald Trump.
There you go. Now you are talking.
No, Madid, what happened? You and Luke have been bragging all week, so we thought you guys got it.
We are getting it, man. We are getting it. Hey. Peter. Roll to
Madid Peter, I give up color. I give up. Madid, I thrown in the white flag. I think it.
But how much of this is
asking for peace, eh?
Well, take a look. Of that current vote that's in right now, only 16
Pennsylvania
early vote. We think the share of the early vote is going to grow
Trump
all the way up to 45% of the overall vote in Pennsylvania. We expect when all the votes are counted 45% is going to be early vote. And Joe Biden right now in the early vote that is in is winning the early vote 80% to
Iran can Iran and you go This is the man I can trust, Kelvin. Because early vote, yes, early vote was actually meant for Democratic Party. So I think it'll be Donald Trump. You all vote Donald Trump and I ben. Okay, now 45% going to ben, but then Mark I Donald Trump. Actually, why about? Which is a fact.
From Biden. Now we'll hear from the president fairly soon.
And let's hear from our team here, David Axelrod.
Democrat always vote on the last day.
Exciting, isn't it?
Traditionally.
As John described it, it's like a chess game. And so far, no one's...
Campaign manager of Obama. Let's listen to his analysis.
The president held surveys, held some of the states that he won last time, but it was always going to be about the final states of Michigan,
So 1, 2,
Pennsylvania,
3, 4,
and
5.
Wisconsin, the so-called blue wall.
Yeah.
If you talk to Biden's campaign and to Democrats, they say, you know, these were the states that he needed.
Yes, okay, only 5 states. Arizona.
And I think, hey, Billy, look, I think
I just have to say,
Joe Biden will win Michigan and Pennsylvania.
There's a share, I look at win about
And Arizona.
Yeah, and the confident about Arizona win.
Arizona, Arizona,
I lose 11%. 11%.
Madpan is
Arizona, Michigan,
more than 20% to be
and
counted.
Pennsylvania.
That's 63 million.
Then he is already pronounced the head of the state.
I'm quite worried about Wisconsin anyway, but I will be comfortable to Louis and Pennsylvania win, Louis Michigan win it. Because Arizona actually win. I'm not worried about Georgia. Because Georgia is already. Wisconsin are electoral college ali. Lakin at least he has to win Michigan, Pennsylvania, Ujala Arizona, okay, good.
We knew this scenario would unfold.
Wisconsin has 10, that's a lot.
The early vote that we saw.
No, Wisconsin at 10 electoral college.
Votes that were cast.
Who Arizona my 11, who 11 can they to the Republican.
We also know that the ballots that are going to be cast after, in Pennsylvania, for example, 3/4 of the ballots that were.
James, we thought that you.
Yeah, brother. Brother Lomuma. Yes, it is true.
Tonight.
But Donald Trump has no power. He has no power to dictate the state in counting the ballot.
Yeah. I think one of the reasons.
Yes. So each and every state have their own law when it comes to counting the ballot. So there's no federal power to abuse it.
For their path. If he loses Arizona,
yes,
he really
it's true. It's a magic number.
Couple of those states, not just.
Ma they in Trump has no power. They should declare already.
So the Democrats.
By midnight, you can't share. Okay, we can just tell the man who said Coca can go win in that. Why would he brag about winning the election? Yeah, no, everybody declare that. Can you go to normal? You might want to complain. Go go. Mine said that Jack sing around, Chinam get around and nobody in. Jack and Loy, imagine.
The guy has a very different brain.
Y'all think now they're gonna go jam Galwan, election, Rick. Okay, now that he had that chance, now the Jalvan Yindi.
Many things because of the lockdown of COVID-19. In the post office, machine one Astra machine one can speed up to count, then look remove. It put it off. This is how they're gonna rig the election.
But American she get a Ale Makama Yuan, Ale Sue.
Yeah.
There are election supervisors that are there. So his party is represent in everywhere low counting of the ballot.
Yeah.
The Democrats are there, the Republicans are there, and if there is a problem, they will say, they will complain, they will say, no, this is not correct. This is why these people, they are patient. This is how the process is being done.
I have just realized something different here. They identified George Wallalu tweeting, that is not my place or Donald Trump's place to declare the winner of this election.
Correct. Yeah, talk a bit on layer to that. Talk a lot. She got layer to Twitter. Talk a lot.
I mean, there's a lot of hurt out there. Because the moral victory, the political victory still may come.
Joe Biden is not going to sleep too. When I hear Chuck, man, when you like that, Donald Trump.
Ben Joe TGM, look, things are not.
People seem to waver and tolerate.
It doesn't look like things are looking good.
No, it's
not looking good for anyone.
It's not easy.
Yeah. Yeah, Peter Ken. Donald Trump supported. They were worried. Now that I Galloway. Okay, got a kid area can go down already.
Yeah, Charles.
Charles is not IO election, man. Don't give me a headache.
Charles Abuben.
Charles is America.
Abuben.
Hey, Charles,
Hey, Charles is a fool.
Kevin, how are you?
I feel looking at
good. How you doing, Charlie?
Viva Trump. Viva.
Come on, get me. This is what is coming with him.
Viva Trump.
This is not a Canada.
Viva le Trump. Viva le Joe.
I think we I'm milking the Jalen Queen.
Viva Trump.
Viva Joe.
Oh, Kalas Viva Jabba.
Can you ask him, Charles, can you tell us why are you favoring Donald Trump to become a president?
Okay.
What has he done better than?
First of all, you will deal with Salva Kiir because Salva Kiir is a useful idiot. So,
and he has been in power for 4 years, and he has never done anything. I thought if I were you would rather go for Joe Biden.
The same Joe Biden could raise our chairman in the confinement. So,
yes, I think your chairman was being confined in South Africa because under the presidency of Joe Biden and Barack Obama.
Yeah, that's why they will go. All of them should go.
They're telling me that.
So why should we care? We need a Trump. We have nothing to lose.
Anyway,
right?
This election has distracted us, Charles, but we should have been focusing now on the South Sudan National Dialogue. I don't know who is dialoguing with who. I wasn't paying attention when they started the dialogue.
When you talk
but this
about
morning they're going to resume their dialogue.
I'm coming for we are coming for, I'm coming with the analysis of South Sudan National Dialogue. It is an exclusive. It is not inclusive.
No. Let's wait after we settle this election first.
Yes.
Because this drama of election is actually distracting us.
Hey, Charlie. But you asked that question. That's why I answer you, right?
Right. I mean, the fact is that.
Oh yes. Okay. Yeah, I thought you want to do it very quick. Probably tomorrow or next tomorrow.
Who is this? James Lomoro Galsuno. Trump is gone. Itahile. Wow. You guys, you don't know how to do analysis. Are you all the guests here? Do you support Trump?
We are pro Joe Biden because this election is about values, it's about integrity, it's about unity, it's about democracy at stake. But here you are, Charles.
Again, I'm asking you. I want to know. Listen, I'm asking you, who are those supporters of Trump and who are those supporters of Biden? I'm a supporter of Trump.
We don't have any Biden. We don't have any Trump supporter yet. It's only you.
Yeah, Viva Trump.
Abby mentioned it earlier. The president's been
Viva.
for weeks, and so
that would be like
nobody's winning now. Anyway, everybody's nervous.
So you're gonna cry in 2 hours. You will be crying, and then the
You haven't even read the tweeting of Trump. He's nervous. He's not shaking like this. All of them.
Because you want to steal. Why you want to count until Friday? Election is counted 1 day.
That's not it's not our work. It's our work of the electoral commission. And Donald Trump is behind all these delays. If you would have not removed the speediest machines from the post office that can help people to speed up the counting,
Isaac,
it would have been done.
Isaac,
go ahead.
Yeah, you know, Biden is still loose. This is what I the big states.
We got five.
Florida.
We got
Florida. We all already grab it.
5,
okay,
and 3 are maps that they belong to Blue House, not Blue House in Juba, but the
look,
Blue
look, Florida.
We have Arizona is counted for donkey. Georgia just there. Michigan, all the votes are not counted in Michigan. They have only counted 30-something%. And about 70% or 60% is still away. What do you think?
And we should follow the rules, not mix them up as we go.
And then we got to go back. On other topics, there's 3 things we can learn. First of all, there's a new story tonight. Republicans turned out with a whole bunch of
Hey, Peter Ken, can I kill him? Mute his mic.
Yeah.
I think we cannot even hear it properly. The sound is too far.
Asma, can you hear me?
No, we're talking about the.
Can
the
you hear
TV
me?
Stuff.
Just mute those people in the what? The main that media.
Yeah, we only wait for
election,
projection only. Yeah, let Peter do
but
that.
I'm projecting to you. I'm projecting to you, Asma. Okay.
Okay, let's wait.
We are
That's a
taking 29 votes.
alert. Let's look at that.
Dega. That's Arizona. I say you take Arizona. Let's assume you take Arizona. But give me a chance, okay? It's mine. Hello.
Peter, just mute the TV, the CNN.
Yeah, can I mute CNN? I want to just give this projection.
on the map. Let's build up from here. 215 to 171. So let's just say, for the sake of argument, we haven't called it. So let's just say that one is a split. And let's say that Joe Biden holds the Clinton state of Nevada and that Joe Biden holds the state of Hawaii, right? And so then we're moving through and we look right here. And let's
there are 2 different voices here. I don't know who is watching TV somewhere.
So there's one up there that's in play. President Trump carried Maine 2, the 2nd congressional district. Last time, Maine and Nebraska drew by congressional district. So there's one up there. It could be in some dispute, but let's stop.
It is the TV, the main one on us there. He has to mute the one who put that one. It is Dr. Kuja talking.
Yeah.
He has to mute it. Mute CNN, please.
Projection, please, wait.
Trump win, I told you.
Rhode Island goes to Biden with 4 electoral votes.
Oh, I thought Rhode Island was already counted. Now we won it.
270 needed to win. Biden now has 290.
You guys, do you want me to talk or just you are doing propaganda here?
In Rhode Island.
No propaganda, just wait. Let's listen here.
Wait, yeah, Charlotte, wait. This is what we do normally. Everything we join.
Just finally,
we'll come back. Just hold, hang on.
So you move Rhode Island over as well. You're going through these states right now. Again,
Peter, you have muted. Why?
you have a ways to go here and everything. And so then where are you? You know, Georgia, president's ahead, right? So I'm going to do this for now.
Yeah, you got 2 voices coming at the same time. I don't know what is happening on your side.
What happens if the president holds that? So where are we now? Where are we now? That 11,
Peter, you have 2 devices working at the same time. You need to mute one.
Oh, did you guys see that?
Which one? Oh,
that's another projection. If you win those light blue, and then he give the light purple one. I mean the pink ones are being given to Donald Trump, but the light blue one, if it goes to Joe Biden, then he won.
Okay.
That is just a magical projection anyway.
Projection, yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Just assuming.
Peter, do you hear us? Airping?
Can I talk? Can I talk, please?
Yeah, you can talk now. Go ahead, Charlie.
Go ahead.
Okay. So I'm saying that let's assume that you take Arizona. Arizona has 11 electrical votes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's 11. For us, we don't go with the small one. We go with the big one. Florida, 29. Boom. Okay. Georgia, we're expecting 16. Okay. Iowa, we're expecting 4. And then Michigan.
No, Iowa is already counted. He won it already.
Iowa is already counted. It's out.
It's already counted.
We already got it, right?
Yeah. Now we're talking about Nebraska now. Nebraska is now divided.
Man, let me come. Michigan, we're going to grab another 16. Gone. Okay? Nevada, another 6 there. We'll take it.
Nevada is leaning blue. Forget it.
When? Okay. No, it's already, we have 67% there. Don't stop it. New Hampshire, let's say you will take it. North Carolina, okay, 94%. Okay, that means we are going to take it. Ohio, okay, 94%. We have there 18 electoral college, so we're gonna take it. Okay, Pennsylvania, again, 64%. We may say okay, 50-50, but we already have 56% to grab the 20.
Okay, projection is stop there. Let's hear this. Texas is gone now. That's the largest state that was left. Now it's gone. 209.
Gone to where? To us.
It's gone to Donald Trump, yeah. And we knew it was going to go to Trump anyway. Nothing
That's what
surprising.
I was projecting. I say, and then you stop me. We have there 38. We grab it. Okay? Wisconsin, we are waiting for 10. It's already gone for us. So you see, Trump is the president. Finish. Fever. Run.
This is what we have been saying all along. We knew that Texas was going to, it used to be a traditionally Republican state anyway, so then nothing is surprising.
Even the
normally used to go Republican. So what we are watching here, what we don't want to let go here is Michigan, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and North Carolina. And we are very competitive there because the early votes, the early ballots are not being counted yet. And that's where we have a high hope. And you know already we're going to win Arizona. And Arizona used to vote red, but not this time.
Projection is going to come now for Trump to celebrate. You see, Biden, girl, we still have hope. When? No hope, Tani. Okay? It's gone.
Okay,
So
don't worry.
just
We're gonna see what's gonna happen.
Back tomorrow.
Huh?
The results are not going to come out today, according to what we know.
Trump is going to
Because
address
they're going
people
to
now
count
midnight.
until tomorrow night.
Midnight.
Maybe.
Just give 2 hours. Trump will be addressing you. I'm not another prophet here, but just count now.
It is not wrong to decide it. It is the state. The state are the one to determine it. Listen to
Once
the reporters. Because
projection is
reporters
over,
are actually
he
receiving.
won.
They receive live information from the Secretary of the State, who is actually supervising the counting of the election.
Masma, once the electoral college is reached 270, he will be announced.
I know.
So
I know. That's why
he
we
will
are watching
address.
this key state.
And then you go and ask Kwete, and then ask Karanze Salva Kiir, and then the case is closed.
Mafe kwete hini fi Australia wal fi America ya bwana ya sabi.
Ita zato ta out Australia de aza zolta Kwete.
Data za ta Kenya moro.
First from myself, it's gone. Viva Trump.
Hey, yeah,
Viva
Isaac,
Joe.
you need to challenge Charles. Charles is one being discriminated by Donald Trump. Donald Trump don't want them to come from Canada, crossing
I
the
know.
border. He's
I know.
discriminating you according to the, how do you call it? This NAFTA. The NAFTA agreement with North America. Donald Trump,
Maria.
man, that means you are not even genius in politics. Understand this. You should be against Donald Trump.
As all Trump Viva.
Viva, they give you similar check, huh? That's why you very happy, huh?
We want, for us, for Canadians, and I was that, and I'm going to Viva Trump. As an deal, usefully the itself.
Hey, look at that projection, Jamana. That projection look very interesting. John King is actually giving a lot of red state to Donald Trump, but still he couldn't reach. He was not able to reach all the 70. So it's getting complicated.
It's a best
because
don't know how to read.
If Donald Trump is actually going to lose Arizona, and there's a possibility, Joe Biden will win Pennsylvania and Michigan and Wisconsin, then it's over. He only needs to win 2.
Which Michigan?
Michigan and Pennsylvania are leaning Democratic now.
Michigan is only 30-something%. That is counted, but the rest of the votes are not counted.
Yeah, it's only 30%. In Michigan, only 22% is only came in. Only 22 Princeton have already reported, but the rest are not there, which is the hell vote.
Yeah.
Because under some state law,
Michigan is 62% reported. Don't make it half. Is it
where is it?
Viva tamam.
Michigan now counts 62% and we have 53.
Where is that percentage? Where do you get it at? Show us.
If you don't know,
we know.
No, it's not 53. It was 30-something%, man. I don't know where you got.
I know it was being projected on the screen anyway.
Device.
It was projected on the
your projection. I think where you are watching the TV that you are is misleading you.
As a Pennsylvania, we take Pennsylvania. Are you serious there?
Early ballot are not counted yet, Charles. Yeah. We are talking and we are watching the map. What John King is doing is what we are focusing.
I told you we're gonna win Pennsylvania. So Biden Kalase, he talk nonsense. Gibel mutu best. But also mutu masoduma. Ala go ta museshfa.
Asma inter bota wen aso. Inter bota wen inter. Bota for Canada? Inter bota for Canada?
Oh, for Canada.
Inter bota ulama bota.
Kede sovzole.
Bamul bota no gado.
Ita sakaran?
Yeah, Charles, you have to respect people. You don't even know this guy. Why would you talk like that to people that you never met?
Mau asal ubitat bibar but we call musaket bas.
That's why ita ma bar uzol ita pigingalo vote. Asa da propagandist bita ruenga administrative area de.
Darin alwahid amal board amal board for the nanu
All right, guys.
Ita that vote le Biden tama bar why are you voting?
But I don't know, but you don't know what you're doing. You don't know what you're doing.
We are just trying to imitate and learn how the democracy works. And that's what we can imply in our country. We coach our leaders. We talk with our brothers and sisters back home of what we are seeing in where we are living. Yeah.
Masul
friendly.
Mafi nagash mafi chatima ajira de siyasi de ya mulfi nagash bas. Mafi
yes,
Isaac. When I was projecting, and I go read the truth. Lakin why kaman jamina kanu gijamin jewan asro merisa to ana martuno galzo de voted kana rita ma bar galana Canadian all this year.
Alanta gi unu de marandaya. Ufi hotel yang mashar fogo dak.
Yang mashar magay do nak fi ajere nak fi J1.
Allah jale jage. Ana gano
Okay, another projection, guys.
Yeah, it's
Asma.
okay. I kadang
Oh, both of them win. Yeah.
give us the voice.
They divided it. They divided Nebraska.
Yeah.
1-1-1-1-1. This election is crazy. Anyway, it used to be Republican anyway, but it's projected. They divided it into two.
Volume. Can you come up? This is where we can hear it. Otherwise, you are in.
That means Joe, he did well. Joe did well, yeah, in Nebraska.
Yep.
With one.
Joe did nothing. He's gone.
Oh my God!
Just relax.
He made it to two.
How can you go?
early.
And you got 220.
Electoral votes 270.
And your Vita got 200.
We only another projection or another keyword alert. Let's watch that. Arizona. Wala is holding.
Naviva, there is support.
Mana kenga leta kujibel. Yes, I give you Arizona. I don't argue. Silukum Arizona. Like the rest is gone.
Trump, 11 electoral votes in Arizona. In Nevada right now, still very early, only 7%.
Yeah, then Nevada, in Brazil,
no, the 7% yeah in but you don't even know that Nevada always vote blue, my friend.
Electoral vote that
even Hillary won it last time.
Yeah, Nevada is taken by you. I know that. 6. You just count there. 6.
Yeah, forget about Nevada. Nevada is going blue anyway.
North Carolina,
we are keeping an eye on these 3 states: Pennsylvania, Wisconsin.
Asma.
Even North Carolina is not even there.
Asma. Luke, Billy, please don't make a propaganda. Ohio, we are taking it.
Wait the projection there.
2016, and you come.
Wait that presumptuous projection.
Let's wait on this. Let's wait this. We'll talk after it.
President of the United States just lost that one. So you take that away. And so that's the only takeaway so far, gets the president down. Right? And so then you come over here and you
look,
say,
if he whips, it's swept all of them. See?
Right? If that goes away, then you get the president down to 294. Right now, the president is leading Maine and Nebraska. Do it by congressional district. The president is leading here right now. Democrats
they're going to divide it there.
President right now.
Yeah.
Right there. So where does this leave you if nothing else changes? Right? We're still waiting for some of these states. But we now have Florida, we now have Texas back in the Republican fold, we have Ohio back in the Republican fold. So if you look at this map right now, where does it leave you? Well, the president is leading in the vote count here, but we're not done, right? So we take these 3 off the board. You look at them right now, 248, 244, when you take these out of the equation, Wolf, this is a card game right now, 2 out of 3. Whoever wins 2 out of 3 is the next president of the United States. And you can pick the order, really, if you come through it. Someone does this and this, Joe Biden can do that, he's the president of the United States. Donald Trump could do this and this. He's the next president of the United States. Pick your 2.
You see, it's done. And we are going to take that. It's gone.
Just take them off 1, 2, 3, because we have votes to count. But essentially, unless we're stunned by something out in the other states, and that's just most unlikely. Nevada, we have to watch Nevada. The president has a lead in the early vote, I believe, in Nevada. That often happens. Republicans go ahead early. We have to see what happens. It's possible, so we'll keep an eye on it. But if Nevada stays, a Clinton state, if that stays there, we come down to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, shocker, and 2 out of 3 gets you there. And we'll see how it goes. And again, you can do the math either way, right? What if Joe Biden wins the 2 smaller ones in terms of the electoral vote? That's enough. That gets him to exactly 270 if nothing else changes on the map, right? If the president, if it's for Donald Trump, the president of the United States, he could do it with here and here.
You see that?
So it takes 2
if he win Wisconsin and Michigan, that's enough too.
You know, you still, whatever you do, you still need one of those. You get both of these, you don't need Pennsylvania.
I'm not watching.
And that's
He's just keeping switching it. He's just doing presumptuous prediction or analysis.
Michigan is already gone for the Trump.
It's not yet mine.
Okay, projection. No, curious to watch.
What do you quiz?
Vote at stake. 46% of the estimated vote is now in.
Maine
Trump
CD2.
Lead over Biden by 18,000 votes, 0.1% to 44.4%. John, that 2nd congressional district, 1 more electoral vote, but Trump still maintaining his lead.
Arizona.
Democrats thought they were going to get this. Democrats thought they were going to carry the state of Maine. I just want to look to see what we know in the vote total over here. Forgive me for walking over here. You just want to look at the map. Again, Maine takes a long time to fill in because of the way they do the counts. It's 51 to 45.
You see, these 2 say they have a different way of dividing the electoral college. They divide them by district.
And they thought it would be enough to get them that congressional district. That's certainly what they thought. But again, I'm just going to say this again. The president went to Maine. A lot of people said, why is he doing that? Right? The president went to Maine in the last 10 days of the campaign. People said, why are you doing that for one electoral vote? Well, we're going to find out, probably not tonight as we go through the hours ahead, whether that mattered. But in the places the president went and campaigned, he's closer or ahead, especially in these other states that we've put his way. So there's no question. The Trump rallies drove up turnout. Is it enough? We don't know yet.
We'll soon find out. We have another key race alert right now. In the key battleground state of Michigan right now, 61% of the estimated vote is in. President Trump continues to maintain his lead of about 287,000 votes, 53.3% to 44.9%, 16 electoral votes in Michigan. All right, so let's take a look at Michigan right now, John. As we look at Michigan, 60, we still have 61% of the estimated vote is in. That means 39% of the estimated vote is still outstanding.
Right, so you look at this lead again, 287,400 and change there. You look at it, you go back to 2016, this is a 10,704
Yeah,
votes. 704 votes.
Trump already won the key states like Ohio. So forget about Biden. Let's just go. What can happen next?
Not what's in, it's what's missing. And so by missing, I mean counting. And again, you look at Wayne County, it's Detroit, it's the suburbs around Detroit, absolutely essential for the Democrats. We went through this 4 years ago. This was a major disappointment for the Clinton campaign. They did not get as many votes as they wanted out of Wayne County, as many votes as they needed out of Wayne County. There's Joe Biden at 206,000, right? Remember, 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 519,000 votes. It wasn't enough for her then, but that just tells you they haven't counted votes. And we know, again, in-person early voting, mail-in voting, election day voting, election officials in all of these states are overwhelmed. They've decided how to sequence their count. The count is going slowly, and so we're waiting. We've got a lot of, it's clearly have a lot of votes still to be counted when you see those numbers so much lower than 4 years ago.
37% of the vote in Wayne County reporting so far. Lots of votes outstanding. Kamala Brown has got some new information about Michigan. What are you learning?
Yeah, that's right there in Wayne County and Detroit. 92,000 mail-in ballots still have not been counted yet. So we are expecting those ballots to be counted and have a better idea of what the total is by the morning. I know it's early morning right now, but a little bit later in the morning, we expect to find out more about Detroit. Of course, that is a Democratic stronghold. And then you have Macomb County. This was a county that Trump flipped. We were told that 250,000 mail-in ballots are still outstanding to be counted. The number we're seeing in Macomb right now, that is mainly the day of election day voting that you're seeing right there on the screen. And so with Macomb, 250,000 are left to be counted there in Michigan. Then you have Kent County as well. We're told a big chunk of what's remaining in Kent County is mail-in ballots. So this is certainly keeping us in suspense.
Kent County is over here as well in the western part of the state. Well,
Charles, do you hear that?
You see the president ahead.
That a lot of mail is Democratic vote. You should be
There's a lot of what?
The western part of the state.
300,000 vote.
3,000, that's what we are hoping on. That's why Michigan is actually likely to be won by Democrats. The same thing applies to Pennsylvania.
It's not going to work. So,
what do you mean it's not going to work? The reason why the absentee ballot is not being counted is because it is a law in their respective states that they have to make sure the last vote are casted on the election day, and then everything is being counted at once. You don't count the ballot as they come in these two states. That's why they're delaying the result.
Ajede, Billy, look, when we take the main ones, you forget the small ones. It's not going to help you.
What main one are you talking about?
Texas is going to go. Florida is going to go. That's it.
About Wayne County.
No, Florida and Texas have already gone. They give them to Donald Trump. You don't see that?
They don't give.
What are you looking at here?
Who give them? Them money are Mosul's distribution.
Hey, Peter, can you tell us? Texas is already being announced. It's projected to have been won by Donald Trump. Florida is won by Donald Trump. Ohio is won by Donald Trump.
Florida, Ohio, all Trump. Viva.
Charles.
Yes.
Charles, I will what he don't know about what is it. Even Donald Trump is not a Republican. Just is the one who is coming just like a sticker.
Come on, guy. Ita jaminu kamanita isim taki munu. Can I let me know your name?
Ana Javi J1.
Isim taki munu.
Ana Javi J1.
Oh, Luis.
Luis.
That's why Matanganyor Gimutu Sambala because they don't know how to fight.
Matanganyor go mur Sambala. Matanganyor go mur Sambala de ma inta ku malung machale kum kalas. Dia jundan ma ya undu Matanganyor. Dar gul
Azma. Who mama malung anymore? Who's that myself Fakir?
Malu ga meneng neng sakit.
Malung macha siu for Gaba.
Well, no wonder why he's supporting Donald Trump.
Uma bi Arab Donald Trump uma many Egypt. There's all jealous sakit bus.
Viva Donald Trump. Viva.
Hey. Yeah, Isaac. They, the bad thing Sudanese or African or other people in around the world don't see, Donald Trump is going to cause a war.
Where things stand.
And it's
okay, let's look at that.
It's not a small war. It will be a world war. It's going for the
big war. Big war. They don't know. That's what they look like a beaver.
Hey, look the projection.
That's what Republicans do.
We're gonna take it. And Pennsylvania, that 100% vote Donald Trump. Viva.
For Biden, 20.
And then you remember, Joe Biden was saying that they're gonna take Pennsylvania. Now his speech make useless. Not useful.
Look, you are still behind. We got 220, and Donald Trump is still got 213. He's still going on.
What a different 7.
Asuma, okay, just one second. Can you mute that, please, Yaken? I want to explain to you how it works.
Okay.
No, listen to that reporter, Jamana. That reporter is reporting from where the ballot are being counted inside the building.
They're making the proper analysis more than us here.
Assuming that number has not changed since I was last told, that of course is the Democratic stronghold. That is where Democrats are focused on. But overall, in the state, I'm told by one official in Pennsylvania, it could be around a couple million mail-in ballots that they are still waiting to count. We know 9 counties are going to start counting.
You see that?
Later on morning, and then of course,
still waiting.
That's why we are hoping million of ballots.
How do those mail-in ballots?
This is a big turnout, my friend. You are underestimating this. You're going to be surprised. You will see 200 people already voted.
Don't even tell him we are hoping. Why we are hoping? We're going to take it. There's no way.
That is why we are left at the first seats as we look at Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's an important
couple of millions of
67%
ballots.
of the
That's a lot.
voters in. So 67% now.
Maybe
so
2, 1, 3.
It's increasing. There's still a lot of votes out there.
A lot of votes.
Look, 646 and 302 ballot to be counted. Hollywood.
No, that does not. So this is what it includes. So it's including Allegheny, Bucks, Chester County, Delaware County, and Montgomery at least.
Still a lot of votes. 33%, I should say. 33%.
Wow.
The votes still outstanding in Pennsylvania. So the Democrats cling on to some hope. We got another key race alert.
Did you guys hear that?
Take a look at Nevada right now. With
Nevada. Oh, yeah.
Now taking the lead.
Now Biden on the top there.
Votes.
I told you that you take Nevada, but you don't listen.
0.6% to 46%.
No, but you were celebrating earlier. Because
no, I said Nevada
a lot of votes didn't come in before.
It's only 6.
I know this is state anyway. That's why you see them not talking about Nevada, though.
Tell him just let him to be ready to go in a Bieber.
Las Vegas is coming up.
This is the big one. You got to win here. 75% in, a 54 to 44, 10-point race there, 388,000 votes. You go back in time, and so it's about the same, 52. Joe Biden doing a little bit better there. You see the vote count a little bit behind Hillary Clinton's total here, but we're only at 75%.
Wow.
You'll see if more votes come in there. That's the first thing you have to do in Nevada is run it up in Clark County. And then you come up here in the northwest part of the state, Reno, Washoe County, up here, 52 to 45. That one says it's 80% plus. Let's just go back to vote total. Joe Biden at 111 and saying Hillary Clinton at 97 4 years ago when she won it a little bit more narrowly. So again, that's filling in. That's 2016. You come back to 2020. You expect the rural
51.
That's filling in as you would expect it to. And again, the question is, would there be any takeaways, right? The Trump flip any Clinton states?
You guys, you are just wasting time. Just go and relax.
We have the congressional district split. We have the
election is finished.
Like Nevada, we'll keep counting them.
You done?
We got another key race alert right now. Look at it. It's narrowed. The Trump lead in Georgia, 91%.
Oh, shit.
Is in 9%.
You see that now?
Trump's lead
now Georgia is coming back.
108.
48.
Tell these guys, man, you gotta go, man. You gotta go to sleep.
Oh my goodness.
Don't waste your
What
time.
a big change.
I told you guys,
It's still
these are the states that vote in big number,
guys-
but they don't count
you
the
guys-
ballot.
What we get here, Georgia is now 93%. Kulude, Viva. Georgia, Viva.
I've been to that county before in Georgia.
Yeah, but it's
Belcom.
Viva. Viva
Azuma.
Trump.
Azuma, the Trump that they shouldn't go people that.
Look, he won 80 something, 72. Ooh.
That's in a county. That's a county, not the total.
No, but those are the largest counties. He has to win with big margins.
We all already won it. Forget it.
89,000. If we go back 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton got 297.
Iowa, we're gonna get 6.
But that's the 100%. This is the key. The question.
You are repeating the already won state.
How much?
Are you not
How
paying
much?
attention?
If the Democrats were going to do it in Georgia,
He's not paying attention.
Florida, gone.
you have to do it right here. You have to. beat
Ohio,
them.
gone.
Where are you
Texas,
coming
gone.
If you're at 72%,
So go and sleep.
So you're going to watch that play out. Let's move over.
You
to
you need to sleep because you are projecting something is wrong.
But the Democrats running it up, so there's possibility of more votes.
You can go and sleep.
210,000.
Emmanuel.
Well in excess of Hillary Clinton's total.
But let me just wait and finish everything.
County.
Looking around Metro.
It is already Viva. Just say Viva Trump.
When you wake up tomorrow morning, you wake up with a
I'm
different.
sure Georgia is going to make us proud tonight.
Charlie.
They
No,
carry like
Georgia is
18
for
electoral
Trump.
college.
Georgia as a whole.
No, we have 6 there.
If Georgia is gone and Arizona is gone, then we won. Plus,
Reporting right
Which
now.
Arizona? Arizona only you have 11. It's a question.
but Georgia got 18 years old. Don't underestimate Georgia.
Georgia have 16.
Big state.
Where did you get the 2? Stop lying here.
You do it this way. You just see. Oops,
It's
run the map.
16 and it's gonna be Trump Viva.
No, that's not going to do it.
Now
for
we
you.
have 93%.
It's
Remain
going-
only 7% in a take
so
projection.
Doesn't want to go there.
Just
There we
wait. Wait in 10 minutes. We're gonna project Georgia as ours.
go. Can't get that to turn off. Well, we're going to have to wait to come back to that because it's stuck in the program right now.
Georgia is gone for Viva.
See, well, we're just going to have to wait. I have to reset.
Yeah,
this.
something.
All right, let's take a quick
It's
break.
blackout. It's blackout. It's not working.
Next score of our special coverage. We're watching these key battleground states. It's close. We'll be right back.
Ooh. See
Yakwana.
that?
Kerefi asuma fi propagandism to James Lamuo.
Arizona and Nevada are coming next. They went for a break, guys.
Nevada is gone for you guys. Don't count something that is gone. Georgia is gone for us. 16 votes. Okay?
Okay, listen here, Charles.
That's a
Democrat were not supposed, they were not expected to win Arizona. They were not expected to compete in Georgia. And now they are very competitive.
Georgia is gone. Which competitive again?
No,
Yes.
this guy is going to come up there. You don't listen to what Jim, you don't know what he said.
I am getting live from Georgia now. Now. So it's gone. Texas, we have 80%. They could
Okay, Isaac, is Isaac there?
I am here.
Yes, I have a question to ask you guys.
Yeah.
What if either of these candidates do not reach a maximum of 270, and they're going to divide it all these remaining state evenly, and then it become like nobody reach 270 according to what is required by the law. So what is going to happen? Is there going to be rerun or what?
No, they call it the hang parliaments. They have to divide the powers of the government if it is here in Australia.
No, what will happen?
No, I'm asking about America. If you know something, because this is very rare. It never happened anyway, but this is likely to happen according to what John King was doing.
No.
Look, this is what
Yes.
this is what will happen. If that happens to be the case, which has only happened once time in the history of America, it is the Congress that will decide it, who will be the president, and then who will be the next vice president. So basically, let's say Ours is still majority. Ours will actually appoint Joe Biden, and then Mike Pence will automatically become the vice president. If that doesn't work,
Oh, really?
yeah.
No, I never heard about that. Well,
So,
very interesting.
if
Because I was watching what John King was doing. So what if nobody's going to reach 270, and then what's going to happen then? Is there going to be a rerun or what?
there is no reason that's the scenario.
They will reach. They will reach.
But
Asma,
someone will get to 270.
Ajere, let me help you guys. Please, when you are watching this election, we have already 213, so we are almost left with few.
Hello, Peter.
Madagika, can I okay?
Yeah, go ahead, Jared. Go ahead.
Oh no, I ne Apol ita gamul fi national TV yake kede ma de live na mal na Apol.
Go
ahead, brother. Go ahead.
Nganda mwendo ba ko ji men. Mwendo je lor ma ka ji.
We lower on
it. So what I'm saying, you see 53? So how are you gonna say that it is a draw? Are you a man? Get in 44 and 53 across the country.
Good.
And who is winning?
So
you can't even see properly. 53 is Joe Biden.
Asma, look at the 213. 213. That means Trump is winning.
It's basically a south-north split.
So,
let me show you. So, down here in the south.
Listen, let's be organized here.
The people, when they got 213, there will be a winner.
Position at the moment.
This is how it works. Let me show you. They are reducing it down. They are putting it up. Biden, they bring it down. For Trump, they take it up because he was the last. Who is winning? That's how it works.
No, just they gotta be compared, man. The status, man. Come on.
Too close to call with its 16. They're 93% reporting.
Yep.
That has narrowed. And we were talking about this before, how well Joe Biden could do in the areas around Atlanta. How blue could we spread from the center of Atlanta out into the suburbs? It is narrowing that gap. So I'm not pulling that figuratively or literally in any column quite now. So those are two. Have we got one more? Should we do Arizona as well? Because I think
this
Arizona,
is Al Jazeera. I don't know why they keep doing that. They only focus on differences.
Reporting. So there's still a lot. There's still a lot to come in there, and that will be crucial. Again, the urban areas around Phoenix, what can happen there? I think Arizona could be decisive. So that's the South we've looked at, the southern states. Back to my state of the race map, and I want to tell another little story here. Remember,
they got back to CNN.
Three important ones here. The North.
Okay, hold on, let me unmute it. That's my bad.
Yeah, go ahead. It's all right. Unmute it.
This one's interesting. We were just talking about it when we had the little glitch. It's interesting because Donald Trump opened up an early lead, and we said, let's wait, especially because here, Atlanta and the suburbs, and the blue ring, it's more blue now than it used to be in years past because Democrats are doing better in the suburbs. But you also see it in other places as well. We come down here to Columbus. We're at 89% here. You see Joe Biden's lead here, so we're still counting some votes here. If you're the Democrats, you're thinking where might votes come in for us. Let's come over here to Savannah and see here, you're up to 80% here. So there could be a few more there, but you're getting close as you go up. The bulk of the votes in the state anyway, I'm going to check on Richmond County here, 86%. So there might be a few more, but it's not a big number. And so the bulk of the votes for Democrats anyway, bulk of votes of the state are here. And you come to Fulton, get rid of this so it's not distracting, 72%. So that's more votes to be counted. More votes to be counted, which means you want to be patient here. This is by far, it's about 10% of the vote statewide. And then you just walk your way through these suburbs. DeKalb County, it's 80%, so we have more votes to count. But again, look at the margin here, right? So if you're counting more votes and they stay anywhere close to this percentage, that's a chance for Joe Biden to run up votes in big numbers. All right, you move over here to Gwinnett County, up to 95% here, so maybe a little bit more, but not a lot of math here. You come back across, we checked on Fulton, and we come to the west with the Cobb, come down here, and look at Douglas. These are places, again, Joe Biden's winning big here. It's not as big of a county, but there's potentially. So you're looking now 118,000. That looks like a big lead. But let's count it.
So you guys are.
It's a closer race.
Are you still having any hope for Trump? I mean, for Joe Biden?
Wow.
1.8 million votes.
So you got nothing. You got nothing. You wrong. That's why you.
You see, Georgia now is gone. I told you guys. I told you Georgia is gone.
Got here to the west. I just want to check.
You see, but you don't listen. He went to Trump. I told you.
Up to 77% in Nevada. It's close. It's close. You want to look at Clark County here.
Charlie, you are just making noise without no sense.
You're looking at more votes here. The question is, does Joe Biden keep that?
Georgia is gone. Yeah, Ken. Please.
Anywhere close to that rate.
Propaganda
But you have to wait to count them and see. Then check up here. 82% here. It looks like that map is filling in a way.
Anyway,
the Democrats want to fill it in. You just need to wait to see if the
you
margin
just
polls.
look like you are being high. So just enjoy while it lasts.
Even if even if the president gets a few more votes out of these places, they're pretty small, but we'll keep counting them. And then you come back. Let's just move back here to the east. Just check on a few places. North Carolina. This one has tightened some. It has tightened some, but you're still looking at 76,000 vote lead for the president there, 51 to 49. And then you come back up. And again, I just want to check to see if we've had any movement since last we were here. It's not. 699,000 votes. What you're waiting for is to see the percentage jump up here. We're still at 48%. And we went through this in 2016 in Philadelphia, in Detroit, in Milwaukee, right? The map was trending Trump's way late. Democrats were saying, be patient, be patient, be patient. We'll get our votes. In 2016, they didn't get them. They didn't get them.
I just want to tell our Viva boys, let them celebrate. Can they do good to all Viva songs?
But because of that, we're going to have to be patient. We're waiting for votes here. We're waiting for a decent chunk of votes here in Montgomery County. We moved down here in Delaware County. We're waiting for a decent chunk, about 40% of the votes here. Let me just check down here. I want to cross the line again. I like to do that. Go over the state line. Let me just come right in here at Delaware County. Again, we got some math to do. And again, a lot of it's here in the southeast, but as Pam Brown told us, we also have some to wait for in Allegheny County. Again, so the question is it enough? Is it enough? Joe Biden's running it up here, 55%, 43, so 12.51, almost 252,000. You come back. Hillary Clinton had a sizably bigger vote 4 years ago, which tells you we'd all like to know. We got to wait and watch them count. It's just the way it is.
All right, stand by. We're waiting once again for President Trump to speak. We expected to be speaking fairly soon. We're watching some of the nail biters going on in Arizona and Georgia, some of the other states. We'll be right back.
I had this $100,000 student debt.
$225,000 in debt.
So far, I literally changed my life.
It was the easiest application.
If I was an autocrat or a dictator or a populist leader anywhere in the world now, and I'm looking at the TV screens in America and see that President Trump is head-to-head with Joe Biden, despite everything that happened the last 4 years, including the corona, including the countless scandals that this man.
Why you guys remove me?
Perhaps.
Stop complaining. You left by your own will, and then you say how.
Out of a hat. In that sense, and I think probably they're all thinking that he's going to have more of a leeway than he did back in 2016. On the one hand, he has 4 years behind him, and on the other hand, he doesn't have to run again. I mean,
that's right.
Normally, he shouldn't be running again. So, in that sense, he would have a huge leeway. He will be empowered so much so that I think he'll be able to make decisions, to dictate policies, to put pressure, especially on allies, especially in Europe. Moving forward, because to be a two-term president in the United States, despite everything that we've seen before, that is momentous moment in American history. I would say in world history, if that takes place.
Mark, do you want to pick up on that?
Sure. There are two thoughts I have. First,
there are some structural things that may make it more difficult for a second-term Trump to get things done. Now, I happen to think the president has a very free-handed foreign policy, but we are looking at a political situation where the Democrats are likely to get potentially a majority, but also possibly a 49-51 or even a 50-50 split. And you do have some Republican members.
Hey, take it back to CNN, Gede. So we listen to the statement Trump
from Utah, who I don't think would always line up with the president on some of these foreign policy initiatives. So Congress may be a bit more.
Coming. Yeah. Now you can see the analysis on the Al Jazeera news. It's actually people are worried about the foreign policy. Look how Donald Trump is going to be very reckless this time in the world stage, and he can do whatever he want to do because he will know definitely he's not going to run for a third term, so he will do whatever he want to do. But imagine such a reckless person. Imagine being given the second term, everything going to be worse. You know,
even the people they go to work.
He's going to say that he can go to Peace Avenue and shoot someone, and nobody can do anything about it. For real.
Billy, look. Mata masa zeta alsien uzolema kuluzede ole oma de lahamde. Okay? Trump is not gonna do that. There's all the business, you want peace. In order for you to do business, you need to have a peaceful world. So forget about your propaganda.
And because you are not American, he's selling America out. He's just working for his selfish interest. And then people like you who are being fooled by this crooked man, con man, you think that he's doing something good for you. But he's even stealing our American dollar. Our dollar taxpayers, money is being stolen through billionaires. You know, bailing billionaires out of, paying less tax is the reason why he's corrupting this country, because he's getting share. You don't understand this, Charles.
Yeah, the billionaires, they don't pay tax. They don't vote. Few of them vote. So the majority who are poor, they choose Trump because Trump look for their interests, not the interests of billionaires. Please.
These are the races, These are the races.
Charles, Shubda.
They are not racist.
Shubda.
In South Sudan, we have the Jain Council of Elders. They are racist.
Ita ayunda. Mata kalam saka. Ita awul bot awul wadak tit kalam. Malagi ya.
Ita galekana zeta algi vote awal mara de.
Ana bot awul mara. Ya ka wala ana botaleg lesun shunu ya ke George Bush chan taleg junu Sudan ya ke ayta lo to taraf.
George Sudan lo kan na madugu talago bitala Sudan o kan tala junu Sudan bedire.
Bi badakan kan dugu talaga junu Sudan talaga
bi ba ma dugu.
Dugu shunu ya ke.
Kira anita kep ita zata zama da kan gijere wara UN ya ke te gulena kalam pare.
UN
refugee camp.
Ada mau dah refugees ya itu.
Den asal kan ga kul biscuit de.
Udah kata kul junu kan kata kul ngongo.
Tagale kan ba kul biscuit.
Ngongo. Itu kan kata kul ngongo.
Ngongo de bata rojal de natural de ta nata sorin. Revolutionary.
Agwanda. Delobud.
Kereso. O ma baru zole minuen bes gon.
Egwal ko ngeno la chiru. Ngoki ele.
Itu Martin Elias Lamoro.
Ode tagala min tokle Elias Lamoro.
Wuta minuen maida min baria.
Tamaso. You guys.
Ma ita Elias Samero kaman min bari kaman.
Mata mujibu nasa mianini fishode. Mata mujibu nasa mianini fishode. It make the
ma ita hili sakaya wala tuka ya Samero min bari.
Aku tu Canada tak mari kalau mana sakit ya. Untuk taruh itu badal tulis Amerika bas semua. Malah ya.
Viva Trump.
Let's listen to this lady, come on. These are the political analysts at CNN. They are very depressed. Very depressed. Well, I can imagine.
Yep. Ana gisi bita kumana giru officerir. Ana geni ni fi 7 saat kursi. Ana giru.
Wallahi tamam.
Ana beraja wara baden.
Ada muskil agar guide.
Agar guide to Peter Kane guide. Kalta kumbu agenda mana bijata ni.
Yeah, Galina, when is the choice?
Peter is talking to you.
Galina, when is one Makuna Charles? What they got a gulubna socket?
Don't worry about Charles, yeah. Charles, don't have family. Inta biarif ajere kalam when the vita ajere. Yeah. Charles.
Charles.
We obviously always
Zol zerano behebu. Zol be kalam sak zerano behebu. Wata lo upa jambena bukun sabe.
Kan yamul sunu?
Good man. He's
Upa
a
kan
friend.
garib jambena na boring kana umunu. Achanina bukun sahab.
Ya ita wale talana alna kan gi kutu go different refugee camp masana.
Ya go damunta bugulo wala da.
Ita
kada shi wala da kulbet kada utal kalamai.
Ma wala da ta futi ta auto wil minna.
Charles, down computer au
Hey, Charles, the one in Nadal can give Jerele Uganda. Ogal mun kan garin ki gaba.
Ula man
Kan garin ki Uganda, ogal kan ki gaba. Gaba ki yen.
Billy Luke. Billy Luke. Billy Luke.
The answer is yes. There are.
Iowa Futu. Yana came later. Iowa Futu. Trump. Now on Sultana. I told you before. Go back and listen to my agenda.
You are what?
Okay. What I said before. I say Iowa will take it. 6.
Or whether it's even.
Now it's gone.
Charles, it Calgary will enter when it up.
Earlier.
Ana fi J1.
He got.
Zaire Alec.
Doesn't even if
Zaire Alec. Ita mana riag na college.
Two guardrails left in that White House.
Who best people?
What's the Salfaki?
Lo zon ma Salfaki zar ma bukun kwezi yake.
Hope springs eternal.
No, what's the Kalas Mare also why God ajere mo support Donald Trump. Achan Salfaki there Donald Trump chaneji.
When
this is why he's singing it.
Salva Kiir gisel Bilal Naharas and Biden Beji to finish this project. It will never work. As an Biden Beji, Salva Kiir gisel Biden. Like it doesn't work this time.
It's about why we are supporting Biden because
Biden educate for Biden ya kana molonu munajere. De Biden ya kana mol support Dr. Viva bitakum de. Now you are.
John Kerry Minuen. Do you follow the South Sudan politics?
Charles.
What did John Kerry kill him for Iraq?
John Kerry was the first. He was the first Secretary of State to United States.
He was the Secretary of State of Barack Obama, and Biden was the Vice President.
And then Hillary came in the second, right?
Let me tell him this. Let me tell you.
Trump.
Look. Because you don't know why we supporting Biden, because we support him about what? We support him about America is going away. You know, it's not interest to us.
And the president.
Even we don't have interest with the Democrat in South Sudan. Okay.
You are right, brother. My child, they mind the values. Mafi values, mind the democracy, mind the integrity, mind the equality, mind the unity. Well, I love that for humanity. That's why it's very selfish to support Donald Trump.
Zaman Barack Obama. Sudan, Sudan kan daerah jauh Shamal Sudan.
The problem with you are giving us a history that have no value.
We need to show you the value, man.
Dega, ya wallet, kede dega, ya wallet.
Now you talk about values, yeah, Charles. Where are the values? If you can support someone who say I can shoot you in the Fifth Avenue and nobody's going to ask him.
Listen to Peter. Peter is saying something.
That is part of what is driving some of the president's anger, and I think
Peter, go ahead.
Express when he comes out in a few moments. He is going to try to make the case, as he did on Twitter, that just counting the votes in some of these battleground states, leftover battleground states, somehow deprives him of a victory or cheats him out of a victory. Let's keep in mind,
Trump is going to win now. He's going to address the people,
victory for Democrats,
the Americans, and international community. Viva.
So I think to some extent, there needs to be a Surgeon General's warning on what the president says here as he comes out, because he is going to express, I think, in front of the cameras, precisely what he was just saying a few moments ago in those tweets, which is he feels that this election is being stolen from him, when in fact it's not being stolen from anybody.
It's just the natural process of counting votes. And so, some of this I think is being driven by just some extreme tension inside Trump campaign headquarters right now. They thought things were moving along well tonight. They saw some of these margins and a lot of these states not matching what was out in those polls over the last several weeks. And so they thought they were beating the polls as they did in 2016. And then when some of these, results were coming in, Arizona being called by another network, that did not come into, their plans. And I think also what is happening in Nebraska with that one electoral vote going to Joe Biden in Nebraska that we called, that was also not in the Trump campaign's plans. And so things are not going according to what they were hoping to see tonight, and they're reacting accordingly. I do think when the president comes out here, it is very likely he's going to say things that are just flat false. He's going to be making claims about voter fraud and so on. And we just have to remind our viewers, Jake, and as you have so many times, there is no evidence of widespread voter fraud in this country. And just because the president says something doesn't make it so. He doesn't get to declare who the president of the United States is. The voters get to do that. Election authorities get to do that across the country, Jake.
That's right, Jim Acosta at the White House. Thanks so much. And we're still waiting for President Trump to come out and give his statement. We're not exactly sure what he's going to say. He has been saying things, Abby, about the election being stolen from him that are false, that Twitter and Facebook have labeled as false because he put them out on social media first. We don't have the capability of doing that like in pop-up video on VH1 and immediately next to his face.
Abby, we'll explain what VH1 is later.
But at the same time, it is important, as Jim notes, that if the president comes out and says that the election's being stolen from him, that he has won, that is not true. That is not accurate. Now, it may be that the president ends up winning fair and square once all the votes are counted. We don't know. It's certainly a much closer race than a lot of other people predicted.
And you pointed out earlier that the complete hypocrisy where literally in the same breath, they're saying, please count all the votes in Arizona. Don't call that race early. But they're also saying in Pennsylvania, they're saying in Pennsylvania, well, if you keep counting after tonight, then you're stealing the election. It doesn't make any sense. Both the votes in Arizona and the votes in Pennsylvania are just as legitimate. They need to be counted.
As a matter on this type of election,
to make
once they counted the election on the same election day, they should stop counting after the election. It doesn't make sense. That's why Trump is worried.
And the Democrats still think they have a chance.
Thank you.
In fact, let's take a look at what's outstanding. If there's anybody just tuning in right now at 2:08 a.m., we're still waiting for the final results from Georgia and North Carolina. Those look to be states that President Trump is leaning towards victory, but they have not been called, and there remain outstanding votes. Obviously, the blue wall states that Hillary Clinton lost in 2016 that Joe Biden wants to return and rebuild. Those are states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, where not only are there outstanding votes, there are many outstanding votes that were vote by mail that are disproportionately thought to be Democratic from Democratic-leaning counties. So we are still waiting to hear what those states have. We're told that there's more than 2 million outstanding ballots in Pennsylvania alone, which would obviously be quite significant.
Wow.
And then
2 million?
Nevada and Arizona, President Trump and his campaign taking the exact opposite tack there. Those are states where President Trump is behind, and another network called Arizona. We have not called Arizona, but the Trump campaign, as Abby points out, completely hypocritically is saying, don't call Arizona. They haven't counted all the votes, and is saying the exact opposite when it comes to the blue wall states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right. And if we do, in fact, hear the president saying things about, counting votes after Election Day, isn't real or it's fraudulent or whatever he's going to say, it's important to note that just because a vote is counted after Election Day doesn't mean that the vote came in after Election Day. Never mind that some states actually allow votes to come in after Election Day.
Including plenty of Republican states like Ohio and Mississippi. And
plenty. But let's just take that aside for the moment. What we are largely going to see these swing states do is count votes that came in as part of early voting and absentee voting, period. They came in on time. And, I'm sure there will be lots of votes that will be contested. The lawyers are already chomping at the bit. But that is the most important part of the story to remember before we listen to the president.
Yeah, counting every vote is a fundamental democratic principle. It's part of what is important when it comes to democracy in this country. It's one of the reasons why states bend over backwards to make sure that as many valid ballots from legal voters can count as much as possible. And the idea that this president is seeking to openly disenfranchise people, tens of thousands of whom no doubt voted for him, is just remarkable.
And it's something that even Republicans like Ben Ginsburg, a Republican lawyer who has been involved in voter fraud-related issues for the Republican Party for many years, basically has said is completely undemocratic. The idea that you can just say, just because votes are coming from a more democratic-leaning part of the country, they shouldn't be counted, is really beyond the pale, and it has no historical precedent for a president of the United States in particular to make that kind of argument before an election has actually been completed.
Well, but he's been saying it for a long time, and he was saying that early voting in Pennsylvania is not acceptable, while early voting in Florida is acceptable. Obviously, each state has its own rules and differences, but I mean, that is how he has been waging his campaign when it comes to counting the votes. But again, as Jim Acosta pointed out, and we've pointed out, it's not up to him.
You know, and
he doesn't get to say who won or who lost. It's up to the individual states as to which candidate gets awarded the electors from that state.
No, that's exactly right. And, you know, when you look and listen to what Donald Trump is saying, it is pretty clear that he knew kind of going into this that this would be a possibility, which is why we heard from Joe Biden in his campaign leading into Election Day, the answer to what we could see right now is win decisively. And the Biden campaign has not won decisively. So that is out the window. And now we have to deal with whatever we're going to see. And that is patience and time, counting votes in his piece.
Well, we should say the Biden campaign has not won early, but we don't know yet if it will be decisively. Because just because we don't know what the outcome is in these states doesn't mean that it's not going to be a decisive victory for one.
That's an important, really important point,
another. It's just not an early.
Yeah, I think what I meant, really, that's such a good point. And I think what they were meaning is early and decisively, so to overcome the psychological.
If they could have flipped Florida, we would be having a completely different conversation right now at almost 2:00 at 2:15 in the morning.
Yeah. But
that didn't happen, and so now this is going to be a protracted process.
Yeah, look, I mean, Americans are not necessarily known for our attention spans, and
what'd you say?
And one of the things that I think a lot of people were hoping for was an early decisive outcome, whether for Trump or for Biden, that there would be some sort of closure so everybody could know who the president was and go to bed by midnight, and that would be the end of that. But the truth is, this isn't an hour and a half thriller where you find out who did it and then it's all over within an hour and a half. This is like a Netflix 10-part miniseries.
This is the year 2020.
Yeah,
nothing is different this year.
And this is a divided country. That's not a newsflash. We know that. It is a very divided country, and that is bearing out in the results that we're starting to see tonight.
Yeah, including by the fact that we haven't talked about this too much this evening, but we still don't know who's going to control the Senate. I mean, it looks as though potentially Republicans could possibly hold control of the Senate, even while possibly a Democrat is elected to the White House. Although, again, I don't know that either of those are going to be the outcome, but it could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think a lot of people thought they knew what was going to happen tonight at the presidential level, even at the Senate level, and things are turning out to be a lot more complicated. We're waiting on things that I don't know that we really knew we would be waiting on at this point. States like Georgia and Arizona, certainly the Biden campaign hoped that those states would be within their reach, but this is an unpredictable environment that we're in. And part of that has to do with the fact that 4 years ago, Donald Trump changed the landscape in a really important way. And we're still figuring out what that looks like all over the country, not just in the upper Midwest, but in parts of the South. What does it mean for the turnout among non-white voters? And what does it mean for turnout among white voters? I think we're just living through a big change in this country, and we're not quite there yet, which is why tonight is a little bit hard.
That's an excellent point, because one of the things that we are witnessing is a realignment, a political realignment that is, happens in this country. For instance, Virginia used to be, when I was young, a battleground state, and now it almost automatically goes to Democrats. On the other hand, we've seen Republicans make inroads with Latino voters in Florida and Texas and other places. A lot of those votes are still being tabulated, et cetera. But in terms of the margins, that we didn't anticipate would happen necessarily, although certainly people were sounding the alarms about Joe Biden and Latino voters. But there is a realignment going on, and so it takes a little while sometimes.
Supporters with Biden, how are you doing?
Tabulate all the ballots.
And Arizona and Georgia are the prime examples of that tonight. Arizona, we have been talking about a demographic shift in that state. And Georgia, same thing. I mean, Georgia was so incredibly red. 2 years ago, there was that razor-thin gubernatorial race. And the presidential is seeing a battlefield in Georgia, and we really don't know how it's going to turn out because of the outstanding votes in the major population center of Atlanta. We just don't know. And those are, it's people moving in, it's the populations being more diverse and younger.
Well, one thing's for sure. I mean, we are still talking about Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania 4 years later. And it could very well be that those states remain battlegrounds. I think Democrats probably had hoped that after tonight, that if Joe Biden could win them back, it would be in such a decisive manner that it would kind of take it off the board for Republicans in the future. I don't necessarily think that's going to happen tonight. I think those are going to continue to be states that are fought over, which is a big change. I mean, they really have been up for grabs for a long time, which is why 2016 was such a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan have always been battleground states, but they're usually the kind of battleground states that Republicans 2 weeks before the election pull out of and start competing and focusing just on Florida or Virginia, et cetera. But now they truly are battleground states. Donald Trump has upended that. He tore down the blue wall that Democrats used to rely upon. Joe Biden trying to rebuild it. We don't know what's going to happen. They have literally millions of ballots that remain needing to be counted. And they're going through that, and they're doing that the best they can. Again, we're waiting for President Trump to come out to the East Room of the White House at any moment. We are expecting, based on his tweet earlier this evening that has been labeled as misleading by both Twitter and Facebook, we are expecting that the president will prematurely and falsely declare victory and suggest that any effort by other states, other than the ones that he wants to do counting, such as Arizona, and that other attempts to count votes in Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin is stealing votes, and that is not accurate. That is not what is going on. There is no evidence of ballots or votes being stolen in those states. There is evidence that election officials are trying to count the votes.
You do have to wonder what's taking the president so long.
I just going to say that.
It is
a long 4 minutes.
It is a little bit of a, it's interesting because he seemed so sure when he tweeted what he tweeted a couple of, at this point, maybe an hour and a half ago, maybe 2 hours ago. He seemed so sure then. I just wonder, what is the delay in coming out and saying what he needs to say? Joe Biden has already said what he needs to say, which is that he thinks this is headed in his direction. The president feels the same. It should be easy to come out and say that, but we're still waiting.
And again, he has a good positive story to say, which is this is a lot closer than the pundits predicted. And we feel good about these states. Let's bring Jim Acosta in back. Jim, what is the holdup? We were told by the president's team that he was going to be out a long time ago.
Yeah. I think only one person can answer that question, and maybe the president's going to come out in a few moments. I just noticed Mark Meadows, Don Jr. just walking out as I'm looking at the bottom of the screen, Ivanka Trump, Jake, other members of the Trump family. So it sounds like this is going to happen soon. But I think the president wants to put the best face on this. And quite honestly, I was with the president 4 years ago around this time as we were all watching this. Donald Trump is not in the same place he was 4 years ago. He is hanging on to his political life right now. And no matter what the president says here in a few moments, projecting that he's going to win this race, we expect him to say that. He is just not out of the woods yet, not by a long shot.
No, and here he is. Let's listen in.
President of the United States, Donald
J. Trump. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please.
Viva, 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 Trump. Viva.
Without in the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, let's get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's like, So we'll probably understand that. We're winning Michigan. I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes. And 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He told me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. And he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, it's a millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you. And I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again,
I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory and we will make America great again. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, President Trump, as we anticipated, falsely and prematurely declaring victory, saying that he won. He did not win. He has not won. The president falsely depicting the counting of votes as a fraud and an embarrassment. That is not what is going on. What is going on is the normal democratic process. Almost everything President Trump said in his declaration of victory was not true. It is true that he is ahead in the polls right now in Georgia and North Carolina. Whether or not Biden will ever catch up is a matter for Georgia and North Carolina and their election officials to decide. It is not true that he is winning Pennsylvania or winning Michigan or winning Wisconsin. They are still counting votes. They have literally millions of vote by mail ballots that those three states are counting. It may well be that President Trump ends up winning this election. That might be once the ballots are counted. But what President Trump just said was undemocratic and false and premature. It is not accurate to say that he won. We do not know who won this election. And I have to say, Dana, it's not a surprise, but still, years into this presidency, I find it shockingly disappointing that he still would continue to erode faith that the American people have in institutions. What is going on right now is a clean and fair election, and there is no evidence to the contrary.
I know we expected him to say something like that, but hearing the President of the United States in the middle of an election, where they're counting votes all over the country, to say what he said from the White House is just not something that I don't think any of us really expected to see and hear in our lifetime. That is not what democratically elected presidents or candidates for the presidency say. That's what authoritarians say. And when he said that that people are going to be disenfranchised, the only person right now at this stage of the game who is trying to disenfranchise voters is Donald Trump, because he is saying the voters whose votes have not yet been counted in the states that he doesn't want them to be counted in don't count.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should really underline what he's saying. He kept saying, I want the voting to stop. That's not what he's saying. He's really saying he doesn't want the votes that have already been cast to be counted. There's no justification for it. It's shocking, and it's really beyond the pale. I mean, he called it a fraud to count.
Okay, guys, can I stop? Can I analyze that Trump speech?
Completely. It's completely.
Can I give you
Hey, listen first. Let these political analysts do their best. Then we will.
We also analyze. We have to analyze before we come on.
Had just said, which is that he does not want the votes that
Why
are
are we here?
Unless you are an amateur.
to be counted. You can't paper the mouth of the President of the United States from the White House.
You know, Vice President Pence tried to say something that is a more traditional idea of we are grateful for the people who have voted for us. We want to be vigilant to make sure that the ballots are all counted, and we're confident that we're going to be victorious in the end, as if President Trump had not said what he just said, which was a premature and false declaration of victory. And once again, let me say, it may well be that President Trump ends up being reelected. And if he is, it will be because of the fair and assiduous and diligent counting of ballots in states like Arizona and Nevada, where he wants the counting to continue because Biden is ahead, and states where he does not want the counting, not the voting's done, but the counting to continue, where he is ahead because they have not brought in and counted all the millions of vote by mail ballots, by the way, that were cast vote by mail, because we're in the middle of a pandemic that the administration has not been able to get a control over. Let me bring in Jim Acosta. And Jim, we all were hoping that the president would not go there and lie and falsely and prematurely declare victory. So again, as always, it's not a surprise, but it is shocking.
Absolutely. And Jake, I think our founding fathers are probably rolling in their graves right now. They did not envision a president of the United States delegitimizing an American election, and that is what the president just did a few moments ago. It's historic, and it's historically awful. I think one of the things that we're going to have to wait and see over the next several days is, and they've been previewing this over at the White House inside the Trump campaign, they're going to be deploying, if they have not already deployed, an army of lawyers to all of these states where they want to contest the results of the election to try to cast aside votes that are still being counted. They want to question the legitimacy of these timelines for counting ballots in states where ballots are coming in after Election Day. It does not compute with the president that states are allowed to have varying ways of counting votes. That is one of the traditions of our democracy, that states sort of run their own affairs when it comes to counting votes. And the president does not get that. We did hear Vice President Mike Pence, as Abby was saying a few moments ago, get up to the podium and contradict the president almost immediately and say that the votes continue to be counted. So there was at least an ounce of decency in that room when Vice President Pence came up there. He's obviously not going to tell the president to his face that he's wrong, but if you read between the lines, he was essentially allowing for the fact that votes are going to continue to be counted.
All right, Jim Acosta, thanks so much. Let's bring in a Republican election lawyer and CNN contributor, Benjamin Ginsberg. He's on the phone with us. Ben,
can we do the analysis?
We get to the morality of what the president did. I just want
we may talk right now while we wait for any projections.
You're a dictator.
The ballot.
Can I pause that? Pause your
to the Supreme Court and ask them to stop the counting of valid legal ballots from valid legal voters?
No, there's really not that. There's no natural path to that. There are procedures for, as the Vice President said, continuing to count the votes. And you can certainly contest under each state's law the process of the way the election took place. And ultimately, you can try and get an appeal before the Supreme Court. There's no direct right of appeal for something like this to the Supreme Court.
The president is taking issue with the counting of ballots in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. He is describing it as to stop voting, as if people are still voting, but that's not what's going on. These are legal votes that have already taken place. They just need to be counted, right?
Yes, they're legal votes that have taken place. The voters have made their expressions. They're in the receipt of all the state officials, with the exception of Pennsylvania, which has its own law that extends the deadline. So these are all legally passed votes, and the process of trying to toss them out for some reason would just, I think, be viewed by any court, including the Supreme Court, as just a massive disenfranchisement that would be frowned upon.
I mean, I'm looking at the numbers in Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, as well as Arizona and Nevada.
This is a long argument. This is the past. Can we just go to the speech?
It could well be President Trump. If you were advising him, what would you be advising him to do right now?
I think you have to let all the votes be counted and watch it very carefully. And if you have objections to either particular ballots or to the process, then you have remedies after the fact through each state's individual contest laws or recount laws if the margins are close enough. But I mean, these are legally cast ballots, Jake, or at least will be determined to be legally cast ballots by the appropriate local, county, state officials. And for a president...
This is coming to an end. I'm going to hear from all of you just in a second. Let me unmute everyone.
Part of this and beyond the immoral or amoral part of this. I don't know one election lawyer that would be telling President Trump to do something like this, given the fact that he could very well win.
Okay. Now, let me remove this. So, you guys had. So, Charlie, what's your analysis? What's your point here? What are you making of this? Why do you think Daniel Trump is going to win?
Okay, can I talk?
Jesus. I ask you a question. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, jibu ana fi screen tamam kida sa South Sudanese bayano. So, Ken.
Could you please screen? Could you please screen?
Yes, thank you, Ken. So what we wanted to, to tell you, the people of South Sudan and the Americans there who are voting, what President Trump said that we have to celebrate. Why we celebrate? Because there's a victory. There's a viva. The Americans come and voted for him.
He said he's actually going to ask his lawyer to go to Supreme Court.
I'm coming. Let me come. Can I wait all? When I finish, you will just come and jump.
I gotta go to bed. That's enough.
Okay. So what we said, what he said, we win Florida, we win North Carolina, Arizona. Probably we may win because the voting has been counted. But what he says is that, the elections, okay? Why should we continue counting the elections when the election is supposed to end today, the 3rd? Why are we counting it up to Friday?
No, that's not American law. There is no.
That's why he say we have to go to court.
There is no basis on that. On what claim will he present to this? Because you are saying nonsense. Go ahead.
No. I'm just talking what the president said, right? That we have to protect the integrity of the election. We have to protect the integrity of our democracy. As an finance there is be bilele, so that asura jatanin. But the election, what he's saying that we are going to court, elections there, the election amolo, once the votes are counted the same day, the results should be announced. Mafitani should pass after the election. This is not acceptable. This will facilitate fraud. And that's why he said that we have to go for the court, for the Supreme Court, for them to rule such election not to be again there.
And there is no basis on that. There is no basis on that.
No, there's a basis because the votes are going to be counted until Friday. Some of the states.
Okay.
Right? Yeah. So that's what Trump doesn't want, and that's what even I don't want. Okay.
Charlie. Yes.
Bakur, are you for Trump or are you for Biden?
Peter, let me answer Charles, Jamana. Allow me to answer Charles, please.
Wait for answer.
Let him answer me. Is he for Biden or for Trump? Are you Bolmaku?
Politically we don't disclose who have I vote for. I cannot disclose.
No, the election is already done.
Leave Bolmaku alone, yeah, Charles.
They must have Sudan and Galma.
Peter, please let me answer Charles.
I already have a dream that President will win the election. I already have this dream. I already been having
too much echo, yeah, Jamana. Where is it coming from?
It was my my dream that Trump will win the election since day one. But Biden would.
Yeah. Change today, Bolmakur before.
No, before I know that Trump will win the election. I know. But there are so many things that happen here in the middle that probably boost his win up. young Americans were willing to bring Biden, but they were upset by some other things that done here during the election. For instance, most American Democratically Party looked over things like stimulus, because young Americans, they were upset for holding the stimulus, and they feel that it was Nancy Pelosi that hold the stimulus not to help Americans. And most Americans feel that President Trump have not controlled COVID-19. So this one was, a little fight between the parties. But most Americans, they know they have their different views why they bring Trump to be a president today. Most of my views, I have disclosed them before.
Well, Marco, let me correct you. He's not a president yet. You are misleading the people. All right? Go ahead.
He's the president. He's the president now. He's the president tomorrow.
No, we're talking about election. When you say that he won an election, that's not true. It's a misinformation.
But he already won it.
Trump already won. What are you talking
Billy,
about?
look, are you still sleeping?
Billy, look, he's still
Let Bol Makur finish first, and I will respond. Let's go one by one, please.
Okay, Billy, look, if you feel that I am misleading the people, then go ahead and respond, because my words are few today, and I'll let other people analyze. Thank you.
Okay. Is it my turn, Peter?
Go ahead, though.
And anyway, thank you very much, Bol Makur. I didn't want to disrupt you anyway, but I was just trying to let you know that when you say he's a president, you kind of like pronouncing that he's actually being a president-elect now. And this is exactly what Charles is doing. So you kind of like a feeling that you are endorsing what Charles was actually saying. But ladies and gentlemen, you have just listened to the speech given by, or the remark given by Donald Trump. So he's actually trying to project himself that he won this election when the ballot are still being counted, and nobody's ever declared a winner yet. It's not Joe Biden, it's not Donald Trump. It is yet to be seen who is the winner, because some of the states are still at stake and they are still counting their ballot. So where on the world will Donald Trump come out and declare that he's the president and that he have won? Then he declared that he's going to go to Supreme Court. Under what legality or under what constitutionality is he going to go to Supreme Court? For what? Who has been declared a winner tonight? And who has actually conceded that he actually lost the election? The ballot are here to be completed in counting. So let us be patient and let's wait patiently until all the ballots that have been casted so far are counted. And then the winner will be declared either by tomorrow, by today, or maybe by next day. We don't know. It depends on
Peter,
which state is going to finish the counting. And then the winner will be declared. So I think Donald Trump is very wrong in coming out today and declare himself as the winner when in fact no winner has been announced tonight, and most of the states have not been announced. Even you can see, even it's still on the media, that he is still standing at 213, while Donald Trump is standing at 220. So there's no winner. This actually tells us about who is Donald Trump. He's such a crazy man. This is the man you want to be in the White House? Come on, guys. This election is about values. It's about integrity. It's about democracy. It's about, moral character. It's about moral values. It's about integrity. It's about equality and justice. But here, some of you are here supporting Donald Trump. Under what? Ya Jamana. Anyway, thank you. This is what I just want to say.
Can I say something?
And this is who Donald Trump is. He's just such a crazy man, and this is what makes us crazy about him. It's not about policy either. Thank you.
Okay, can I say something?
Nobody's
Okay.
a winner yet. So please do not
Yeah.
celebrate. Everybody's nervous, both sides. No winner.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Charlie.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Bol Makur and Ken. You know,
Make your point in a minute.
you don't give him a limit. He says thank you. And you are
But
limiting me 1 minute.
He spoke less than 2 minutes.
Okay, why you give me then 1 minute?
Yeah, let's
Charlie,
do 2 minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
that we have 8 minutes.
So
The show will
what
be
we are
in.
saying, I just want to say this again. Comrades, we need to celebrate. Just viva Trump. Viva Trump. Victory is already achieved. And that's why Trump can say, you know, we are going to go to the Supreme Court. Eizol der lakbat vote, der lakbat machines there, we are going to go to the Supreme Court so that we stop next time when there is the coming election after 4 years, then the election has to be counted, the votes have to be counted, and the result announced, no more future counting like, but after 2 days and 3 days. Let me project to you.
Hey, Peter Kenny, why you let him talk like that as if he's an American? He's not even an American. He's just a Canadian. I don't know whether he's a Canadian citizen. No, you're not supposed to be here to analyze like that, bro.
Mata Korewell, don't. It is Lake State media.
No.
South Sudan. Stop.
Donald Trump
It's
is the
not
one
about
inciting the
America.
violence. But it's still, if he's
Nigga,
complaining
nigga.
about election being rigged, he will still go to, he will go to Supreme Court after the winner is declared.
Set up and then until I
But
finish.
under what ground anyway? We're going to present all the evidence, and there is going to be a
This is
recount
South Sudan.
if you're
Can
going to
wait.
go back to Supreme Court.
We are doing analysis. Billy, look, respect the podium.
But what kind of analysis is that? Why do you declare yourself a winner when there's no winner? Can I tell us? Where is the winner?
Okay, I'm gonna tell you why I declare that, you know, Trump is the winner. We have taken Georgia.
Anyway,
Okay.
I'm done.
And we have taken North Carolina.
Where?
We have
Tell
taken
us the
Pennsylvania.
source. Which
Wait.
reliable news announced that?
We are
That you
taking,
want Georgia.
Wisconsin.
You want those states
We
that
are
mentioned
taking
by Donald Trump.
Florida. We are taking Ohio, and we are taking Texas. That's enough to declare Trump as a president. Fever.
Charlie.
So you can go to sleep.
Charlie, this is not IO propaganda, okay?
1 second. Charlie, this is America. This
Okay,
is
go
not-
ahead.
So, Emma,
Tomorrow you're gonna work. Charles is right.
Emma, this is America.
Don't delete this video. Tomorrow you're gonna work that Charles was right.
1 second. Hold on. Here in America, it is a state election official who decided who owns. The state of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, North Carolina, Wisconsin, those states, their election officials have not decided who won because they are still counting their vote. Okay, and this is the process. Regardless of how long it takes, is it going to take 24 hours? If they have not decided, it is not either a president of the United States or anybody else decided who won until the last ballot count. So please
Correct.
get your analysis or whatever you call it, get it straight and get your facts straight. It doesn't
Ken,
matter.
let me give you the facts here.
No.
One.
No.
Georgia is already 92% counted.
Listen, everyone, challenge. We are not arguing here. It is a fact, it is a truth. Yes, president is leading and it's not been declared yet. So it doesn't matter. If you are leading, you don't have the right to say, regardless whether I'm leading, because who knows, the vote that I'm not counted in might actually reconcile and the other person will take a lead. And that's why it is not being called. Do you understand that? So, everyone, you can celebrate it as much as you want. That's your right, and this is the beauty of America. Regardless of who is going to win in the next 2 days or 24 hours, America will be still America. And that's
Yes.
the bottom line. That's the story there. So if you want to celebrate your mood, but you don't want to distract us from getting the clear point here.
Thank you.
Correct.
Let
Peter.
me first finish. Let me
Do
respond.
not make a
please.
premature celebration yet. We only left 4 minutes. Go ahead, guys.
Okay.
Bill, look already close him because you know it's going home.
Maria.
Yeah.
Marial Peter, go ahead.
Marial
Because
Peter.
we are coming to
Marial
close down,
Peter.
guys.
All right. Thank you, guys. Thank you. You know, Charles, my brother, this is America, you know. Everything is going count by count, you know, and everything is by the credit. It's not by what we are doing in back home is not here, you know. Just American, they gotta be follow everything one by one up to the end. Even then, there's nothing. Something is called what is it? We are going. What is it to the Supreme Court for what reason? There's nothing. Even if go to win, there's no problem.
Maria,
But the problem here.
Maria, not to cut you off. For example, you guys just heard from CNN. The fact that actually Vice President Payne actually tried to cut what President was saying, instead of telling him no, that we cannot do that, it just came out and said yes, every last vote is going to be counted. Because at this point there is no a ground whether it's Joe Biden, the Vice President, or President to go to court at this point, because when the counting is not done. So there is no base ground there of going.
Very ridiculous, Walai.
That's what
I like my friends, Walai. He's a
that's
great
what I
guy.
want to say, because there no
We
there,
just
there's
hate
no
Trump.
any result for this election, you know, until now. So there will be going to be count. When there will be result, we don't know. So we
Right.
need to make attention, and then we're listening, and we see democratic
One more
how they're running in America. And then
Correct.
this one, we need to take this opportunity to our country.
Yep.
We not
Yep,
to be
Peter.
fighting to
guys
each other.
from here, I have to go.
We need to learn. We need to learn. We need.
Okay, you go to bed. Yeah, I will close it down. Yep.
Correct, Maria. Thank you very much, bro.
Yeah, we need to learn. We need to listening. This is the
Well,
experience.
Marku, your closing statement, brother. Now you
Paul
come in.
Makur. Okay, let me talk.
Yeah, you cannot talk.
No, Charlotte. Let the other guy
Charles,
talk,
you have
please.
1 minute.
Charlie, just wait for Peter. Let him finish.
Just wait for me. You know, so Charles, we don't have something is called whatever we have it at home. We have deer, we have beaver. This is not our income. To us, just we come outside and then we need to learn. We need to listening how the country to be run, how the country to be go. But the one thing
Guy,
is
we
here.
have 1 minute. Last 1 minute, but still the end.
Okay.
Yep.
You know. So in
Marial, thank you. You have said it all. Let Bol say something.
Thank you,
And
Marial, yeah.
still one.
Yeah, no problem. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. You have said it all. Thank you.
I said Billy Luke and Madin Majag are going to sleep home. Trump.
Have a good night.
It's too early for you, yeah, Bol Makur. Just wait and see.
Man,
Yeah,
in
it's
America,
almost 3 o'clock now to us.
you
It's
don't
3
say I
o'clock.
hate Trump.
All right, thank you very much, Agar. Let's meet later on evening. And then we come for
guys.
another analysis.
I thank you all, brothers and sisters, and those who are listening and watching with us.